Oh, okay. Are we live?
All right. We're
Oh,
on.
sweet.
Hey, and the stream is going.
What's up, boys and girls? Welcome.
Welcome back.
Welcome to another day of fun and adventure here at the 2015 NAB show.
The 2015 NAB show.
Or at NAB show 2015.
We got it right.
But not at the NAB show.
So
That's
far,
like
it's been a
going
pretty
to
good show. We've
the
seen
Walmart.
some very interesting stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm super excited about what
Nothing
we got
but
lined up
toys.
this morning.
I hear you, Dave Curley.
And here we are.
Yeah. They're talking in my head, people. So if you're in the chat room, then we're keeping an eye. We got the chat room right here on this little iPad going. So I see Monty's in the chat room at the moment. It looks like CJ's in the chat room possibly, and a couple of guests. If you want to jump in the chat room, you can go to geekbit.tv/live, and you can hop on the chat room in the web-based version of it there.
Yeah, it's usually
Also-
at the top, but we moved it down to the bottom, so you can find it there.
Oh, also go to geekbit.tv/NAB show.
Yeah.
Okay. And keep in mind that we've got the tag board going, so if you tweet at NAB show and or use the hashtag NAB show all together, we're pulling it up on the old tag board there, so we're approving them as they come in. So we put it on the stream, and we've got a page at. Here's a good one right here. Look at this one, Scott.
What's going on there?
There's
Somebody's having fun with
that's
a sword.
interesting. We're gonna have to approve that for sure, right there. Let's see if it goes up
Looks like a
on the
lightsaber.
old. Yeah, it's a hot chick on a green screen with a lightsaber. Who doesn't like that? So. All right, we're gonna get ready to do our thing here, folks. So, oh, there it is, right there. It showed up on the tag board, right there. Pretty sweet. It's pretty cool how that happened so fast.
That's awesome. Tag board is very cool.
So as for those of you who are getting started with the live stream with us today, the way we do this is we do our interviews. We keep the live stream going the whole time, but we start and stop our interviews so that we can cut them out later and upload them as individual segments. So you're going to notice that we'll act like we're ending, but we're not. We're going to keep the live stream going. We're just going to start and stop for each of our guests. So we're about to get ready with that here in just a second, as soon as Dave Curley screams in my ear.
As soon as the voices tell us.
All right, here we go.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the 2015 NAB show. I'm Scott Ellis.
I'm John P., and I'm also excited.
You are.
I am, because we have a great guest with us today from our friends over at LiveView, who make incredible live streaming stuff. We've got Ken here. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
John, Scott, hi.
So right out of the gate, Ken, you're going to show us something today that is a device that is after our own hearts. And this is right up our alley.
Exactly.
So I don't even want to wait. I want to dig right in.
Indeed. We could even use that device for this particular show right now, right?
You could, yeah. Yeah, and we actually have a number of them transmitting from the show today and for the next few days.
Well, before we get into it, though, hang on. Let's step back, because people are going to hear LiveView, and they're going to wonder, what is this, like a streaming service? Is it what does LiveView do?
So LiveView invented technology called cellular bonding, which means that we can take a number of data connections, primarily cell phone connections, and aggregate all of them across all the available carriers like Verizon, AT&T, Sprint, T-Mobile. We take 4G LTE, XLT, 3G, and so on. And that allows us to get the bandwidth that we need and the stability that we need to transmit very high quality video from anywhere without needing a satellite truck, without needing to plug into an Ethernet connection or a fiber connection, and so on. And so
before you move on from that, because there's some people who are they're gonna be like, wait, how does that work? I want to understand it better. Let me see if I have this correct. Let me try and give the non-technical version, okay?
Sounds good.
If we wanted to take a video stream and we want to broadcast it to the internet, we need let's pretend we need 5 megabits per second for a really, really great stream. But we can't get that much bandwidth down a single cellular connection.
Exactly.
So what we do is we have one of your boxes with all of its magical little fairies in it, and they take the 5 meg and they split it into, let's say, 10 different 500K chunks. They send those individually to some server
that's
where this server in a magical data center reassembles them into the 5 meg stream, and then that from there it goes on. That's
Very
kind
good
of how it works?
explanation.
Huh?
Yep, yeah,
Okay.
so that's exactly correct, though now we actually go much higher than those 5 megs. We actually can go at 10 megabits per second or even higher. And we do have LTE connections that individual will support a lot more than those 500 KB that you mentioned. But you still have the question of redundancy and reliability, because anywhere you go, you might not have perfect coverage by one of the carriers or one of the generations of the technology. So by having all of them together, we don't just get that additional bandwidth, but also that additional stability and redundancy so that something will give you that bandwidth no matter where you go.
So for example, if you let's say you sent 10 streams down, and 2 or 3 of them were a little shaky. If you have some duplicate information going on different ones, then in the back end, the server can reassemble it. It's almost like the way RAID works for hard drives almost. It can rebuild missing pieces from the other streams and get a really good feed.
So our algorithm knows how to analyze the data connections and the reliability and so on, and decide how to route each packet, and if a packet is lost along the way, to retrieve it fast enough in order for it to go back in. And so that's kind of the key behind the technology.
Cool.
And so you can do this across different networks at the same time, though, too.
Yes.
I don't need 4 different cards on one network or something. I could do multiple networks.
We recommend multiple networks because that's what gives you that greater coverage, that greater reliability, redundancy, and so on. So,
Because you notice at any given time, like you might be on Verizon, you got a buddy on T-Mobile, somebody else on AT&T. Nobody's bars are the same. Somebody's got 2 and somebody's got 5. And then and you're moving around, which is one of the things you guys enable us to do, is move around while you broadcast. They're just constantly changing, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Is this a new device that you guys are launching this year?
Yeah, so if you guys remember, John, you guys used LiveView a couple of times. We started out with much bigger backpacks. So the original series that we launched 6 years ago weighed about 20 pounds. It was a backpack about this size, and we've kept on shrinking them over the years. So last year here at the show, we had our LU500 backpack, which was already 1/5 of the weight and 1/2 of the size of the previous version, so it was a backpack this big.
That's amazing.
And now this year we're showing the LU200. So the 200 basically does everything that all of our previous backpacks did. It has 2 wireless modems on the inside, and then you can plug in additional connections on the outside. And basically, again, it does all of the same things that LiveView has been known to do over the years. We also, it also works on our LiveView Central management platform. So we have a cloud-based system where from anywhere around the world you can control your entire fleet of LiveView units. Some of our customers have dozens, if not more, of units in the field, a lot of television stations, networks. So for them, having that one place where they can log in and see all of their units, fully control them, monitor them, decide where to route them around the world. And now we're also showing a new feature at NAB called LiveView Multipoint, which if our original model was to replace satellite trucks with these cellular backpacks, now we're also replacing satellite retransmission fees between one location to other locations, or fiber fees between multiple locations, so that we use the same thing, the same algorithm that we have inside the packs. We put it on our servers, and then you could share a feed, let's say from a New York server to multiple other places, LA, Chicago, Boston, and so on, or anywhere else around the world. And you can also go to multiple CDNs at the same time. So if you're doing an online show and you want to go on multiple platforms to get additional audience, then you can also easily redistribute that feed.
That's awesome.
That is awesome. We're going to have to give one of these a try.
Yeah, well,
sure.
You mentioned, Ken, that we did use it in the past. We've used LiveView several times, and we used it when we had no other alternative. So the nice thing about it is you can use this device when you can't use anything else. That you can't get a hard wire anywhere, you know,
Yep.
and any other, like a single modem would just suck. It wouldn't work, okay?
Right.
One of the most fun things that we've ever done in the last 5 years was when you guys loaned us a backpack to use at South by Southwest years ago, and we used it all over South by, which was great. But when it really got fun was when we went walking down 6th Street, like at 10 o'clock at night. It was dark. We had cameras, we had lights, and we were walking with this backpack, live streaming down 6th Street, watching crazy people do crazy things. Okay, and that image is burned in my mind. And I know a lot of people. A lot of the folks who watch the show still remember that, and it was so fun because you can take the show on the road in ways that we just can't do right here, right now, you know? So it's very cool. So this particular unit, you said, it's got 2 internal modems.
Yep.
And do you pick which carrier it is when you order it, or how does that work?
You can. So by default, we actually ship it with 3 and not with 2, but you can pick. We have the package that we recommend, so 3 carriers that we typically recommend.
Are they you typically recommend one of, like each, like all 3 are different?
They're all three are different. It depends on the geography that you're in.
Okay.
That's what we'll recommend for the package.
Did you tell us how much this costs?
So
And when it's available?
Yeah, so it's available right now.
Okay.
You can get it now, and it actually comes in 2 flavors. One flavor is the one that has the cellular modems on the inside, and that costs approximately $8,000 to purchase, or depending on how much data you need, an average of about $800 a month to lease. And if you want the other version, we have a version that's an encoder only without cell phone cards inside. So you can still plug in multiple cards on the outside, but they're just not included inside the plastic. And that version goes for $5,000 to purchase, or approximately $500 to lease. $500 a month to lease.
So if somebody wanted to lease one, is it a month-to-month kind of a thing? Do you have to lease it for a long period of time?
Usually people do it for 12 months, but we have shorter-term rentals available as well. So some people just rent for certain events and so on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now,
Good to know.
one of the things that we noticed, I remember from the old, the large backpack, we would stick in the little USB cards, and those could serve as modems. With this particular unit, it seems to me like this has a cool little carrying case. You could literally connect it to a belt, right?
Yeah.
I would be worried personally about having like USB dongles sticking out of it. It seems like, is there something that covers them, or how do they just kind of stick out of the bottom, or how do they work when they're external? To me, I'm thinking about like, I would probably rather have the version with them built in, you know?
Yeah. We've always liked having all of our modems inside of the device. So even with the version that you guys tried a few years ago, most of the modems that you had were already inside the encasement. You might have had one on the outside, which might have been just a new one that we had that very recently started shipping, and it still wasn't integrated inside the device. Over here also, if you add other modems, you can actually slide them in over here through these straps so that you don't have any loose parts. So
USB cable into the, okay, gotcha.
So nothing is actually...
not poking out so it can get knocked or hit or broken or something. Okay, makes sense. Cool.
Yeah, I like it. I'm thinking we're going to put one of these in the little backpack and put it on Dave's dog, and
the
can
little
carry that thing for
Chihuahua.
us.
And just
It's gone from
Abby.
that big backpack down to this. That's
The Abby
fantastic.
cam, let her just go.
Yeah.
Sweet.
All right.
And you can put it on some drones as well.
Oh yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Well, Ken, thank you so much for bringing that the new LU200 over to show us. You guys go to liveu.com if you want to.
.tv and
.com, either one.
Either one, yep.
Buy like 10 of them. Why not? You know, put them everywhere. And stick around. We've got a lot more coverage coming at you from NAB Show 2015 here in Vegas. We'll be right back. at the end we'll wrap it, so that way we can cut it out and have a
You'll
clean
put bookends on it.
standalone,
Yeah, okay.
segment. Yeah, so we'll do that. Hey guys,
Welcome back.
welcome back. So, Dave, you said Greg's audio is good, right? All right, cool.
All right.
If you're watching us live, you can go to geekme.tv/live, and we've got the chat room embedded at the bottom of that page, so you can always chat with us. If you have questions and things, ask. We are watching it. I see Digital Phil, Rami, Monty, Michael M. So we see you guys in the chat room, and so just questions if you have any, and we'll keep an eye out for them. We're getting ready to do the intro here. Hey guys, welcome back to our continuing coverage here. 2015 NAB show in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm John P.
And I'm Scott Ellis. And today we've got with us Greg Boren from Marshall Electronics.
Yeah. Hey Greg, how are you?
How you doing?
Enjoying the show?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been very busy for us this year, so
That's
of
good.
course,
I've been
makes the time
watching.
go.
We get flooded with all of the PR press releases and things coming through the emails.
Right.
But whenever I see Marshall ones, I stop and I read them. So I actually do. I actually read them. So I know that you guys have released some cool new cameras,
Right.
which it looks like you have brought several of them along. The little
I brought the smallest one.
mini cameras,
Yes, I did.
which are super exciting. So,
Yeah.
what kind of stuff you got going on?
Well, this is the camera that got it all started for us. Of course, you have to remember to remove the lens cap.
Always.
But this one here, the CV500, as you can see, real rugged. Here, let me pass it to you.
Yeah,
Is that
let's
okay?
see it.
As I tell people, you could drive a nail with that camera. It's so solid. So its claim to fame is not only small size, but interchangeable lenses.
You can
and it comes
interchange
with
it?
one. Yeah,
Wow.
there's about 7 or 8 lenses.
Okay.
Okay.
And SDI output.
Connectors on the back.
And why do we care about SDI output? That'll go 300 feet on a cable. You don't have to convert it like you do from HDMI
Right.
to get distance. So we have interchangeable lenses. There's no recorder in here.
Yep.
So it's a little different animal than some of the other things. It runs off of typically 12 volts, but you can put all kinds of things into it. There's a power adapter thing and so on. So that camera is in everything from all the 3-letter sports outfits to the Ellen Show to Formula One. That camera's everywhere.
If we're watching a race from the inside camera car, camera in the car, it's probably one of these.
Probably not for Formula One because they already have all those pre-built ahead of time.
Oh, okay.
But you'll see helmet cams. You'll see, from pit crew. You'll see cameras in the grass. Cars coming and going. They put them on a stake in the ground. They put them in a lot of places. So yeah, they're everywhere. Hockey League's starting to use these in the penalty boxes because, as I've been told, the guys like to hit the cameras with sticks. And,
Oh yeah.
and some of the other cameras don't hold up. So,
Right.
So anyhow, this is full HD. I didn't mention this is full
1080p.
1920 by 1080, full HD, but it is selectable to 720 and other formats.
Okay.
So you get very high resolution. Matter of fact, all of these cameras,
By the way, what's the pricing on these little?
around
bad boys?
$500.
Very reasonable. And how many? That's just with one lens, or does it include multiple lenses?
No,
or?
it comes with one lens for that price.
Okay.
And then there's a range of lenses. They're not terribly expensive.
But you
And,
could go like fisheye or wide angle or zoomed in a little.
This one here, I did a little calculation the other day. This one would be the equivalent of about a 25 millimeter on a DSLR.
Yep.
So it's pretty wide. So that's what that.
Can you go even wider?
Yeah,
Like you
we
could
can go
maybe
wider.
14 or
and we
something
also have a
equivalent?
pinhole one that you can spy on people with.
Nice. Nice.
It mounts with a. Sorry, I'm probably fooling the camera people by moving
Okay,
it so
just hold
fast.
it that way.
quarter 20.
Standard quarter.
Standard
20.
quarter 20. Solid mounted connectors, a little joystick on the back here to run the menus, so you can go in and change formats and everything like that. So the thing's really taken off. In the last year and a half, we've just gone absolutely crazy with cameras. It's been kind of fun.
Does this handle things like white balance in the camera, or is that all done after?
No, you can do either fixed or manual white balance. You do it, through here. There is a remote, but that's a remote where you actually bring menus up on the screen. So
Right.
you may or may not use that way.
Cool. So that's a standard. That's been around
That thing is-
for a while. It's
Yeah,
well
it's-
adopted, well tested, but you got some new ones as well.
Well, yeah, we shrunk it down. And then this one comes with this lens, or this is a CS type lens
Oh,
here.
yeah.
So this gives you other lens options. But this one is so small we couldn't put the connectors on it. So it has this dongle here, but there's still a joystick in the back, and your SDI comes out.
SDI.
Here. Power goes in.
And the power. What is the CS lens? That's a mount type, right?
Yeah, it's like C-mount. It's just a different back focal length.
And so if somebody were to get one of these cameras at you could go to like B&H and do a search
you
for
could
CS
buy
lenses and get
you
one.
could buy other lenses for this.
Yeah.
Are all of the
Yeah.
lenses fixed, or are there any zoom lenses or things that can be?
On the larger
on the
cameras,
camera.
which I didn't bring, there are some zoom, but none of these have a zoom capability at this
okay.
time.
These are mainly just put them everywhere and switch to which one you
Absolutely,
want, right?
that's exactly it, and that's what people do.
Yeah.
They hide them. This one here kind
By
of
the way,
came.
this
go ahead.
this one, what's the price point and availability?
They're very similar. This one is $500-600 range.
Yep.
Same thing.
And they're out already? People can get them?
Yes.
Okay.
Very good.
Yes, these are relatively new, this size here. And again, it is available with this small M12 lens as well to make it even tinier.
I imagine though, with that bigger lens, it's going to get better light sensitivity
Yeah, it'll
too.
yes,
so,
yes, it'll gather more light. That's
Yeah.
exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all 1080.
Pardon? All
1080.
1080.
Okay.
All 1920, 1080. But again, they're not limited to that. You can select 720,
Yeah.
which many of the sports networks like that.
Gotcha. Okay, what else we got?
And we've got this one more.
That's a little bullet camera.
This one is really very similar to this inside, but it's changed shape, obviously. It has a changeable lens too, but it has a cover here allowing this to fall in water or work in the rain. Now in this case we had to go to the dongle also. One single quarter 20 screw mount. And if I were to take that off, there we go. You'll see that it's got the same lens in there basically that's on these others. Very similar. So
I
this
can
one
see
is-
that mounted on a helmet, like on the
Well,
outside of a helmet on a
Yes.
motorcycle.
It'll go there, and one of the car racing outfits, they like to put a camera buried in the ground so the cars are driving over it, but they need to get a very shallow angle so they can see the car coming towards them. This one didn't allow that. It had to kind of sit like this. This one can sit much more shallow.
Got it.
So they use these very commonly. So yeah, we're getting a lot of traction with these cameras, and they're just going out by the hundreds out the door. So it's been kind of fun.
That is
actually.
good.
Yeah.
Again, on this one, same price point again, $500-600 range.
Well, I'm looking at Todd. He's the product manager on it. He's nodding yes.
And also available now?
Yes.
Oh, by the way, so that we give people the specific model numbers, can you tell us which
This
model
is the
numbers?
CV200. This is the CV500 MB, which means Marshall Broadcast.
Okay.
And I forgot what he called this, 300?
150?
150. Okay,
the
this one's new to me, so that's why.
CV150.
And it mounts differently. There's mounts on the side for this to hold it in a kind of a swivel arrangement. So they're all a little different. They all fit into different applications.
But you can get them all. You can go to marshall-usa.com to see all of them.
That's right.
And basically, they're available in all the standard, B&H and Adorama and all these guys are going to carry them.
Yeah, or you can give us a phone call and we'll help you find somebody in your area that
Awesome.
reps them or does something like that. Sure, they go through many outfits. Most of our dealers and reps carry these as well. So, absolutely, we had a lot of fun with these. Like I said, I get to go to all these interesting sports venues now.
I know, that's a great job. You
yeah,
get to go
that's
see
been-
where they're being used.
That's been really fun doing that.
I'm thinking
so.
the next time we get thrown out of a plane by the Golden Knights, we need some Marshall cameras
Strap
with
one
us.
of
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I guess that's
The
it.
thing is, you got to hook it to a recorder. That's the only thing. We've got to have an SDI. We need a little portable. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We
There
need
you
live
go.
view. That's
now
it.
That would be an experiment.
Hook that up to live view.
Jump out
jump
of
out
an
of an airplane.
People do that.
Yeah, that'd be good.
People do that. Well, in Formula One, they put one of these in the helmet of the jack cam guy.
Oh,
The Red Bull jack cam. So you can see the car coming right at it, and he had a microwave transmitter on his back.
Wow.
And they just broadcast it straight out.
That's awesome.
So that was kind of cool to see that too. So.
Very cool.
People keep finding uses for these and calling us up and going, guess what I'm doing? And there's a guy who's outfitted these with fiber, and he rents his system out and goes to various venues and puts them on goalposts and things like that.
Cool.
So that's Monarch? Anyhow, I forgot what his company was. Admiral.
Okay.
Admiral. All right.
Nice.
Thank you very much. So that's it. I don't know. I'll let you guys ask me more questions.
Yeah,
or are
well,
we out
I mean,
of time?
I think you covered it pretty well. So we'll let people go and explore a little bit on the website if they need more info,
Great.
or tweet us questions and things like that. So thanks for joining us, Greg. We appreciate
No,
you
thank
coming
you
by
for
and bringing all the
inviting us.
toys.
I appreciate it, and thanks.
Great taking
nice
a
to
look.
meet
Thank
you
you.
guys.
Nice to
and,
meet you too.
Appreciate it.
And you guys, stay tuned. We've got a lot more coverage coming up here from the show. We'll be right back. I updated in the spreadsheet. So, George, can you? What'd you have for breakfast today?
I had a yogurt parfait.
Nice.
I'm a little bit louder than I expected to be.
Yeah,
I have a large projected voice.
that's okay.
That's all right.
They've got a lot of speakers out here, so we all they'll adjust us up and down, but they want to make sure that we all get heard. Even if you didn't have a large voice, they'll make you sound large.
That's good. That sounds a lot better to me.
Large and in charge.
Very good.
Cool.
Scott, what did you have for breakfast, by the way?
I had a yogurt parfait as well.
Wow.
Yeah. George and I are on the same page.
Great minds think alike.
That's right.
what it is.
That's right.
Now, if I can get him to shave his head,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, I'll know he's in
As
the.
good as you do.
Good answer. Good answer. All right. I like this guy. All right.
All right. Dave's working on Yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
sounds
Mics
good.
are all good. Dave's working on getting us ready back there. Checking on the chat room here. No big questions from anybody. I guess that means we're covering all the pertinent information on these interviews.
Good.
Big questions yet, because I haven't started talking.
That's true.
I'm just
That's right.
They're gonna. Yeah.
talking big game, that's all.
Okay. All right, we're about to get going. We are streaming live right now, but what we're going to do is right now we're going to run a little jingle, and then we're going to introduce you so that we can kind of make a clean cut that we can upload as a separate video.
Sounds great.
So we're going to do that right now.
Welcome back to the 2015 NAB show. I'm Scott Ellis.
I'm John P. We got lots of exciting coverage continuing here today,
We
including...
do. And anybody who's watched us knows we love our camera gear.
We do.
And we have all kinds of it. And we're super excited now to have ICANN and George Tripsis with us today
Hey,
to
how
talk
are
about
you?
what they're showing off at NAB.
Today I'm going to be showing off a couple of things, but our company does offer a wide variety of products, but I'm just going to go through really quickly what this has to offer.
Okay.
Sweet.
All right, so this right here is the Fly X3 Plus. It is a 3-axis gimbal stabilizer for your smartphone and also for your GoPro.
I need that in my
Yeah,
hand.
I saw
Sure,
it.
well,
Okay, yeah.
let me show you how easy
Oh,
it is. to
he's
put it
ready
on.
to demo it.
Yeah, see, I came prepared.
That's right.
All right,
Sweet.
so you get this, put that there.
By the way, first of all, that's a good-looking device.
It is.
Looks like it's. What is it made of? Is that
It's just
aluminum? And,
no, it's not made out of aluminum. I would say it's
Yeah, unicorn dust. and-
yeah, unicorn dust,
Right.
exactly. Here you go, try it out. So
Wow.
it has 3-axis motors in it. There's one right here, here, and here. It's always in follow mode. Basically turns your camera
You're gonna like
gear
this.
into a mini Steadicam.
That is
basically
fantastic.
making anyone to shoot anything.
This is ridiculous.
That is definitely going to help my videography. That's fantastic.
It also fits the 6 Plus, but you have to add like a little counterweight on it to counteract the balance because it's a little bit heavier.
Yeah, it's incredibly smooth.
I
when you
can't
move it
believe
around.
that you put actual motors in this thing. That is super awesome.
So is this available right
It
now?
is available now. It retails for $349.
Okay.
It
And,
also fits the GoPro. The GoPro mount is an added accessory. It's $39 or $29.99 for the GoPro attachment, and it's very easy to
you
put
said
on.
$349?
$349.
Sorry, I was too busy
Yeah.
playing with it. So $349
Yeah, it's $349
and $29 for the GoPro mount.
for the GoPro mount. Yeah, and then we also have, if you have a smaller phone like the iPhone 5 or something similar to that size, we have a small phone clamp for that as well.
Okay.
Do you have
It's powered by its own
I see.
proprietary battery. It's like a gun clip, and I can show you how easy it is.
There's a little. Can you see? It's lit up. I guess that's telling me how much battery it's got.
Right, that's correct.
And if you squeeze these two, it pops
Yeah,
out.
just
And
pull
you,
it, you can
snap
pull out the
another
battery
one.
right now if you want.
about
wow.
how much battery life do you get?
With a 6 phone like that, you probably get about 3 hours. With a 6 Plus, you're probably looking at 2.5 because the motors are being used more. With a GoPro, you'll get a lot more
Okay.
time, and you'll probably get about maybe 4 hours, 3.5 to 4 hours.
This is cool. Watch this. I'm gonna pull out the battery, and the whole thing just kind of looks like it just kind of droops. It goes to sleep a little bit.
Yeah.
And then when we stick the battery back in, it just kind of wakes up and gets it back in.
Yeah, now
Wow.
all you have to do is just recalibrate it, tell it where its center is, and I can show you really quick, right there.
Oh,
There you
and
go.
that's it.
And there you're done.
I like how it just kind of smoothly follows. So you could go running around with your camera,
Of course.
with your phone.
You can move
This
that
is
thing around
ridiculously cool.
quite a bit, and it just keeps everything nice and stable. If
Wow.
you're shooting iPhone video, this is a no-brainer. But what
Yeah.
about Android, though? Are there
Yeah,
attachments for Android as
Androids
well?
will fit just as well, as long as it meets the requirements of the size.
Okay.
And currently we're working on one that will eventually be made for the Micro Four Thirds, but we're just not sure when that will be available yet.
I really want one of these. I'm going to run around shooting everything.
I know. I like how it's very intuitive. Like when I want to point it down, I point it down and it smoothly goes down.
Yeah, it's
And
always
you
in
point it up.
follow mode.
Yeah. So can it do other modes or something? You're
No,
saying it's always in
it's
follow
always
mode.
in all follow
That's
mode.
just-
So it's going to go by your gestures. So if you go right, it's going to smoothly go right. Go left, it's going to go left. If you try to go fast, it's going to do its best to keep up with you.
Yeah.
And how much are extra
Here,
batteries?
you
if
can play
want?
with it too.
Oh yeah.
Batteries go for $49.99.
Okay.
Okay.
And I always recommend buying an extra battery.
Yeah. How long did you say the battery lasts? I'm sorry. I know you said it, but
between 2 to 3 hours.
okay. That's probably longer than your device will be able to record for.
Yeah,
so
Exactly.
That is very cool. Okay, so what else we got? Because we could play with that all day long.
Yeah,
we
this is-
will.
it's a fun toy to play
Yeah.
with. If I had a stand, it would probably stand up a little bit better. All right, so this here is our camera cage that we started developing, and it's we have one for the GH4, the Blackmagic Pocket Cam, and this one right here is for the Sony a7S. It's a full cage, comes with a tripod plate on the bottom, and we developed this easy on, easy off kind of thing for your camera because it's really annoying to take your camera off and unscrew it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
so
as you can see there, it has plenty of mounting points, quarter 20s, and it also has a HDMI plug protector so no one can yank your cord out.
Very nice.
that is very nice. Yeah. To be able to plug in your cords and go through here, screw that in, keep the cords tight so that it doesn't yank out. That's very sweet.
It's very nice looking too.
Yeah.
It's very robust. It could probably take a beating and keep on going.
It's got a rubberized handle. It's super grippy.
Yeah.
That's very nice. I like that. Lots and lots of mounting points everywhere.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the problem with these smaller cameras. They're great that they're small and portable, but they're getting harder and harder to accessorize,
Right.
and that was the thinking behind this.
Now, you guys already have these rigs for the larger cameras,
Yes.
like 5D Mark IIIs and.
We don't have a DSLR cage, but
Okay.
we do have shoulder rigs. We do have other Tilta. We are a North American distributor for Tilta, and they deal with the higher end camera rigs that we also sell in North America.
Okay, gotcha.
Excellent.
And of course, we touched on it a little bit briefly, but you guys have a whole range of other products.
Right.
Lighting.
Yeah.
I really, we talked a little bit before we came on, but I really love the lighting stuff that you guys offer, and we've been having our eye on it for a while. One of the things that Ken, our engineer, and I have talked about is standardizing our lighting, and you guys are highly in the running because it's good value, good quality, lots of features and functionality.
Well, thank you.
so,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, yeah.
Our newest light that I couldn't bring with me because it's a little larger than for
Yeah,
me to carry.
portable, yeah.
Yeah, it's our new LED Fresnels. They're called the White Stars and the Red Stars. The White Stars are the 5600 daylight big LED Fresnels. They never get hot, and they come in 3 different sizes, and the largest one is about equivalent of a 2.5K.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So they put a lot of light.
Yes, they do.
Long throw and everything.
Yes.
Like we could replace these up here on this stage.
Yeah,
with
you
one of those
could.
bad boys.
They have different modes. You can spot it or flood it. They're DMXable or dimmable, like
Nice.
manual dimmable.
And you just came out with these?
They came out a few months ago, and they're available now.
What is the price point like on those? Because I know that originally to replace some of these older kind of technologies with the LEDs, it was really pretty cost prohibitive, you know. So
Our smaller one, which is the White Star 150, I believe. Don't quote me on
Yep,
that.
yep.
It's $999.
Wow.
The largest one, it goes for $1459, I think, or $1449.
that is not bad at all.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And then, like I said, we carry a wide variety of camera accessories and camera gear and pretty much everything you need to get your production going.
Cool.
The complete source, as someone would say.
And people can get the gear direct by going to.
They can go to icancorp.com, or they can go to any of our various dealers. They just need to find out what area they're in and which one of our dealers cater to them.
Sweet.
Excellent. And what was the name of this thing again? I don't want people to forget that.
This one is the Fly X3 Plus, and what's really cool about this, we are now having a short film contest that's going on. So if you go to our website at icancorp.com /icanfly, we're kind of daring people to show us their best mobile filmmaking short film. It has to be like 3 minutes or less, and they have to follow the criteria. And after you submit the film, you can get a rebate form, and after you purchase this, you can send in the rebate form, and essentially making this $199.
No
wow.
kidding.
Like everybody can?
Anybody.
Wait, you're telling me that I could go do that right now and then I could get the rebate and I could buy one of these for $199?
Yeah, eventually, once you send in
After
the
the rebate and all
yeah,
that stuff.
After the rebate, it makes it $199.
Wow, that's
I
awesome.
think I'll have my film done before the show is over.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's pretty fun to
I
play
love
with,
it. That's
and
a
I
great
love it.
device.
Well, thanks, George. We
Hey, man,
appreciate you
thank
coming
you.
to show us the toys.
Thanks
You
again.
guys,
Thank you
we
so much.
appreciate you staying tuned. We got a lot more coverage coming up, so stick around. We'll be right back.
Good stuff.
Very cool, man. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah,
That really is.
even at 350, it's
Yeah.
still worth it. But for $200, it's like a no-brainer. You know, I mean, very cool. You're all good.
Yeah, somebody will come unplug
They're
you here
gonna,
in a second.
in theory, get you unmiked, but
Totally fine. I'm in no hurry.
there's a little button right here. Oh, Ken's coming. He's gonna get you. Cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Thank you so much. If you guys get some free time, man, please come by the booth. We're
Definitely.
6537.
Okay.
Cool.
Sounds good.
Next to Canon. We have a huge banner. You can't
Nice.
Yep.
We'll come. I'll probably bring Ken with me. He's right behind you there.
Guys,
Sweet.
thank you again.
Thanks.
You have
Appreciate
your
it, George.
afternoon, all right?
Have
Yeah.
a good one.
Make sure,
see you around.
Make sure y'all come by.
Yeah,
do.
we will do it.
Will do.
So, Pablo, do we have our next guest, or are we?
They're not
Okay.
here.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what, guys. We're going to take a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back in like 5-10 minutes max. And Dave,
Don't go anywhere.
Dave Curley, in my magical God in my ear. Do we have anything to show them, or are we going to let them just? All right, cool. Stay tuned. We're
Sounds good.
gonna give you something to look at. Hey guys, welcome to our live continuing coverage here at NAB Show 2015. I'm John P.
I'm Scott Ellis.
And we have got a fantastic visitor for you guys. We've got Tommy from VTech Group here. Thanks for joining us today.
Having me.
So I'm excited. Some people may not be familiar with the parent company, but they're definitely going to be familiar with Manfrotto.
Yes.
So what you guys have so many brands under this one umbrella now. Who all is part of the big machine there at VTech?
Yeah, so Vitec is a UK-based company and compromises of other brands such as Manfrotto, recently acquired Teradek, and a bunch of other big players in the market.
Cool. Well, you guys, this is a good show for you because people like us consume all of your stuff. In fact, I have no idea how much Manfrotto gear we've got. I mean, it's ridiculous. Even our cameras are mounted on Manfrotto friction arms. We use the tripods, you name it, the heads, everything, lighting, the whole 9 yards. But you have a special new toy, it looks like. I walked by this rig a little bit ago and I wanted to stop and talk to you about it, but I was glad you were bringing it on set with us.
Mm-hmm.
So what have you got?
So what we have here is what's called our digital director. It's brand new. It's the first time that we're showing it here at NAB. It's the first Apple certified interface that allows you to control the inner workings of a Canon or Nikon DSLR camera. So as you can see here, we have the live view. You can monitor it. All your focuses are up here, and you can take pictures and view them.
So it's going to give you full manual control. You can do everything from the touchscreen interface?
Exactly. So as you can see here, you have all of your controls up here. So your ISO, your shutter speed, your exposure, everything like that. Your focus peaking is a cool feature. So if you have the view here. If you want to focus right on this person over here, anywhere you touch on the screen, it's going to automatically focus right on that person. And if you can't really tell exactly where it's focused, if you turn on the focus beacon, it will highlight that focus point in red for you to see. And if you still can't, let's try to get something that we can focus on. If you still can't 100% see it, you have a digital zoom over here that allow you to zoom right in and bring everything up. And if you want to go even larger, you just touch right here and it brings the full screen.
Wow.
So you can really control all the camera's manual functions through the app, it looks like, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
I like the focus, the touch to focus feature, because a lot of these Canon cameras, Nikon cameras, nowadays they might have 60, 70 focus points, and to access them you have to hit a button, and then you have to kind of like move a little joystick, and it's just a lot. And plus, it's a tiny little screen, so you get to use any size iPad with this, I guess.
Well, for right now, we have the iPad Air 1 and 2 that is capable
Okay.
with.
Okay.
But yeah, anywhere you touch, it automatically goes right to that focus point. We just zoom out, and it's going to focus automatically wherever you touch on the screen.
So I'm noticing that it's actually physically tethered to the camera.
Correct.
So as opposed to something else that might be wireless, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, what have you.
Exactly. So yeah, they specifically designed it to be tethered to the Nikon or Canon camera, specifically for reasons such as it's faster, you know it's secure, it's always going to be connected. And the cable length, you can get up to 30 feet. So if you want to have the camera up on one of these stands up here, you can control it up to 30 feet away and be able to see exactly what it is that the camera is seeing.
It just plugs in via the USB connector on the camera?
Correct. Yep. Right here on the side, a USB connector, and then it plugs in right into the back of the the actual digital director hardware.
So the digital director hardware is basically a case that you snap the iPad into, or what is it?
Exactly. It's this case right here.
You don't have to take it out if it's going to disrupt it, but
Yeah. So basically,
it snaps in like a normal hard case kind of thing, right?
Exactly, and right behind it, it has the hardware that actually communicates with the camera. So it's going to transfer the ISO language right into the, the iOS language right into the Canon or Nikon.
And so for now, it is only Canon and Nikon cameras. that are
Correct.
supported.
Also, I noticed that you've got it mounted on a little arm there. So is that's built into the case so that you can mount it on the stand or an arm or anything?
Yeah, this new friction arm, it's not actually built in, so you can connect it to a friction arm, a magic arm. You can have it in your
But
hand.
it has a screw connection
Correct,
point?
it has a
Okay,
3/8 adapter right in the back that you can
Okay,
screw
cool.
in.
You could even put like a little Manfrotto quick release adapter plate on it or something? And snap it into something else, or?
Yeah, you could. It's got a 3/8 adapter on the back, so anything that has that 3/8 screw you could put right on there.
Perfect.
How about battery life? It's got to have a battery in it.
Yep, so two things. You can either use 4 AA batteries, and that will give you about 10 hours worth of use of the digital director itself. Your iPad and camera might run out a little before that,
Yeah.
or you can plug it directly into an outlet, and that, when it's plugged in, since this has a lightning connector here, it will charge your iPad at the same time.
Nice.
Now, within the app, obviously we can now control the camera functions. Can we also do previews and other things like we can with the camera if we want to flip through the images we've been taking?
Exactly, so you can control the entire workflow, so setting up the shot, taking the shot, and then viewing the shot. So if we go back into this mode right here, there's a couple things. One, you can open up your whole camera roll, and you can scroll through any of the pictures. These were pictures we were taking in our office. We were just messing around with them, but they're not on this memory card anymore, so that's why it's saying unavailable. But
Can you actually capture them to the iPad, or do you capture them to the memory card and then pull them to the iPad?
So we could do autoplay right here. So when you take the picture, now it's going to automatically download the image right to the iPad, and it's going to pop up here. And then you'll have the ability to edit the picture, crop it, change contrast, stuff like that. And then you can share it either via FTP, email, or download it right into the camera roll, and that way you can upload it to Facebook.
Yeah.
No, that's fantastic.
Whatever.
And you've even got ratings and things, so I can
Yep.
choose the picture I like, and if I want to do more editing when I get back to my desk, I can
Correct.
get to the ones I've chosen very quickly.
Yep, if you put a 5-star here and then you go back into your camera roll over here, you have the ability to filter based on your star. I don't know what I rated that one, I guess. But
Fantastic.
That sure beats the built-in camera on the iPad.
Yes.
If you want to use something. So
That's an understatement.
will it work with, what kind of Canon cameras, for example, will it work with? Anything from a Rebel to a 1D, or is it more limited?
so it was designed with the current protocol that Canon has. So ideally, it works best with the 5D Mark III, the 70D, and also the Nikon D810. And the further back you go, it still works with the other cameras. It just works better with the newest editions.
Gotcha.
Right on.
Cool. Well, thanks for coming to show us that. That looks really cool. By the way, pricing and availability?
I will be available in the U.S. on June 1st, and the price will be $499.99.
All right.
Excellent.
All the standard distributors, I'm assuming.
Yes.
B&H, wherever, Amazon, everywhere else.
Correct. You can pre-order on B&H's website today, actually.
Cool.
I love it.
All right, well,
thanks
thanks for
coming on.
joining us.
Thanks for
we
having me.
appreciate it. You guys stick around. We've got a lot more continuing coverage here from NAB Show 2015. We'll be right back. That's awesome. Thanks
yeah,
for
that
coming.
is awesome.
One of the guys. Hey folks, welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2015 NAB show. I'm John P.
And I'm Scott Ellis.
We've got lots of excellent, exciting stuff, cool guests for you guys today, and not the least of which, we've actually got Dana here from Avid. Thanks for joining.
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Good to have you.
You guys are an institution.
That's right.
I mean, I don't even know where to begin, but so we'll let you kind of drive this conversation. Avid offers all kinds of tools for broadcasters in general from every level, right? But
I mean, when you think about Avid, any music you hear on the radio, any movie you see in the movie theater, television show, or news broadcast, our technology is used somewhere in there. So it's pretty exciting, and NAB is such a great show for us to really roll out all of our new innovations. And we have a bunch of new things that we're rolling out this year, and starts with Avid Everywhere, which is our vision for the industry really connecting content creators more powerfully and more efficiently with consumers and viewers. And last year we rolled out what we call the Media Central platform, which is really a technology platform that ties together all of the links in the post-production and production chain to make it easier for that creator to get that media out to the person who's consuming. And this year we're rolling out a lot of new innovations across the entire platform and product line. One of them that I think is really, really exciting that we just announced on Saturday is what we call Media Composer First. And so you probably all know Media Composer, right? Which is, you started the digital nonlinear editing category. It's a free version of Media Composer that you can download. So anybody, so any aspiring filmmaker, student starting out, or videographer can use the same tools that the top industry pros use. Just by downloading it, they'll get 3 cloud projects they can use. They get still 4 video tracks, 8 audio tracks. So it's the same tools, limited, but the same tools that the pros use. And then they can step up into the full version once they feel ready that they want the real feature set. So we're really excited for that because that'll bring Media Composer, really the industry standard for nonlinear editing, and make it accessible to anybody out there.
that is huge because, I think that your brand is a premium brand, and in the past, sometimes the price points were not really achievable
Not
for people.
accessible by everybody, right?
Yeah, people had to graduate into it.
Exactly.
So being able to get a version that they can just start with from the beginning and grow into.
And that's exactly it. And we also did this a few months ago. We announced Pro Tools first. So the Pro Tools is the industry-leading digital audio workstation. Same thing where you can download it for free, start working with it, and then sort of step up as your needs start to grow. So now we have it for audio and video, so we're really excited to be rolling that out.
So let's talk a little bit about that. Sorry, I know you want to.
No, that's okay.
But one of the things that's interesting about NAB Show 2015 is we now have New Media Expo and NAB Show together. So we actually have a lot of people who are interested in doing shows. The world is changing and everyone is potentially a content creator.
Yes.
Since you guys are making these tools available, let's just talk briefly about what kind of Avid tools could people use to get started producing shows? What all lines can we fill up there?
Sure. So when you think about Avid, our artist suite of tools, so we have audio editing, video editing, we have scoring and notation. We also have a whole series of hardware products for mixing, hardware control. And what's really interesting is we're taking it beyond that. We also have an artist community that we're rolling out. So if you download Pro Tools first and Media Composer first, you can start editing, doing audio and video for free. Then you can also connect with other artists in the artist community to collaborate with through the cloud. So we're opening up that sort of point-to-point or that team collaboration over the cloud through our artist community. We have a marketplace
So
where...
let me, before
Yeah.
you move on from that, like example, if I was a videographer but I needed an audio guy, maybe we meet up on
That's exactly it. So you go up into the artist community, and anybody who's downloading these products become part of the artist community. You have, it's almost like Facebook but for media, and you can take a look at their portfolio of work, whatever.
So it looks like we're going to talk a little bit about video and what Canon's got going on in 4K.
4K stuff.
Sounds good.
I do hear you, Dave. Yes, I got you. How's my audio? Your audio sounds good to me, Dave. How's John's audio?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1.
He says good. Yeah, excellent. He's updating your details. Let me make sure SAGUD, right?
SAGUD.
Awesome.
Say good. It's like
Awesome.
you were to say goodbye and leave the bye out.
Nice. We're just oh, Dave, did the jingle, the thing you were running is over, right? So we're live again? Okay, hey guys. We've got all kinds of folks coming up here, so stay tuned for a moment. We've got our friends from Canon with us next. Ooh, that's your little hint there, since you can't see them yet. We are keeping an eye on the chat room, so go to geeky.tv/live. If you got questions there, toss them in.
You can also give us a shout out on Twitter, Facebook,
Indeed.
Google+. Use the hashtag NAB show.
I've got to check the old tag board
See
and
what's
see if
yeah.
we.
So we can see what's showing
there's
up.
403 new things that were tagged with hashtag NAB show. So we've got this neat little service that we can. Oh, there you go. You can see it up
There's
there.
the tag board. That's what we're seeing. Yep.
And I'm going through and I'm just like approving these posts right now, and they show up there almost instantly after we approve them, which is kind of cool. Somebody got an autographed copy of the AMC Walking Dead series. That's a popular one. So John, we're going to run a quick intro, and then we're going to introduce you, and then we'll do a little thing.
Fantastic.
Cool.
Welcome back to the 2015 NAB show. I'm Scott Ellis.
I'm John P. And we've actually got a very special guest with us here from Canon. We've actually got John Saygood here. Thanks for joining us, John.
Absolutely, it's a pleasure.
Good to have you here.
Thanks.
We always enjoy having you guys on from Canon because, let's face it, we love all the manufacturers equally, but some we love a little more equally than others. and
Canon
let's
would
face
be
it,
one of those.
when we vote,
John, you're warming my heart. This is great.
when we vote with our wallet, we usually vote Canon. So
Gosh, that's music to my ears.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
great.
we
Wonderful.
we do.
Wonderful.
So one of the things that you're here to talk to us about is 4K video. And I'm excited to know more about what you guys have going on because we've all started to see more of the 4K screens
Sure.
pop up all over the place.
Sure.
Not nearly enough content, so I'm hoping you're going to make it a little easier on us to
Yeah,
start producing some of that.
I think maybe demystifying it a little bit is good for all of us. 4K obviously has been around for 7, 8 years now. And I think the adoption of it was something that we certainly saw almost immediately in the cinema world. But in terms of video, it's been a relatively slow and methodic pace. It's a chicken and egg situation where the displays drive the cameras and the cameras drive the displays. And I think that there are certain challenges for the industry when you look at a 50-inch monitor with a 4K display or a 2K display from 10 feet away. It's pretty tough to see the difference.
Yeah.
So there are challenges in making that step up.
And there's also transmission
Bandwidth,
challenges.
yes.
Yeah, bandwidth is a problem,
Absolutely.
right? So
the fact that that Google and others are introducing this, Vimeo is one, that are introducing 4K broadcast certainly is helping that transition move forward. Again, the challenge is you've got an increasing number of people that are viewing their content and media on 11-inch tablets.
Yeah.
So we, in order to really make this movement happen, we've got to maintain that theater experience in the home that's going to pay off. That's going to give us that super resolution. And it may be a function of not just raster size, it may be the brilliance or the dynamic range of the display that's going to create that real life look that we've just never seen before. And 4K is going to be a part of all that for certain.
yeah, we're seeing a lot of the newer cameras have not only the improved resolution, which is important,
Right.
but we're also seeing, you mentioned things like dynamic range improvements. So
right.
The human eye can certainly see a much broader range than traditional lenses have been able to capture, but we're making huge improvements in that area as well.
Absolutely. Without bragging too much, we're introducing.
It's okay to brag.
Please lay it on us. We want to hear it.
I literally, I've had to contain myself in the booth because I get a little overexcited about what we're having
this
here.
is where you let it loose, okay?
All right, well, stand back, everybody. I'm going for it. When we introduced our first volley into the world of cinema, it was three and a half years ago, November of 2011, that we introduced our first cinema camera. And as a first swing, it was an amazing experience for Canon. We became the most rented camera in the United States, the most rented camera in Europe, literally the darling of the documentary industry. The C300 was an extraordinary success.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I have the good fortune and great luck at being able to do is manage a team of technical support people around the country. We're the soldiers in the field, and Canon Inc. has been very, very keen on hearing what we have to say.
Yeah, getting the feedback.
We are
Closing the feedback loop.
We're talking to a company that has dominated their industry for so many years, and now they understand the importance of listening to what the customer is looking
Right.
for in a way that they never have before. Certainly they've always addressed it, but now they're seeking it with excitement. So we've been meeting with them over the last couple of years, and if I pulled my notes out from a meeting 2 years ago and went down the list of what we asked for, they checked
They've been
every
checking off.
box with the C300 Mark II. It is an absolutely milestone product for Canon and for the industry. We're looking at a camera that, if I have any criticism at all, it's that they called it a C300 Mark II.
You wanted a totally different
I
thing.
want a
rebranded.
different.
C400.
I don't want anybody to think that this camera has any mild evolution from the 300. It is a new camera from the ground up.
Well, in what ways? Tell us,
Yeah.
because
I mean,
there are
the-
people who are familiar with the old version.
The
but-
list is as long as my arm, and I'll try not to read like a brochure. We're looking at a camera with a claimed 15 stops of dynamic range.
Wow.
That's extraordinary. It's achieved by virtue of having the ability now to record in a color space of 10 bits in 4K or 12 or 10 in HD and 2K. Now I'm old school. I believe that color depth is the single most important capability in a camera, and I will choose bit depth over raster size any day. You give me a 2K or an HD 12-bit signal, and I can do anything with it. It's an extraordinary image. So here's a camera that I'll go public and say, I'll put it up against any cinema camera on the market today.
Wow.
Wow.
It's that kind of image quality. It's extraordinary.
So is the Mark II is this an NAB release? Is this already out available?
This is an NAB announcement,
All right.
and we
Okay.
will be delivering the camera in September.
How's the pricing on it?
Pricing on it is $1,000 less than we introduced the C300. Price will be $15,999.
People love it when you drop the price and give them more bang for the buck. at
And
the same
it
time.
is an amazing bang for the buck.
Now, same form factor. I mean, if we had accessories, if we had mounts, if we had things like that, would
When
would
I
they be-
traveled around the country seeking feedback, the most important place for me to do that is the rental houses. The rental houses are where the rubber meets the road. This is where the feedback comes from the end users. Nobody is handling those cameras more than those houses. So that's where I wanted to get my feedback. There was one common remark that without exception, every place I went said, "We love your product because it always works. It's the most reliable camera we rent." And that, to me, is saying a lot.
Yeah. Built like a tank.
Push them a little further, and they say, however, the handles, you've only got 1/4 20 thread holding that handle on, and anytime I want to hang anything on that camera, I'm crossing both fingers. And the second thing that they complained about was the fact that our cables, our Hiroshi cables, were hardwired to the handle and monitor assembly. If that cable in any way failed, you had to pull the whole thing off the camera. It's just an unacceptable situation, especially in a rental house situation. So both of those situations have been eliminated. We now have fully interchangeable cables. We now have a structure, magnesium alloy structure on the handle that is absolutely rock solid. So we've made some really, really big improvements. What that did, to answer your question, is it beefed up the camera. We have now, obviously by virtue of this 410 megabit bit rate, we've got some heat to deal with.
Yeah.
So we've got a couple fans in that camera.
More.
Add those fans, beef up the camera, and we've added 3 pounds to that C300 shape. But you'd be hard pressed to know when you pick it up because the balance is so amazingly good.
Nice.
Fantastic.
Okay, outside of the C300,
Yeah.
any other, I mean, you guys have a whole range of 4K capture devices.
We do. We do.
All over
And
the place.
That,
I mean,
that range is getting bigger
Yeah.
and bigger.
where can we start? If somebody wants to get in at the lowest price point available, they need a really budget-friendly one. Where do we start?
Well, John, it just so happens we introduced that camera yesterday at the
Nice.
show. It's called an XC10. It is a 4K UHD camera, a 3840. It is a camera that, when I told you the C300 Mark II was the camera that was literally Canon Inc.'s answer to all of our requests, the XC10, nobody ever asked for. These guys were working on something that we had no concept that they were working on. And it was a complete surprise when that little 2.5 pound camera came out in front of us and they said, what do you think of this? Imagine, if you will, this teeny little camera that has the ability to record 4K UHD, 8-bit 422, with a built-in 10 power lens covering a 1-inch sensor. You talk about a sweet size sensor. It's got the focusing friendliness of a 2/3 inch, but it has the depth of field control of a larger sensor. It's just this perfect little window of opportunity in building a super small, compact 4K camera.
And do we know when they're actually going to be available for people to get in their hands yet?
We do. It's going to be June.
Nice.
June for
And
both of them?
Price
No,
point?
September for the big one,
September for the big one. Okay.
June for the little one.
Price point?
So you can't do all of this stuff without moving a couple walls here and there. If you've got a little teeny camera that records at 305 megabits, a CF card or
It's
an
not
SD
gonna-
card ain't going to cut
No.
it. So Canon was put in the position of making that big decision. Do we go proprietary do we standardize? Thank goodness, wisdom prevailed and they standardized.
Nice.
We are using CFast as our SSD recording medium.
Okay.
Also adopted by ARRI and half a dozen others. This will be the evolution of the CF card for all intent and purpose. The technology is new, and we all remember buying our first a 1 gig CF card for $350.
Yeah, P2. I'm thinking P2.
Okay.
Which was a lot more.
I actually had a micro
lot.
drive.
Those were
Remember the
hard
micro
drive. I
drives?
had one of those.
I had a
$1,000.
micro drive,
Yeah.
$350.
That was
for
expensive.
And the first thing you did with it is throw it at a wall because they said you could do that. It would still
I
work.
did not do that.
Well, I was a dealer at the time.
Fair enough.
So this technology obviously is pricey in the beginning. So we felt that it was the right thing to do to package a 64 gig CFast
Good,
card
yeah.
and a reader
Oh, and a reader. Good.
in the box.
Okay, good.
We're
so you
selling.
get the camera, the card, and the reader, so you're ready out of the box to start.
We
rolling.
want you to be able to open a box and go make 4K
Good,
movies.
yeah.
The price for the whole bundle is $24.95.
Wow, that is not bad at all.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's really
Okay,
exciting.
I have one last question,
Of
and then
course.
we're out of time. But I got one question about that particular camera.
Absolutely.
It may not be that one because you guys like to do this where you have two variants with a slightly different model number.
Sure.
I'm at that price point. That camera does not have an SDI output, does it?
It does not.
Okay,
It does
but
not.
is there going to be a variant that does?
Well, we've
Or we don't know yet?
seen that twin relationship
Yeah.
in our small sensor cameras. I think again, and I've told people this for the last 2 days, and I'll try to wrap it up for you. But we've all been around long enough to remember the XL1 being introduced into the market, the 5D2 being introduced into the market. These were huge home run cameras for Canon, and they were cameras that Canon had no idea what the end user market was
Yeah.
going to be for them. I think the XC10 is another one of those products. I think it's going to be a camera that the industry is going to teach us
Yeah.
what it can do. And I think that the more feedback we get, and certainly at the show today, we've heard plenty from broadcasters, all we need to do is hear that
Yeah.
SDI
That one request
term
a few times. Yeah.
and don't think that's going to be something that we're going to be looking at really hard.
Yeah.
It's probably important for me to mention that this camera already has a 12 megapixel still capture capability, and it's done with a mechanical shutter.
Oh, wow.
So we certainly are addressing the hybridization issue, whether it's going to be a broadcast camera or a drone camera or a crash camera or a home movie camera.
We'll let the
we're
market
gonna,
decide,
We're going to
right?
let the market decide.
All right.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate
pleasure.
it.
Thanks, John.
You guys, thank you for sticking around for all of our interesting conversations here today at NAB Show 2015. We'll be right back after just a few minutes, so stick around. The new ones are over there, right? Oh, yeah. As soon as we get off, we get
Yeah.
a break, we have to get out of
Run
here a
over to the
little bit.
Canon booth.
Go over to the Canon booth. Well, thank you so much. One of the guys can come help you with that. Oh, Ken's going to help
Here he
you.
comes.
How are you? By the way, there was one little question, just kind of off the record. Somebody said, will we ever see Canon's mirrorless range in the U.S.? Hard to say, huh?
Hard to say, you never know.
Yep.
I know we certainly tried.
Yep.
We brought we brought one generation. It wasn't successful.
No, it didn't do that. We didn't compete that well.
It really wasn't good.
Yeah.
So I think Canon really wants to stick with that through the lens DSLR legacy design and still feels that they can build a better camera.
I'm perfectly happy with it personally. I shoot the 1DX, and I love that camera. And we shoot. Yeah, it is. You know, we shoot the 5D3s as well. So, anyway, thank you so much. We'll come by and visit the booth later
Definitely. Thanks again, John.
on. Huh? Oh, that camera, Canon. Yeah,
Yeah.
check it out at the Canon booth.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. No, he did not. But he could probably answer that for you.
How are you? I'm Scott. Jeff, nice to meet you.
All right, Jeff, we're looking forward to it. That is awesome. I will do it. Okay, oh wow. That's awesome. All of a sudden I'm getting static, Ken.
Yep. So am I. I'm hearing it too.
Oh, okay, we both are.
I'm in an earbud.
It stopped at the moment, so we're okay at this.
Might have been him
at the
plugging
moment.
him in.
Yeah, it could have been just them moving the microphones, I think. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Jeff, did you have any lunch?
Did I have lunch? No, but I do have prosciutto wrapped asparagus.
Ah, nice.
Sounds good.
I've recently acquired a professional chef.
Yeah, that's sweet. Can we send Ken back out to check the microphone? We're getting some
Static.
Your voice sounds good, but we've got some static coming out of the microphone all of a sudden. So we're gonna try and get that.
Everyone's or mine?
Just yours.
Just yours.
But we're gonna try and get that fixed. Yeah, it's probably the connector, so he might.
That's why you asked me about my lunch.
Yes, exactly.
Audio check.
Clever.
We usually go breakfast, but it's getting a little late in the day for that.
So iPads are a key part of your production workflow?
Yeah.
All synced and sync to what he's putting in over there?
Yeah, what's happening? In fact, we've got it on all kinds of things here, but he's using an iPad for the run sheet, and this is for those of you who are watching live too. What we're doing is we've got our run sheet which has all our notes, and Scott's using an iPad. I happen to be using a Samsung device. It doesn't matter because we're using Google Drive,
Google
Google
Docs.
Sheet
Yep.
to run that, and then I can pull it up on the computer over here as well. And then we've got an iPad over here running our chat room. So we're getting the chat room feed.
Checking 1, 2, 3.
That sounds better. Jeff, what's your last name?
Chow, C-H-O-W.
Chow? Okay.
Yes.
All right, we're going to get started. So we're going to do a little intro, and then we'll introduce you, and then we'll have our chat.
Welcome back to the 2015 NAB show. I'm Scott Ellis.
I'm John P.
And we're here today to look at something I know Dave Curley is super excited about.
Yeah, Dave has really got a thing for this.
He does, he does. And with us is Jeff Chow, who's going to show us Control Console.
That's correct.
And this is something that you've been building. Dave does most of this, so I'm gonna. He'd probably be the better person to ask some questions. But you're actually controlling, it looks like Lightroom right now from your iPad.
Yeah.
But this does some other things as well. Why don't you walk us through what we're looking at here?
It does. I mean, we actually started in Premiere. So I ran a Kickstarter campaign in 2012, raised money for this Premiere interface.
Now, is this something you do full time, or is this something you did as a project?
This was started as a project. I was a professional photographer. I shot for Backpacker for 8 years. And I kind of built this on the side, and I thought, this is something that could benefit people, right?
Yeah.
Learning software, using software, makes it super simple and intuitive to these really complex programs, right?
So is this something that you found a need for in your own workflow, and that's why you
And so you built it.
Yeah, exactly. It was a crazy thing. I had 3 weeks to shoot this first video project of my life for General Mills as my first client. And I had to shoot, edit, deliver, composite, and I'd never done any of it professionally.
Yeah.
And it was actually faster for me to create a iPad interface, so I only had to program it once. I didn't have to memorize anything else at that point, and just start using it, right? So that's when I started to go to film festivals, talked to a lot of editors, really talked about the idea, and then we ran a successful Kickstarter campaign to eventually build this interface. So it has a jog wheel, a shuttle, you can fast forward and rewind, and then we also have these gestures. You can do the same thing just by swiping anywhere. So I can mark in without even having to look at the screen. I can insert something into the timeline, you'll see it right there, and it's something super intuitive.
So how does it technically work? You download the app. First of all, how much is the app?
So the app is free, but then you buy in-app purchases for the interfaces you want. So if you use Premiere, you buy the Premiere ones. You use Final Cut, you buy the Final Cut ones. Lightroom's coming out.
So there's one app, but I could use the one app for different programs.
Exactly.
And how much are the like? I know that Final Cut or Premiere or something, what do people pay for that interface?
So we have 2 interfaces for each Final Cut and Premiere, for example. So this is the Premiere editor, the more complicated one. That's $30. We have the Premiere controller right here, simplified, just jog shuttle kind of thing. That's $5. So
Okay.
very accessible.
Yeah, very, very.
accessible.
Especially compared to the price of the applications they're actually.
Exactly.
But we won't talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got Premiere, Final Cut Pro,
Yeah.
and the
then
Final
this-
Cut controller. So you've got
Exactly.
2 versions of and then
Exactly.
Lightroom. Now, did you say Lightroom is already out, or is this one
No,
you're
this
working
is in
on?
beta right now,
Okay.
right? So there's a little bit of rough edges here and there, but Lightroom is the one I'm really excited about. Having been a photographer,
Yeah.
right? This blows the workflow away because right now to pick, unflag, and reject, it's P and X. They're the furthest keys you can get on the
Yeah.
keyboard, right?
Yeah.
And you have to hit the right arrow key.
Yeah.
And then the stars or number keys, it's just not intuitive. And so what I can do here is, so I had gesture mode on already. Let's click up here. You can see this image. I can just go through, I can
Swipe
flag,
right through 'em.
I can reject, I can just go through,
Oh,
I can
wow.
do 2-star ratings, 2 down.
Wow.
Right? And then I can go to loop view real quickly with this 3-finger swipe, back to grid mode. And I don't even have to be looking at this interface, right? I can be looking where I should be at the
You're even doing
footage.
that backwards.
I'm doing it backwards.
Trey Ratcliffe would lose
Yeah,
his mind.
I was just thinking of Trey as we were looking at this. He's
Yeah.
going to love this.
Yeah.
He's hardcore on Lightroom.
Yeah, and one of the things I learned, I don't use this workflow personally, but a lot of professionals use what's called comparative review. They look at 6 images at a time, so they say, oh, that's the one I want, so they can look at the set, right?
That's
So
how
what-
I do it.
Is that how you do it? Okay, so we have the survey mode button. It brings up 6 images in one button press, right? So you can go through in the same thing, you can go through and flag and do all that kind of thing. If you want to bring the next 6 images, it's one button press, and the next 6 images show up.
Wow.
Instead of having to do this,
Yeah.
multi-step process, you just go next, next. We're actually going to add a gesture in, so it's just 3-finger swipe left and right. Next 6 images, flag them, and all that kind of
Okay, when's that going to be available?
So this will hopefully be in next month. We're just
Okay.
finalizing this up and get it out the door.
And how much is that one going to sell for as well?
So we are planning on a $50 price point for this one. We went to WPPI, and people were willing to spend over $100 for this. We don't want to charge $100. We think it should be more accessible than that.
Yep.
But we think $50 is the right price point.
I think given how much it expedites workflow and what you can do with it, that's still save you a lot of time. It's very worthwhile.
Exactly. It's
Great
much more
price.
ergonomic. You don't have like the whole wrist and
Much
finger
more
thing.
intuitive,
Exactly.
for sure.
Yeah. And yeah, go ahead.
I know that people are going to ask this question, so I'm going to go ahead and proactively ask it. But any chance that there might be Android-based versions of this?
That is a very common question. The mission is to empower creatives and revolutionize the way we use computers, right? Because the software we use today has so little to do with typing oftentimes. We want to create interfaces for the world software. To do that, we can't just be on iOS, right? We have to be on every platform. So I want to be on Windows, I want to be on Android. We've built the infrastructure to allow us to move to those, just not yet.
Gotcha. Fair enough.
Yeah.
And don't forget about Palm Pilot.
I had a Palm Pilot.
Do you really?
I loved it.
Old
The
school.
writing recognition,
Yeah.
I was like, this is amazing.
I had a Newton. Do you remember that one?
I did not have
You're
a
gonna put it on a Newton.
Wow. Okay, guys, we're going to keep reminiscing, but you guys stay tuned. We got a lot more coverage coming from NAB Show 2015 here, so stick around. Be right back.
On back there once they get you unplugged.
Yeah, Dave wants to play with you back there.
Yeah, I'm sure. That's great though. Good work. That's really
Cool. Thanks for bringing that on.
good software.
Appreciate it. They'll help you out there. Terry A is asking, didn't Curly do a review of this? I believe he did.
He probably did.
He said he did, and it was magnificent. We'll just go with that. We'll say, yes, he did. Let's see. What time do we have? 12:30? The day is flying by.
It is going by fast, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just trucking.
Hey, Rob, how are you?
Doing well. How about you guys?
Excellent. I'm John. That's Scott.
Rob, nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
How are you?
We're gonna
John, nice meeting you.
we're gonna chat here a little bit with the folks are watching us live, just goof off. But then before we get started, we'll do a little jingle and an intro. We'll make it an individual standalone segment. So we'll kind of introduce you, and then we can look at the toys.
Turn it that way. There you go.
Yeah. Will Carter be able to get the screen because it's at an angle? Hopefully. Sweet.
Okay.
It's going to be blank video.
That's okay. Okay.
What did you have for breakfast this morning?
Or did you get lunch yet?
I haven't got lunch yet. Breakfast, I had some oatmeal. Why? Do you see something on my face?
No, we're gonna pull your
gonna have to
mic down
adjust your mic just a little bit.
Oh. You're just trying to get some audio out of me, right?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Oh,
it.
okay.
The sneaky way.
Yeah.
Yep, I am. Is that better, Dave?
Testing 1, 2.
Okay.
Awesome. Hubert's asking, is that a sound mixer?
Yeah,
Well,
it's a sound mixer and a video mixer.
You're going to have to wait and find out.
Such a tease.
I know. I'm so bad.
It's all right.
All right, we're about to run the intro, and then we're going to introduce you, and then we're going to play with the toys. Hey guys, welcome back to our continuing coverage at the 2015 NAB show. I'm John P.
And I'm Scott Ellis, and our next guest is from a company that I've always known
Near and dear to your heart,
They
I
are near
think.
and dear to my heart because as a musician, I've always known them for their musical gear
That's right.
and equipment. But today we're going to look at some video stuff. they got
Expanding the
going on.
vision with Rob. Thanks, Rob, to come join us from Roland.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it.
Good to have you here. Good
So
to have you here.
You've got a cool looking little box over there with lots of sliders and buttons. Usually I'm not allowed to even touch these things. They
Still
just
not.
keep me far away from it. Okay, but one thing that I see from way over here, it says multi-format AV mixer.
That's right.
The V in there throws me off a little bit because that makes me assume that that stands for video. So what do we got?
Well, you're exactly right. It is a multi-format audio and video mixer, switcher. The cool thing about it is, you know, the history of Roland, we've been an audio company for a long time, but we've actually been making video products for at least 15 years now.
Wow.
And our first video mixer we released in 1998, and we've gone to like more live production switchers for that. But it actually is an integrated audio mixer and video mixer. And the cool thing about this is it actually combines the audio and video together, and it outputs it through a USB port on the back for streaming or recording. So it's actually USB 3.0. You can stream out all the way up to 1080p.
Okay, hang on a minute.
Here we go.
Okay, so let me just ask you a hypothetical question. If we wanted to do a live stream like this one,
Yeah.
and let's say we had 4 cameras and 4 microphones, you're telling me we're going to shove them all into that box, and it's going to output it through USB 3 into a computer that we then set. Does it show up on that computer as like a camera essentially?
does. It
and then
shows-
we take that and we feed it right to YouTube.
Exactly.
For example.
It basically, we use what we call a USB audio and video class driver, compliant driver. So there's actually no drivers to install on your Mac or PC. You literally plug it in and it shows up as a webcam, both the audio and video. So you can go into Ustream or you can go into Flash Media Live Encoder, and then send it to your content delivery network. So it is a great way to quickly and easily produce a live event just like this, where you had 4 cameras, 4 microphones, that combines it all together and spits it out through the USB 3 port.
I don't even have the patience to ask. I want to know how much it costs.
Well,
we're going to get to the features.
couldn't
but just
even wait.
hit me with the bottom line. How bad
he
is this
wants
going to
one
hurt
right
me
now.
right now? How bad is that going to hurt?
well, it streets out for right around $7,500.
That is not bad at
not
all.
bad at all.
So it's actually a 12 input video mixer and 12 input audio mixer as well. So even though it's 4 channels, I actually can, if I go to my inputs assignment here, input number 1, I can select from SDI, HDMI, composite.
You've got SDI. Wow, composite. Does
Yeah,
anybody
so you
even
can
have that anymore?
Yeah, well, interesting because it is multi-format. It's got scaling on every single one of the channels. So I can take a standard definition signal from my legacy video studio, and I can scale it all the way up to a 1080p signal.
Wow.
Now, can I pull all those in at once and switch between them on the fly,
yeah,
even within
exactly.
the channels?
So here's the back of the unit. You can have 12 devices plugged in all at the same time. So I've got my 4 SDI inputs, 4 HDMI inputs, 2 composite, and I've got 2 RGB and components. So I even have the legacy HD cameras that still have the RGB out, like the 3-wire. I can plug that right into there, and I can scale it all up into one resolution.
Wow.
And then for audio, it looks like we've got
I see
XLR and quarter
4
inch.
Yep.
XLRs.
Yep, 4 XLRs.
Or XLR or quarter.
Correct. And then you have TRS and RCA. Plus, obviously you could also have audio embedded from the SDI signal or the HDMI signal. And you can go into the menu and select if you're going to be mixing audio from SDI or HDMI from the video.
And everything's out USB
Everything's
3
out
or USB 2.
3 or USB 2.0.
Wow.
USB 2.0, you're going to be sending out a 480 signal typically.
Right.
We recommend not trying to send out 720. It will send out 720 as well. The USB stream and recording is selectable on your format output.
But I also see that you've got HDMI output, so I'm assuming that's going to push out the full video and audio feed that you're mixing, right?
Absolutely.
So you could take that and you could go from there into, let's say, like a little Teradek box.
Exactly, and stream from there without even having a computer.
The only thing you wouldn't have then is you wouldn't have things like lower thirds and stuff like that, I guess.
Well, you can build in your lower thirds. Let's say, for example, you could use one of the inputs from, like, say, input 4, and you can have that coming from your computer running like a Keynote or PowerPoint on a black background, and you can create all your lower thirds and to be, send those in.
Wait,
because
you
it's
can
got
have
Keynote.
multiple videos like overlaid essentially?
Yeah, there's 4 layers of composition. So I can do picture-in-picture, I can do 2 picture-in-pictures, I can also do a key fill, and I also have a still image as well. So for example, we can do a logo on Roland or whatever and import that through the USB port, and it has a still store in there, and then I can use that as my bug and do my lower thirds and a picture-in-picture all at the same time and switch the background.
Wow.
So you have 4 layers of composition that allows you to do like a full production like we're doing here.
And are we pushing out 1080?
Yeah.
4K?
Yeah, not 4K.
Not 4K yet?
But we can push all the way up to 1080 output. If I go to my menu, I actually have an output resolution selection here. So
I like that it's touchscreen.
yeah, it's touchscreen.
Very easy.
On the video output, I can also, I've also got scaling capabilities. So say, for example, I am doing a live presentation, I actually have screens around me. I can actually push this out. This has 1 frame of latency. So I can do a live production here and not actually have lip sync issues where you actually see my lips and then my lips move back over there. You hear the audio. And also stream at the same time.
That's
So-
amazing. There's a couple of jacks here on the front. I'm
Yep.
assuming headphone monitoring.
Yep,
and
there's a 1/4 inch headphone jack and also 1/8 inch headphone jack.
so either one.
Yeah, either one. I think it's great for live events like this. I do a lot of sports broadcasting with it. It's a great portable little device. I bring my laptop, this couple of cameras, couple of headphone microphones.
You
It's
throw it in
great.
like a Pelican case or what?
Yeah, throw it in. There's actually there's a company out there that makes a specific case for that. It's got like a foam insert.
Yeah.
And you just pop it right in
My,
there. And
my case builder, we had them on the show yesterday. They would actually cut a custom,
Yeah.
a custom case
foam,
for it. Yeah,
out
foam
for it.
thing, yeah.
This also has rack your options. So if I wanted to, I could put it in a rack system and like a mobile cart, that type
Yeah.
of thing, and cart it around.
Very good.
Which we see a lot of corporate AV professionals out there adopting this for doing corporate AV meetings, trainings, that kind of thing, where they're actually moving it around campuses. companies like Amazon and Bayer and those type of companies are adopting this product because it's really easy to use. The nice thing about it is you can integrate it with anything like Skype. You can integrate it with GoToMeeting, so you can do your trainings and events all with this little box.
Okay, so we already know how much it's going to cost. Now where do we go get it?
And
we have a whole list of authorized resellers across the U.S. We have a couple of tiers of authorized resellers. One of them is we call our Premier Video Resellers. And all of those Premier Video Resellers actually have one of these boxes in their showroom. So you can go test it out, test drive it, see how it works. They'll come to your facility and you can plug it in and see how it works. But we have a number of other online resellers as well and box stores that sell this product. So virtually anywhere.
Awesome.
Virtually anywhere.
Excellent.
All right, well, thanks for coming to show us. It's the VR
50 HD.
50 HD.
From
So you guys
Roland.
keep an eye on it, look for it, and keep an eye on us because we'll be back with more right after this short break.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate
That
the
is-
opportunity.
And the live stream, which are nice. They're nice boxes, but totally different form factor too. I like that this one looks kind of like a little console that. It's like a little.
Yeah, I
mixer.
love having the
It's-
switcher and the audio mixer built in. It's all
Frankly,
nice and
those
compact.
other ones, a lot of them, because they have all the controls digitally, you have to get into the interface or a laptop or something to do anything.
Yeah.
And I like having this doesn't scare me as much. I don't know why, but relying on the digital interface and the mouse and stuff, it's just doesn't, it scares me a little more. Huh? Okay. Are the guys already here?
Yeah, it's very good. Thanks again.
Thank
bet.
you. We'll see you later.
We're going to stand for this next one, so we got 5 guests. 5 total.
Ryan, Andrew, and Seth. Okay, guys, this next one's going to be fun. Super fun. Not that the
Ryan
others
Scott
weren't
Ellis.
fun.
Nice to meet you.
Ryan, how are you doing? It's good to see you. I can't believe we have to come all the way to Vegas to hang out.
Exactly what I was saying before. It's like we live 20 minutes.
I know, exactly. Slightly ridiculous. Oh, can one of you guys turn on the handheld, turn on the power on it?
No, Your Honor. I bought all of the
Oh,
furniture.
Seth, can you give a test on that thing?
Check 1, check 2.
Yeah, that's working.
Seth,
Hey, what's up? Aunt Seth Worley here.
That is loud. It's yeah, we're hearing him, but it's really loud.
It's probably me, not this. Sorry.
And we're getting some static pop on somebody.
Check 1.
Yeah. Ryan sounds good.
Check 1. Just to remind people.
Mic check, mic check.
Looks like
son.
I am Ryan Booth. Hello, I'm Ryan Booth.
No, Andrew. Andrew sounds good. Ryan, say something.
Which one?
That one, the real one.
The real one.
Will the real Ryan Conley please stand
Yes.
up?
Hello. Check. Booth.
Yeah, yours has a problem. Actually, Ryan's.
You're a real problem, Ryan.
I think we need to switch his headphone.
There's one more back there.
Yeah, Pablo.
Give me a mic.
He's
Yo,
okay,
mic
but
me.
as soon as he moves, it's gonna. it's going to pop again, I think.
It was stuffed
Do
in
like
my
a little
pocket.
jig there, Ryan. Yeah, that's it. That's
and
all it
that's
takes.
gonna happen. I'm not.
Yeah. Oh, I know it is.
I will dance.
Yeah. The hips don't lie. Yeah, he's gonna switch. He's gonna switch your headphone out. Andrew, test. Right. Can you
Oh, test.
test? There you go.
Test 1, 2.
What'd you have for breakfast?
I had bacon and eggs. Like a real man.
Nice. Nice.
Test 1, 2, check mic.
Like a real man. I had a muffin. Yeah.
So,
I had them on a croissant,
and
so I'm
Seth-
confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Ryan.
We originally had Andrew for this, but this is my DP for my short, Ryan Booth.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so it is Ryan.
It really is.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're not messing with you.
They don't. Okay. Yeah, I thought
We have
everybody.
Ryan,
And
Seth, and Ryan.
Kramer
Just
here.
Kind of Larry, Daryl, and Daryl sort
yeah.
of thing.
Why didn't we just? Why didn't you bring an extra Ryan?
Yeah.
I can be
To
Ryan.
confuse you.
I can be Ryan for you.
You call him Booth. I mean, that's
Okay.
fine.
So it isn't. Andrew,
I'm making
it's Ryan.
decisions for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Ryan.
He wants to be known as Booth.
Ryan,
from
can
now
call
what's
on.
your
him
last
Emmanuel.
name?
Booth.
Booth.
Yep.
Like John Wilkes Booth.
That's right.
Just like that.
Just like that.
Exactly.
Like your father?
exactly like that.
Yes. Direct relationship.
B-O-O-T-H-E.
From murdering the president.
Geek beat.
Right, they just went live. Right?
Seth, you have been directed to put the mic on the stand. You are no longer empowered to carry it.
Well,
That's
I'm a loud
probably
guy,
a wiser
so
choice.
I'll probably pick it up.
You don't even need a mic.
I'm less prone to start rapping impulsively.
Yo, turn me up in my
You
headphones.
dance, I rap.
This is going to be fun.
I'm your.
After Effects tutorials.
We're your hype men.
Just After Effects tutorials.
Just stand slightly behind you.
Every time there's a lull, you just say mask it.
All right.
Roto
Kirby, are we
brush.
ready?
Nope.
He's afraid so.
Yes, indeed.
We're going to
Here we
run
go.
a jingle. You guys shut your mouths for a minute. I'll try. Hey folks, welcome back to our continuing coverage of NAB Show 2015 here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm John P.
I'm Scott Ellis. I'm already having a hard time with a straight face on this one.
The wheels are going to be off the bus here very, very soon, I'm pretty sure, because we've actually got the entire crew here from Film Riot, and we will probably be causing a riot shortly. We've got Ryan, Seth, and Ryan. We've got a Seth sandwich here between the Ryans.
It's a Saturday night.
Delicious.
When is it not?
And you guys are, what's going on with you? What is going on? What is the latest with, first of all, what is Film Riot?
Film Riot is a weekly how-to show. It's more, we look at it like it's something that's just been cataloging, our career from the beginning till now, so people could watch, us starting very, very green, very inexperienced, and just growing our career slowly but surely over time, and then just doing tutorials, creating a community. Like, that's how we look at it. Not so much as just doing tutorials for fans, but we call it, the Film Riot Army, because it's like a filmmaking club. Our audience critiques us as much as, we critique work that they send in. It's this nice relationship.
And I will add on to that a little bit. I'll add on two things. One, to be very clear, you guys do teach people about all sorts of tips and tricks and ways to do things on a budget and then ways to scale things up, and it's very informative. And I learn from you as well. And number two, you're also insane. So
this is
it's
true.
kind of entertaining to watch what you do, because it's kind of a crazy ride to be on sometimes.
Thanks, man. Yeah, we just try to keep it really honest. Like when we do things wrong or we give wrong information, we're very quick to be like, yeah, well, that was dumb and we learned better. But that's just the idea behind it, is following us, learning, and hopefully learning along with us, just along this journey of filmmaking.
I think one thing that you guys do really well, and we try to do a little bit of with Geek Beat Show as well, is that you kind of sneak in the education,
Right.
and you wrap it in entertainment. And
We just
I think
hate
that's kind of
educating.
important, you know.
Yeah, no, totally. Like it's, sometimes it can be a hard pill to swallow. So it's, filmmaking is really fun, and we don't want it to turn into just, and now you push this button. We want it to, sort of translate how much fun we have making the thing into what we do, and just putting our personality out there. Again, making it that filmmaking club, making this inclusive, hey, here's who we are, sort of a thing. And I love how Seth does his films too, for Red Giant Films, how they put out their BTS, because I always feel like I'm on his set. So I steal from how he does things.
We have
basically.
a similar approach in that we just try to make it more about, here's what accidentally happened for us. Here's
Totally.
how you can make it accidentally happen for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I love the idea of being really, really honest and not being like, hey, we planned this the whole time. It's like, no, I was on set, here's my plan, turned out terrible, and instead this magical thing happened, and we didn't do it on purpose, but it's great.
Speaking of things that are turning out terrible, you do have to pick up the mic now.
We're having a hard time hearing
Yes.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Hello there.
Yo, give him a
Now
beat.
the
Give him a
wheels are
beat.
going to come off. Yeah.
Okay.
I start interviewing.
So what are you guys all doing in Vegas, and what have you been up to lately? What is going on? Give us the scoop.
Ryan, Booth, let's start with you, buddy.
Yeah, so Ryan and I actually DP'd Ryan's short for the Epic Summer that they're doing with Film Riot, and that was the first time that we'd actually gotten to really work together. And so it's been really cool to kind of step into the Film Riot world and be with these guys as they've kind of been making some really awesome stuff.
Talk
So-
about the project. People are not familiar. What is it? What have you guys been doing with it?
It's called Film Riot's Epic Summer. It's something that I've been wanting to put together for a long time. It's a 3-month event with starting out with my short film, which is out now on our YouTube channel, and then a full month of how we made it, which Ryan DP'd. Ryan has an awesome show that he does called Serial Box TV, which is amazing, and his images are glorious. So I've been trying to work with him for a really long time, and it finally worked out with this, which is great.
How'd you talk him into it?
Had
he not seen the show?
A gun was involved.
Okay,
Yes.
But that's all I'm going to say about that for legal reasons.
Right.
But it was great to have Ryan on board because I'm not a DP. I've done it for my past films because I have to, not because it's what I should be doing. So to be able to bring Ryan on, I mean, it's pretty obvious. Like, it's the best looking thing by far that we have ever done.
It really is.
And it's great. Thanks, Seth. Seth Worley. But he's able to, impart his, DP wisdom to our audience too. So it's not just me being like, this is where I put the camera. It's him giving really great, insightful
Is director
ideas
voice
on how he
weird?
does
You
it.
just get on set
Yeah,
and
that's
you
what I
just
do. I'm
start
like,
talking
ready, Ryan Booth, this is what I want. I'll push in. That's pretty much how I do it. I feel it's nurturing.
Okay, for everybody that's tuning in but maybe isn't as familiar with the process and the filmmaking, the things you guys teach, what is DPing?
Yes. So the DP is basically the right-hand man to the director. So the director will have a story he wants to tell, and it's the DP's job to use images to help bring that to life. So
that
I'm
stands
basically in
for
charge of, it's director of
photography.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
And it's like the tightest relationship on set for me, you know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like, collaborating with him, and that was one thing that I found that was amazing, was just being able to have somebody to back me up on, maybe not want to do that, or hey, how about this? And we ran really behind. Like, you can watch our BTS episodes that are up now, ran really behind, and Ryan had the great idea of taking these 5 setups and turning them into this one fluid shot that I could cut together later. So it looked like we had these multiple setups where he just pulled it off in one, long move.
Experience counts.
Exactly.
And that's why Seth's here.
Exactly.
To create an experience, right?
Yes, which Seth.
Welcome to
Seth's
Vegas.
Seth months come up in May, and it's the same thing. Seth releases a short, and it's a full month of what he did, and then finally in June, it's Andrew, and a full month of what.
Except if you
he's
watch
gonna do.
Ryan's everything went wrong, and it makes for the most
Because
entertaining and
Ryan's
best
terrible.
behind the scenes ever. And then my short, because of some fluke thing, went really well. And Ryan was telling me the whole
Just because he
time,
wanted to make me look bad.
he's like, you're going to make me look bad, and it's just going to be the most boring behind the scenes ever. It's not actually, it's going to be great. But yeah, the contrast is going to be great.
Just blow something up then. I mean, if it's going bad, just blow
I
something up.
tried. They kept catching me. So I couldn't.
Starting fires on set.
They just put them out.
I know. We're like
what are you gonna
kindred
do?
spirits,
Yeah,
always
exactly.
lighting things on fire.
But I love that about it too, like the fact that his went so smoothly. It's just a great contrast between us having nothing but difficulty and then his, going really smooth. So it also shows that, hey, it's not always, everything hitting the fan at once.
Life is
Sometimes
worth
things-
living.
Life, don't go off the ledge, buddy.
Don't do it.
Live.
What do you think is the best content? Is it actually the finished product that you made, that you had this vision to set out and create, or is it all the junk that was behind the scenes of what a wreck it was to make that thing.
Well,
What's better?
I think in the perfect world, it's both.
Yeah.
I think it's like just having dinner and dessert. That's not a good analogy at all.
It's like having two dinners.
It's like having two dinners.
At the same
Two really
time.
good dinners are better than one dinner that's good.
Yeah, I agree. They're
yeah, I
both
think
different things. Yeah, they're both two totally different things. And I mean, I would think for us, the end result of what we're doing is what we're most passionate about. But it's really cool to be able to share how we did it at the same time, and to open that door up to other aspiring filmmakers or people who are on our level or young
for each of
guys.
us, I think we got into it because of either one movie and I'd say
Yeah,
like
totally.
one pivotal behind the scenes. Like for me, it was Jurassic Park, but then weirdly, it was the making of Roger Rabbit. Those two things. Without those two things, I wouldn't be a filmmaker.
Yeah, totally. It was Jurassic Park for me, and it wasn't like one movie behind the scenes. It was the show
Movie Magic.
Movie Magic.
Discovery
yeah.
Channel. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that was my jam.
are the shorts already out that you guys made, or are those going to be coming out as your?
So the first one
training
is
and
out. The
segments
first one came out beginning of April, and we've already started the BTS on that. I think we have like 4 episodes of behind the scenes out now.
Okay.
Seth's come out in the beginning of May, and then a whole month of how he did it, and then in the beginning of June is Andrew's, and a whole month of how he did it. So it's great. You're seeing back to back, how these different, because we each have a similar style, but a totally different way of going about getting that end result. So it's really interesting to see that no, there's not just one way to do it. It's about you and your preference and how you work with people.
Gotcha.
Very good.
Okay, we're at NAB show here in Vegas, and I know you guys have been out there looking at stuff and toys. What do you got your eyes on? Anything you've seen that was totally awesome or lust-worthy, or what do you want
You
the
stole
most?
something.
Yeah, exactly.
Did
Stole
you?
a few things, plotting some things. No, I love coming to see a lot of the lighting elements, lighting fixtures that you don't get to see that often. So I've been poking around the Airy booth. They've got a new LED light called the Sky Panel, I believe. That's really awesome. And then, I think there's a lot of great LED technology. I think from a lighting standpoint, that's really interesting right now. So I'm kind of gravitating towards more the lighting end of things, but amazing stuff for sure.
Seth?
I have this weird personal obsession with the digital Bolex. It's just this. It's like it's not. I honestly don't know if I'd use it in my productions as much as I just want to film like my kids' soccer games with it. I'm not sure they want me to say that, but it's just the aesthetic of it and it's been here for a couple years, but I still like just come here and just stare at that thing.
Nice. Dave just said something in my ear, but he had a question, but I couldn't hear it. Does it shoot Super 16?
Does it shoot Super 16?
Yes.
No. Well, I'm not qualified at all to explain
Any of that.
what it does.
It's
But
just a
go
yes.
check it out. It's very,
Yes.
very cool.
You
Go
can
find
film
it on the
birthday
floor.
parties with
I'm
it.
sure it does.
I'm sure it does.
Ryan.
A little bit of everything. I mean, cameras I'm always interested in, obviously. Red's doing interesting stuff. I'm really excited about the C300 Mark II.
Yeah, we just heard about it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Sounds awesome.
But more often than not, I just stare at stuff and drool a little bit and then ask people like Ryan Booth what we should get.
Yeah.
So
And what did you guys shoot your shorts with?
we shot on the C100 Mark II.
Okay.
I shot mine on the Epic.
Yeah,
And then,
Red Epic.
I don't know what Andrew's shooting on.
I think Andrew's shooting on an Epic as well. Yeah.
Nice. What's next?
Right now we're focusing on this, and then we're jumping right back into a bigger Film Riot sketch. We're going to start doing more of those where, I don't know what we're going to call them yet, because it's something between a sketch and a short film. It's not a short film, it's not a sketch, it's something much bigger.
I
So
want to
we're
be
jumping
in
right
one.
into
Can
that.
I come be in one?
Yes,
You're in one
20
right
minutes
now.
away from each other. This is a sketch. Josh is rolling on it right now.
We need to come shoot something at the Geek House.
Yeah, we
Bring 'em over.
we got the huge psych wall. We got all this crazy stuff.
only like
Come
30
do it,
minutes away.
And we have all kinds of things we can light on fire. We got
And I'm sold. Yes, you had me at fire.
right. So yeah, we should. do that.
What about you?
What's next for me? Red Giant, we have several awesome new shorts in development, as well as some really cool. We're going to start adding more regular content to our YouTube channel with things called Film Team Experiments that me and several members of our film team are going to start doing our tests that we mess around with, the kind of screen tests. We're going to start actually putting them online and doing walkthroughs and tutorials with them more regularly, which is going to be really cool. Ryan, what about you?
I got a bunch of stuff cooking right now. I shot a pilot for a music TV show that we're shopping around right now, and then I'm a commercial DP, so I'm jumping onto a commercial next week, and then got directing a bunch of music videos in May. So
Nice.
bouncing
Awesome.
around, yeah.
Translation, Ryan's cooler than me.
Nice.
Not at all.
Epic
Not
pimp
true.
time.
There you go.
Let's throw out all the YouTube channels and Twitters and
Oh,
all
yeah.
that good stuff.
Ours is just youtube.com/filmriot or filmriot.com, and I'm Ryan_Conley on Twitter.
Redgiant.com/films, and you can also go to SethWorley.com.
Cool. And I'm just RyanBooth.net. So.
Sweet. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thanks for coming on.
It's the funnest ever.
The funnest
Such
ever.
much fun.
Yeah. You guys stick around. We won't be having this much fun, but we do have more fun coming up. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to continue the episodes here at NAB Show 2015. Be right back. Exactly. Did you like that? You know, hey, it's truth in advertising. Okay, I don't lie to them. I'm not gonna lie.
Thanks for coming on. That was fun.
That was awesome.
Appreciate it.
That was awesome.
Nice
Good to
meeting you,
see
Seth.
Nice meeting you, man.
I'm sure that's the most fun we're going to
Ryan, nice meeting you as well. Where are you based
Ryan.
out of?
Appreciate it.
You're in Houston? Okay. And Seth, what about? Nashville? Okay.
Nashville.
We got 2 out of 3 in
Sweetness.
Texas. We'll take that.
That's right. We'll take it.
Yeah, definitely come by sometime.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. We'll see you later on.
Jake's not here yet, so Rhino's here, so we'll go ahead now.
Awesome.
And then after that, do the money booth.
Oh, money booth after that? Okay. So we just have Kyle, and then we take a break and switch out? Is that what we're doing? Okay, cool. Yay! I'm so glad to have you. Know Kyle? You guys know each other? Oh, you got to know each other. Yeah, you have to see his cool stuff here. I'll make intros for you guys later on if you don't know Ryan.
We're connected.
You do? Okay.
He and I personally haven't quite met up yet. So.
Oh, okay, cool.
Plug me right in.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
Kyle,
yeah.
I'm Scott.
Scott.
Nice to meet you.
I am glad you were able to come over.
I know.
I wasn't I wasn't sure if you were here. I thought surely you'd be here.
We're not exhibiting, but
Yeah,
we're just walking the show.
but I figured you'd be here.
This thing on,
Yeah, when I saw the Kickstarter project come through, I was like, oh God, we got to get him on.
Have you played with it yet?
I've not played with it. I haven't done anything with it yet, but I still have.
Well, of course you haven't played with it.
Yeah.
You don't have one yet.
No, I don't.
That's
But
a
I do
terrible
have
question.
my.
You have an original one.
My original, just the slider. But don't show us anything
Not
yet.
yet.
Yeah, hold on.
Ah, not yet. Because I'm really excited to show you.
I am excited to see it as well.
What are your thoughts being an original slider owner?
Well, the first thing that I thought was when I saw the project, the first thing I thought was, I wonder if I can bolt this onto the one I have.
Okay.
But then I noticed that it looks like there's a kit that we can get to get
There
something
is.
similar, but
Yeah.
not quite the same. I like the way we should save this.
We should probably save this.
I like the way these go in between the rails.
built in.
The other one goes
Yeah.
on top, I noticed. So, but we'll talk about all that.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you for having me on.
Oh, of course.
Pleasure
of
to have you here.
course.
So when this gets started, we're going to do there's going to be a little bit of a
Yes, sir.
little intro. We'll kick it off, and then we'll come over to you and dig in. So we would take these all and cut them up into their own segments and upload them later. So
That'd be awesome.
it'll be available for you if you want to use it for anything.
We actually just posted this to social media, so a bunch of our customers are watching the live stream.
All right.
Good. They're going to get their first little look at it, some of them, I'm sure. So that'll be fun.
We just had a little get together over at heard of a Monomo before? 3-axis motion control. Real cool stuff, but we kind of met at their booth to have all our customers come out.
Oh, nice.
Very good.
Demo, yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, so it was cool getting people's first feedback of it. We haven't, maybe like 20 people have seen this thing. So
Yeah, yeah.
It was good.
Awesome. Mr. Curley, how we doing? That was not Mr. Curley.
That was definitely not Mr. Curley.
Oh, I know who that is. That's Mr. Carter.
Not used to hearing his voice in my head.
We're not actually talking to ourselves.
No, it's gotta be weird though.
It is. We oftentimes will have two conversations going on at once. One here and then there. Yeah.
And I'm used to hearing voices, just not these.
I'm sorry, he was talking too loud. I didn't actually hear you that time.
Do you have your own live feed in your ear?
Yes.
Yes. Hey guys, and welcome back to the 2015 NAB show. I'm Scott Ellis.
And I'm John P. And I'm also super excited because we've got Kyle here from Rhino. And you guys, before we even talk about what you brought with you, we got to go back a little bit in time and talk about what you did originally. So you started a company and launched it on Kickstarter a while back. And this is when we originally kind of met virtually at least. You created a really cool slider that I bought and a lot of other people did. Remind us how that first Kickstarter went for you.
That was actually our second or third
okay.
campaign. But that was the one that went big for us.
Okay.
What year was that?
That was 2012.
2012,
so it was about almost 2 years ago. And I think we sold probably 400 or 500 of them on Kickstarter.
Yeah.
And it really launched Rhino into what it is today. This is really an evolution of what the original slider was. And so
originally you put out this slider and you could get either carbon fiber rails.
Sure, carbon fiber, stainless steel. It came in 2 lengths, so you had 2 feet or 4 feet options. That's really the core of the system, is that it's modular. So you don't have to buy individual sliders for each purpose or use. You can buy one and then buy separate rails and kind of swap them out. And that was a big selling point of the slider.
And as soon as you put that slider out, you probably almost instantly had people start asking you, how can I motorize this thing, right?
Oh, definitely, definitely. And we were still really new to the business when we first got into it, and so when people started asking about motion control and electronics, I had no idea.
You're like, I just built an awesome slider.
I just taught myself
how to... Can we focus on that for a minute?
Exactly. So it's been a long road. You know, people have been asking for it for a while, and we've taken our time. We haven't really rushed it. We've learned a lot, and I think we've come out with something really cool.
So let's take a closer look.
So I got to tell you the story though, because like what happened was like 2 days. When did you just launched a new Kickstarter?
Correct.
What, 3 days ago now?
That's about a week ago.
Oh, has it been?
We launched last Tuesday.
NAB.
So
it's just hard to remember.
Yeah.
But so a week ago, I saw the email come through.
Yep.
And I was like, oh my God, this is awesome. I want to see it in person.
Sure.
But I was stuck here at NAB, and I was just praying that you were going to be coming to NAB.
I got a text this morning saying there's an opening at 12:45, and we're leaving tonight. So
wow, perfect.
Good
so
timing.
we're glad to
Good
have
timing.
you. So what you've got is a new Kickstarter. How do people find it, first of all?
Sure, you can go on to Kickstarter.com, search for Rhino Slider. It's called Rhino Slider Evo. You can go on to our website, rhinocg.com. It's the first thing on the banner, really easy to get to.
Nice. Okay, and so what you've got now is a slider with motion control, but you've done it differently than I've seen before. So
correct.
Give us the intro on this.
Okay. So I'll give you a little bit of a backstory on why this is unique to us and in the industry. So when we thought about making a new slider, we really realized that it needed to be integrated into the slider. You referenced the other system, the kind of upgrade kit for the original sliders. The difference in Evo is that the belt is actually built in and everything is modular. So what you see here is actually 2 different accessories. You see the motor on the end, which literally just drops on. It's a really easy add-on. And then you have the controller that comes with that, with a cable that plugs into it.
Okay.
The controller also has a built-in 7-hour battery.
Wow.
So anything else on the market, you have to have a big battery lugging around with you. We designed it to work from the ground up so that you can shoot all day long and do what we call live motion, which I'll just kind of demonstrate here, is that you turn this wheel. I don't know if the camera can zoom in on that. Yep. You turn the wheel and it reacts in real time.
That is so sweet.
So I actually want you guys to try that out. That's one of the funnest parts about this system.
So the faster you turn it, the faster it goes?
And then it actually knows where it's at, so it sets its own limits.
So you don't have to worry about crashing it or throwing it off.
You don't have to crash it. Yeah, you can throw it to one end. It can pull up to 25 pounds, so we've thrown around a fully kitted out Red Epic on this.
Now you mentioned that this is all modular. There's something else you're showing off right now that is also prototypey.
Yes, so this is what we call parallax, Rhino parallax. And what
I've got to
give
that a try.
Yeah, try it out. It's a mechanical second axis, so linear motion, single axis motion is great, but to really add a more dynamic feel to the shot, this automatically pans, and you can adjust the amount of pan by changing this bar. So if you just want a little bit of pan, if you have an interview maybe set up 6 or 7 feet away, you can set it up here. Or if you're actually doing a product shot that's closer, say 18 inches away, it'll be closer. So in interview mode, it's actually, I'll demonstrate real quick how easy it is to navigate the menu. You can go in to create a move, it auto-calibrates, so it basically runs into the end, and it figures out where it's at on the slider. You can go in and set your ramp.
I see ramp, loop,
Yep,
duration.
you can set your loops.
We're live, sorry, back up. Thank you.
And then you press start, and literally this thing, it actually docks magnetically on the back of the motor. So you can have this thing set up on your tripod, and
Very
it
nice.
runs. It's a
That's
second
awesome.
camera that's autonomous. So you
Now-
can literally set up your B cam.
Now, one thing I see, the camera right now is kind of swooping
Correct, so-
outward, but if we want it to go inward, can we do that too?
You basically flip around the system
Turn it around.
180 degrees, yeah. So this is great for time lapses. You can do both simple and we call advanced time lapse where it triggers your camera's exposure with the actual motion control unit. So
Very good.
this is great for time lapse, showing a panorama. Other ways great for interviews and product shots.
What I'm a little surprised about is you've already done all the engineering, you've done all the hard work here, and you actually have a working unit
Sure,
that you're
sure.
demoing before the Kickstarter.
Yeah, that's a great
so
question.
you had to incur all the costs of R&D and everything else.
We
That's a
did.
huge risk
It's a
before you
huge
even do
risk.
it.
It's a huge risk. So we wanted to provide our Kickstarter backers with a better experience this time around. You've kind of been on the back end of some campaigns that things take longer than you expect,
Yeah.
especially when you're new to it. So we did everything ahead of time and it did incur all those expenses with the faith and hope that we built something good enough that people would want to buy.
So you have, do you have your like on just on the Kickstarter project portion of this now? You've got this is an amazing product. And by the way, I want to tell you guys, having used that controller just now, it is buttery,
like it?
smooth,
Yeah, super smooth.
it's
Good.
magnificent. It feels solid in your hands.
We
I
actually,
love it.
We actually implemented a brand new magnetic encoder technology. We built the knob from scratch to be able to do that.
It feels
Nothing else does that.
amazing.
Yeah, it really
it
does.
really does.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you, I promise you, I'm backing the project.
Good.
I want one.
Good.
Like I want one now. Okay. But what I'm curious about
Sure.
is, you've got it all engineered. Here it is working. Does that mean that you've got all your vendors lined up for all the parts that you need
We do.
produced?
What you're looking at is from our final supply chain.
Okay.
So the injection molded parts, they're all first articles that we've received and everything's tooled up for. The machine parts are from the final vendors, motor electronics.
So when do you think you're going to be able, once the Kickstarter ends, how long do you think it's going to take to start fulfillment?
So on the Kickstarter, we're saying August at the latest, just in case we get too many orders that we can't fulfill.
Yeah.
Because we have a set number of orders that we have ordered already. We're hoping that in mid-June, we'll actually start shipping out Kickstarter orders.
How long does the Kickstarter campaign
It
go
goes
into?
until May 19th. So
Okay.
you might only wait 3 or 4 weeks from the end of Kickstarter till when you actually get your unit, which
And
is different.
Very good.
The last time I checked it, because we've been up here, I haven't had a chance to really check in on it too much.
Yeah.
But the last time I checked, I thought you had a really modest
It's
goal.
$50,000.
Yeah, but you were already at like 2/3 of that or something.
We actually met it this morning.
You did?
Oh,
Awesome.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
That's
Fantastic.
fantastic.
Yeah, I woke up this morning with my wife and we're stoked. Everyone was texting me saying congrats. Yeah.
Hey, good. That's
Yeah.
awesome. That's great
Yeah,
news.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, and that makes all the people backing it feel really good too, because they
A little
know
more confident. They know they're
you
going to
know
get
you're
it.
going to
Yeah.
get it now.
Exactly.
Oh,
Exactly.
that's so awesome.
And one other thing I'd like to bring up, we
Yeah.
we did a little demo at a booth, and people were asking us. They didn't believe us that this thing was actually as quiet as they think. So they're putting their ear up to it, and then they got a little bit closer. Do you guys hear anything? Maybe get a little bit closer. This
Yeah.
is one of our proudest accomplishments with the system. This is actually where the noise would come from.
I really
But-
can't hear anything.
I can't hear anything.
It
let's
is
get
kinda loud
the-
in here, but
let's
it's-
get the microphone over
Sure,
by it.
sure, yeah.
You can hear me talking.
Is that about it?
I can't hear anything.
No, there's no
I don't
sound
think anybody can
whatsoever.
hear it. There's no sound. That's a little loud.
It's basically me and an engineer working on all these products, and that was our biggest really hurdle to overcome, was that this thing had to be quiet for live motion. So,
By
we're
the way,
pretty
you
proud
said
of
the
it.
controller would last for 7 hours.
The
How
internal
long?
battery.
How long does the motor that's driving this thing last?
The motor.
Is the power for the
Yes.
motor moving this, that is the whole thing is 7 hours?
Correct.
Oh wow.
So this
I thought it was
thing-
just that was 7 hours.
No, the
and I-
power. Yeah, the power.
The
The,
whole
battery's
thing.
in here. This is really just the motor and the
Okay.
magnet. So everything, the communication and the power comes from this unit.
That's fantastic.
So you can use the unit for 7 hours.
That's correct.
before
All
you're
with
gonna go.
internal batteries. It's really easy to charge, easy to hook up to. A $100 battery from Amazon if you want 2 weeks of battery. So.
Pricing. Let's talk about how much it costs.
Pricing. Okay, so after Kickstarter, we're still figuring out a retail pricing. This slider is probably our most popular. It's a 2-foot carbon fiber Rhino Slider Evo. It's about $500. Motion is going to be roughly $600. It's for the motor and for the controller. Parallax, we haven't released pricing on it yet, but it's probably around the $350 range.
And I know you can't really order that yet. You said you'll
Correct.
be able to add it
So
on
about
later.
probably July, August, Parallax will be available.
Okay, all right. So
Yeah.
by the time you get it, if you get it in August, you should hopefully be able to
You
order
might be able to
the-
order Parallax immediately.
Let's say I want the big one, because I want the big one, okay?
Sure,
So
the
the
big
big
one.
one, Parallax with the whole thing, like
the whole thing.
$2,000?
Low.
1,500?
$1,500 all in.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's the
the
one I want.
42-inch stainless steel can hold up to 50 pounds. The 24-inch can hold up to 100 pounds. Really, the pricing between the models isn't that much. It's all within $200. So it's really what kind of camera you're putting on it, what
Right.
length you want, what's your style of filmmaking. That's how you choose your rails.
What is the Kickstarter entry price if somebody wanted to get the unit?
So this system, we're not selling Parallax on Kickstarter,
Right.
but so the Rhino Slider Evo 24-inch with motion is $999. Free shipping, ships in June.
Okay.
And one last question is, when people are trying to decide on the rails, because
Sure.
they could either do stainless steel or carbon fiber,
Mm-hmm.
how will you, I think of that, I just think carbon fiber is lighter. Why would I want stainless steel?
That's a great question. I shoot mainly on, this is our new A7S GH4. We're pretty light, fast, run and gun. The only time I ever really use the 42-inch stainless is when I have a bigger setup, when I'm in a studio, when I'm doing this mode.
Real heavy duty or
Real
something?
heavy duty. We have monitors and we have a rig that we're swapping between sets.
Right.
But most of the time, I've been walking the show with this in my new bag and fully assembled, everything ready to go.
Nice.
So this is my favorite.
Does the 42-inch come in stainless and carbon fiber?
It does.
Okay.
Everything's center mounted. Everything's either 24-inch or 42-inch stainless steel or carbon fiber.
Perfect. Cool. Kyle, thanks for coming over and
Thank you,
showing
John.
us the new rig. We appreciate it. You guys just head on over to Kickstarter and just back this bad boy. Get it. And other than that, stick around because we've got a lot more good stuff coming up for the rest of the 2015 NAB show. Be right back.
Thank you,
Really,
guys.
Really.
I am super excited.
like it?
Very
It's-
excited.
It's easily as awesome as I hoped it would
Good,
be.
good.
I love it. It's just,
Rhino camera gear.
it's on this is a new Kickstarter project that just launched about a week ago, and he's sold other variants of it in the past that are great, but this is the new full motion one. There's nothing like that.
And ready to go into production.
Yeah, check it out. Go to Kickstarter and do Kickstarter. Just do Rhino.
That's the easy place to go. But it's not available yet, right? Available mid-June for shipping. Yeah, put your ear to it. It's actually a lot louder when it's on a table, on a tripod.
I feel the vibration, but I don't hear anything.
Yeah, you can feel the motor at all. So.
Test 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Trying to increase their chances of getting some coupons or some extras in there. Okay. They can only win one of the one at a time. But I'm sure they're happy. Look what happened. Some extra in the hour.
Nice. All Who's going next?
Right over here.
You? What's your name? Jeff. Cool. I'm John.
John.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm one of the guys
Let's team
that
up
Geek
on this
Beat.
thing and really make
Yes,
this happen.
let's make it. Let's do it. Testing 1 2. Can you guys hear? Ooh, I am the voice of God, and I have all the money. So, do we have a camera over here? Mr. Curley? Oh yeah, yeah. What's gonna? You gotta. We pay you for embarrassment. I don't know. We were in late over there, so you know. Dave, show me the cam. Oh, look at, we're famous now or something. So hey guys, I've got Jeff over here. And by the way, how did you get suckered into doing this?
I'm in the 100,000 K club or whatever.
That's all it takes then. So you get a chance to go in the vault. We also like to call it the torture pit of cash. And you're going to get 20 seconds in this bad boy. It's much harder than it looks. Did you see it? I did. It's harder than it looks. Like, even though you watched it, it is hard. I know. It's going to be fun, though. So we're going to shove you in there, lock the door, hope you're not claustrophobic. And you're basically going to take a shower in cash. But there are also a bunch of coupons in there. So there's things you can win, like Avid subscriptions and Pro Tools and discounts and cash. There's cash in there. So you're going to go in there and grab as much cash as you can, and when you come out, we're going to count it, and we're going to exchange the fake cash for the real moolah. Are you ready? Okay, all right. Here we go. Don't step on the coupons because it makes it harder to catch them. Okay, here we go. Yeah, okay, yeah, I don't want to cheat you there. And also, we got to get you got the GoPro action cam up here too, by the way. So it's going to be awesome. Yeah, now you got your greatest chance of winning. Here we go. You're locked in now. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, and we're off. I'm telling you, it's harder than it looks, and it looks hard. 10 seconds. You got half your time left. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. And hold it. Don't let it go. That's pretty good. You've got, it counts. Come on out. Oh, no, you had it. You had it. You had it. We made you move. Wow, that is impressive. He ended up with 2 coupons. Let's see what we got here. All right, Dave, can you help me out with the old microphone here? That is an impressive stash right there. All right, let's see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 bucks, and a $10 off coupon at the NAB show store, and Media Composer software subscription. That is good stuff, people. So we shall now award you with your real and actual cash, Jeff. Hope you enjoyed your time in the cash box of death.
Appreciate it.
All right, you guys, we're going to keep doing this. We're giving away money every day at 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock. So if you want to come give the booth a try just for fun, you can. We're not going to give any cash, but if you want to see how hard it is, we'll let you jump in there just for fun. Stick around. We've got a lot more coverage coming at you, and so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I just finished Mac Break, so I was doing Mac Break until a couple minutes ago. Then I came running over here, and so I wanted to make sure I got this one. So
yeah, I'm glad you're here to do this one. It should be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because I don't know much about this one, so definitely it's good you're
Well,
here.
hopefully you'll get a lot of interest from this.
Yes. this is the one that you're showing?
This is an accessory.
Okay.
These are the recording field monitors,
Okay.
on-camera monitors,
Got it.
4K.
I'm not hearing a lot. Yeah, I'm hearing him fine. I'm not sure.
Oh, so you didn't bring the 688?
No, we're just doing the Pixie series
Got it.
camera monitors.
Got it.
Is that okay?
No, that's fine. Whatever you have, that's what we're gonna do.
We could talk about the 680.
No, since you have these to display, we can talk about these. How you doing?
Good.
Good. Awesome. Having a good day so far.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
I hate Skype.
You hate Skype? What were you doing with Skype?
We were doing Mac break. So I was,
oh, hey,
hearing,
that's you.
Is that me?
That was you.
In stereo.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, using Skype on a connection like you have here could be a nightmare, I would think.
Yes. Yes, the answer is that using Skype on a connection at a hotel can be a nightmare. It tested well. I paid a lot of money for it.
Oh, man.
That was not enough. This is a little battery, or this is the memory card?
SD card, yeah.
Okay.
How many inputs on the...
Loading LUTs.
Oh, loading LUTs.
Loading custom LUTs. Set up files, things like
Right.
that.
That's great. Tasty. Yes, yes.
How many inputs on the switcher?
This is the 7-inch is a dual link
Okay.
SDI input. So
Okay.
it can work with like 4K over dual link SDI.
Okay.
3G SDI.
Okay.
It's not really a switcher.
Okay.
It looks a bit like one.
Yeah, it does.
So yeah, we'll find out.
We'll find out
We're
more.
the providers, right?
Hi, everybody. This is Alex Lindsay at NAB Show Live. I'm here with
Leslie
the illustrious
Samuel.
Leslie Samuel and Paul Isaacs from Sound Devices.
Thanks for having me.
It's good to have you.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
being here.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. So Sound Devices has, once again, we call you Sound Devices, but it's not Sound Devices today, right?
No, we're here at our video devices, guys.
Video
You guys are
devices.
so,
There we
the
go.
big thing that I can count on you guys is imaginative names for your company. It's
Right. Well, you know, Sound Devices is the company name.
Yeah.
Right.
And when we first launched our first video product about 4 years ago, the Pix 240, a huge success for our first video product. And it seemed to sort of start to make sense to call ourselves something else other than Sound Device. People said we couldn't use the sound devices as in reliable, sound, robust, play on words for too much longer. So we decided that we needed to rebrand our video devices, our video product line, and video devices were the obvious choice.
Right.
It
no,
makes sense.
absolutely.
It makes sense
No,
to me.
it does make sense. It was complicated because we have a lot of the 240s. And we've explained to someone, they're like, so your video recorder is made by
Sound devices.
And so it's a good,
It's
a
a
good
bit
move.
confusing, yeah.
Very good. So now, this is it looks like you took the 240 and just
Slimmed down.
squeezed it in.
Yeah.
And really, I mean, so now, and this is the E5H, is that right?
Right, well, what I'm actually going to talk about today is the Pixie series.
Okay,
It's-
the
it's-
Pixie
yeah,
series.
it's actually a family of 3 models of on-camera recording field monitors.
Okay.
And there's 3 models. There's 2 5-inch models and 1 7-inch model. In fact, the 2 5-inch models are the smallest 4K recording monitors in the world.
Wow.
And so the Pixie 5H is an HDMI only.
But it's still 4K.
Still 4K
And,
compatible.
and in some ways, that'll be easier for a lot of people to take a 4K HDMI signal. It's 1 cable, you plug it in, you're done.
Yes.
As opposed to all the
4
combinations, 4, 2,
BNCs
or
for SDI, exactly. So that is an ideally suited partner to like the A7S and the GH4 DSLR style cameras and any other camera that can output 4K.
Okay.
So the next model up is the Pix E5. It loses the H.
Right.
And that is still has HDMI, but it adds SDI.
Right. And that's still, and it's a dual SDI.
No.
No, that one's single SDI.
Yes, single SDI. And then we have the 7-inch, which is dual SDI and HDMI.
And that's E7?
E7, you got
Okay,
it.
So the E5H, and then we have the E5, which is the next model up, and then we have the E7.
Correct.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And the, I mean, so there's a lot of features typically with sound devices or video devices. There's a lot built into these little packets. So there's more than just, because what you'd kind of expect. Okay, it can record, and it can do video. So I assume scopes are included.
Right. Yeah. So we actually are calling this a recording monitor. It's primarily a monitor. It's got the 5-inch models have really high resolution, 1920 by 1080 pixel LCDs. Really good brightness, 500 nits, so ideal for outside in sunlight, and IPS displays, so great angle of view. The 7-inch has a 1920 by 1200 pixel display. So again, so these have really great high resolution screens, great for assistant camera operators and anyone who really wants to sort of get into focusing really accurately. So we have that, and the LCDs, because they have such clarity, we can really offer great monitoring tools. So we've created this suite of tools called Pix Assist, and included in that is all your scopes, so waveform, histogram, vector scope, and we can also do LUTs as well.
And LUT, for those of you watching,
Lookup tables.
Yeah, lookup tables, and what that's going to do is it's not going to change how the video is being managed, but it's how it's displayed.
Exactly.
So that you're actually able to see it in a Rec 709
Exactly.
or flat or however you're going to look at it.
So we can apply that LUT to the LCD, so it's looking correctly decoded and seeing it in the correct 709 color space, but we can also apply it to the output as well if we need to feed it downstream.
Right. Now, can you record raw and then apply it on the way out?
This does not record raw.
Well, not record. Okay, but when you apply that LUT, can you record it without the LUT?
Right.
And then pass it downstream to whoever's watching it further down?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes. So yeah, we have all these monitoring tools, and one of the really cool features, and this is a unique feature, and it's aimed primarily at focus assist and ACs, so focus pullers and ACs, and this is something we call tap zoom. And it's really the fastest way to zoom in to a point of interest and zoom out again. Now, when you're trying to track a moving talent, sometimes you really need to get in there quick and do the focus pull and then get back out again. And the system we have is just so easy and intuitive. It's simply whatever point of interest in the image you are, you just tap on it, and that goes center screen. You can adjust your focus and tap again center and you pull out. It's really fast. And
how much zoom do you get on that when you tap
2 or 4 times.
Okay.
So tapping in, you can even, if you miss the point, you can then drag
it around.
and you can follow the talent that way as well.
Until you tap it again, it'll stay zoomed in.
Yeah, and then you can drag around or touch the edges of the screen to navigate to the outer edges of the image.
So if I tap it once and it zooms in, it's not in the right location, I can move it around, but so if I tap it and hold on to it and move it around, it doesn't zoom back out?
It doesn't out, exactly.
Oh,
it
okay.
knows. So it's only a quick tap, that goes in and out.
Got it.
And the drag, it doesn't exit. So that's a really cool thing for ACs. On top of that, we have obviously guide markers and all the standard things you expect from a professional monitor.
Yeah.
Now, we should talk about recording, because obviously sound devices and video devices is very well known for its recording capability. Now, we can record 4K, DCI, so 4096 up to 24 frame, and UHD 3840 by 2160 up to 30 frame.
Okay.
But we can also record the whole range of ProRes codecs, from ProRes Proxy all the way up to ProRes 4x4 XQ. We are the only field recording monitor on the planet that currently supports XQ, which is the widest dynamic range, highest quality codec on the market. And obviously, those things require very fast storage.
Right.
So that's what I want to talk about now. This little baby. It looks a bit like a lighter.
It does.
But this is what we can.
I'm actually kind of disappointed that it's not a lighter. I was kind of expecting a lighter here, and what I got was a memory card. So this is USB 3.
Yeah, it's USB 3. It looks like a fat thumb drive. And in fact, it is that, but it's way more than that. It's actually a bit of an engineering miracle. And I'd like to explain why that is. Yes, it is a thumb drive. We call this the speed drive,
right?
Because it's very speedy.
Okay. And specifically, what are the read-write speeds?
Right. So, well, let's talk about that in a minute. Although this looks like a custom enclosure, it is a custom enclosure. But inside is an industry standard mSATA SSD, which are available everywhere. Amazon, Newegg. So anyone can go out and buy them. This is very easy to pop open. A couple of screws here and a screw here, and it pops open. Just get your mSATA, slide it in. Now, mSATA drives come in sizes from 128 gig all the way up to 1 terabyte. So the user has the choice on how much storage you need. And for 4K, you're probably thinking about using it. But it's very cost effective. It's not proprietary.
Right, so what you're really doing there is you're building the chassis.
Yes.
And then everyone can build the memory that goes into that.
Exactly.
Or buy the memory on Amazon.
But Sound Devices will supply our own 240 gig version as well.
Right.
So there'll be an enclosure-only version and a 240 gig version.
And is that included with the purchase
No,
of these devices? You buy that separately?
Correct.
Okay.
So this is the engineering miracle bit. Okay, so this is just a great thumb drive. You can transfer a gig in like 5 seconds or so.
Oh wow!
But when you attach it to the Pixie, whichever one, just clicks in here.
Nice.
Clunk click with every trip. Very solid. That's not going to move.
And that is one of the things. Anytime you're putting in USB connections, they're sticking out, or you're afraid they're going to get pulled out. So having it just that's the first one I think I've actually ever seen that just pops in.
Right.
Very stable mount.
Yeah. So this is the cool thing. Once this is inserted into Pixie, it's no longer a USB 3. It mysteriously transforms with engineering magic into a SATA-based device.
Oh wow! Okay.
And that is a totally unique thing that has required really clever engineering to make that happen. But we've done that because it gives us much higher data
Faster
rates.
speeds.
Right. And now we can do our ProRes 4x4 XQ, and we can do 4K to an industry standard non-proprietary drive.
Yeah. And it also does now. You also have SD as well, or for lower, or is it all the recording is on these drives?
Yes, correct.
Okay, all of them. I thought for some reason I thought I saw one on the side.
I saw that on this
The
side
SD
here.
card here is for loading LUTs, custom LUTs.
Right. But there's no recording there. It's all recorded to these drives here.
Correct. So there's the recording solution. Simple. Record your files, take it out,
plug it in,
insert it into your computer.
Becomes a USB drive.
There's
USB 3.
No docking station.
Right.
How frustrating! You're always running around looking for a docking station in a bottom drawer somewhere, but now you don't need to.
Absolutely. Now you've got something else over there that I'm attached to. So I saw this and I hadn't seen this before. This is what
PixLR.
It's a PixLR. So what you have here, of course, first of all, you have your XLR in and outs, and one of the things that's really important is that for our productions, it is very rare for our mics to go through anything other than a Sound Devices, preamp. I will say that. I mean, we own a lot of Sound Devices equipment.
Thank you, Alex.
But these are really, really high quality preamps.
Absolutely, they're the same caliber that goes on all our high-end mixers and recorders. So
Right.
really low noise. They have phantom power supply limiters.
Right, and the limiters are important. A lot of people step over that, but being able to have truly high quality limiters in the field is everything. Because it also, especially if you're doing web production, one of the things that it means is that we can ride a lot hotter. So a lot of times typical production is, I'm going to run at -12. And if you run at -12, everyone online is going, hey, why is it so quiet? I can't hear it, I can't hear it. So we'll run -6, sometimes even -3, knowing if it buffers up against there,
the limiter will hit it.
We'll be okay, you know.
And to design a good limiter that sounds distortion-free, it requires real expertise, and that's what Sound Devices is famous for. So.
Yeah, and then now on the other side we have, of course, meters.
Yep.
So
big flashing
like
LEDs.
real meters.
You
not
won't
like,
miss those in the sunlight.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Now it looks like you have control. So you have your record, playback, all the things you would have typically with the 240.
Sure. Now I just want to make it clear that you don't need this to put this into record.
Right.
Because on this unit we have these tactile buttons, which have record and transport control functionality. But some people prefer big, chunky buttons. So we've added those to this optional accessory.
Yeah, and this I mean, while you can still put it on your camera, this is it feels like it's almost for some of the folks that are going to use this like a 240.
Yeah.
You know, I want to continue to use it as a 240, but I just want the smaller form factor, or I just want the newer.
Yeah,
you know, the
and
record
it bolts on and off really easily. It just screws into the bottom here.
Oh, nice.
And then there's another mount underneath, so you can still mount it on a tripod. Very easy, and the same with the 7. It slots underneath like this. So.
Now, what price points are we looking at for these devices?
Well, what do you think?
What would you pay? What would you pay for this?
To you? Well, the 3 models, they range from the Pixie 5H at the bottom end to the Pixie 7 at the top end. There's a $400 span. So we start at $1,195, going all the way up to $1,595. The Pixie 5 in the middle is at $1,395. Speed driver enclosures are $59. So this is a very cost-effective but professional piece.
Definitely.
Yeah, and that's been the we've really relied on a lot of this stuff for a long time. But that is this is a huge price drop from what the 240s were. Not that I'm bitter.
Well, you know, technology advances very quickly these days, you know, and our engineering capabilities are always advancing.
Yeah, no. So it looks like it looks like a fantastic way to do it. Because one of the other things that is important to us is we don't really record to the cameras. I mean, that's not something we ever. There's 1,000 formats and everything else. We just want to put something on the camera. And we usually have to pull it all the way back or whatever, but being able to know that we can the monitor is going to record that, and that it's going to be a high quality monitor. Right. I think that that's going to be. It looks like very compelling.
You know, and we haven't compromised on build quality. You know, it's a typical Sound Devices product, die-cast aluminium chassis, rock solid. You can run a truck over these things.
Right.
It's actually got a Gorilla Glass to cover for the LCD, and we've actually done some real tests with this by shooting a potato gun at it.
Of course.
No, wait. Now the question is, do you have video on YouTube?
We're going to work on that, but you know, let's put it this way: it's a good way to make mashed potato.
Yeah, exactly. Very good.
Awesome.
This looks fantastic. Where can people find you in the hall?
We're in Central Hall, booth 6040.
And online, where can they go to find you?
Videodevices.com.
Videodevices.com.
Yep.
Awesome.
Paul, thanks so much for coming.
Thanks for having me. Great.
Absolutely. And thank you for watching. This is NAB Show Live. We'll be right back.
That was easy.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
Yeah. It's so easy to talk to you guys. You make it easy. You really do. You just know how to keep it flowing, ask the right questions.
Thanks.
That's a skill.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I get some water up here?
Do we want to unplug him?
Yeah.
He's coming right here. He's right here.
Yeah.
I don't want to tread on the union too.
No, no restrictions.
Thank you. So
and we forgot to tell you that everything that goes to the table stays
with me specifically.
Well, that has no further on it. Before that one, actually, so I knew you were going to be there.
No, you can go ahead and take it.
We'll let you go this time.
Right?
Yeah. No, it's fantastic.
All right, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Also,
Hey, can I get some water up here?
Talk to you later.
My throat is dry. Is there someone listening to me? You are the man. Thank you very much. Hello, sir. Doing well. How are you doing? Leslie Samuel.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
I said you got the short card having to interview me. I don't know if they told you. I figured we'd talk about talk show.
Well, it's a good thing to talk about because I just bought one from you guys.
Nice.
Oh, you didn't bring one?
I didn't because I tried to, but it's like they're all used and taken, and I just didn't have an extra one.
It's fine.
Was actually going to call up a
I know. I'm starving here. I mean, thirsty here. No, you're fine.
It's all good. You've been talking longer than me.
Thank you.
Water be great, thanks.
Make that two. Wait, yep. Are we coming out?
He's
of
bringing it too.
Hi, everybody.
Water,
We're
everyone.
Water here at NAB show.
Live.
Are we?
We are live.
We're live to the room.
We're not live online.
We're live online, but we're not. This is not the official recording.
I'm just saying.
It's like the after show.
I have to be careful what I say, even right now.
You do.
Pretty much anytime you're in front of cameras with a mic on, I'd say that's
It's fair
rule.
game.
Unless you're Dennis Rodman and you don't care.
Exactly.
It's funny, a Dennis Rodman story. You know, we work with Tom Green, the comedian, and we were talking about Celebrity Apprentice, and he was voted off. And he said,
Thank you, sir.
he said, I think the biggest mistake I made in Celebrity Apprentice was going out drinking with Rodman the night I was a project manager.
Oh wow. Yeah, that would not be a.
It's not top secret, so everyone can hear that crazy story. So, so what are you going to do with the? Have you got a plan for the talk show, or are you just doing?
Oh yeah. No, I'm using it all the time.
So you already deployed it.
Oh yeah.
So good.
Yeah, we deployed one for Salesforce into
Oh,
their.
sweet.
So we put one into their studio, and then I put one in my office, and I have a very complex setup in my office.
I would expect nothing less.
Yeah, so-
If you had a simple setup, I'd be so disappointed in
Yeah,
you.
we can talk about it on the show, but it was it didn't take very much to get it up. You
Dude,
know,
that's awesome.
And this is specifically for recording Skype interviews.
It's for recording Skype and integrating Skype into broadcast.
Right.
Okay.
And
So
I use
you
it more for integrating. I'm not bringing people in. I'm ending up talking to other people.
Oh, you're the guest on their show, so that's cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's another good use.
Well, it's just that obviously
HDSDI and
that's the whole thing is that I have my training rig that I have has a lot of screens and a lot of inputs and telestrators and all kinds of other stuff, and I can cut seamlessly to all of that stuff and then feed it into Skype.
That's awesome.
Hardcore, in-depth interview. I mean. It's nice to see a new tech shirt in the crowd. Support. If you take any backstage.
So when you're going into the Skype, and then via the talk show, you're being broadcasted to someone's station. Oh, very interesting. I'm curious about this, so we're going to ask you some questions.
You've got questions. I've got blank stares.
Yes, we are ready.
Radio Shack's
Yeah, exactly.
You know, as you walk in and you ask for I got a buzz. They're out of business, so it doesn't matter. It's like,
All right, we're going live.
Hi everyone, welcome back to NAB Show Live. I'm Alex Lindsay, and this is Leslie Samuel.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Enjoying it so far?
So far, so good.
So far, so good.
We've been running around seeing toys
and looking at some new toys.
Yeah. Speaking of new toys.
New toys.
We have Philip Nelson from New Tech.
New Tech with the new toys.
Hello, gentlemen. Thanks for having me.
You didn't bring anything.
You know, the good thing about the talk show, which is what we're going to talk about, is
Right.
they're all being used. So I tried to steal one, and they're like, "Get your hands off the talk show. Just go do the interview." So hopefully, the Commando Strike Force of production team in the back will call up a photo so you can see a talk show
There
online.
you go. So what exactly does the talk show do? Like, what is it for?
Well, you know, for years, broadcasters have wanted to bring in live guests from remote locations. And it's usually been very expensive. You'd have to have an uplink or microwave and all this infrastructure and engineering expertise. And you know, here we are today where there are over 300 million users of Skype worldwide. And so we partnered with Microsoft to create a product called TalkShow, which is a professional high-def Skype interface for broadcasters. It's a single rack unit device that allows you to connect it to your video switcher, connect a camera or and mics, and go live and take guests live from anywhere in the world. It's pretty awesome.
And this is based on Skype TX.
It is based on Skype TX, so it's a hardware interface for Skype TX.
Right.
And what's cool is through that partnership, some features were added into Skype, even the consumer client of Skype, that allows them, if you're connected to a talk show, the client will stream at a higher bit rate.
Right.
So you can get up to 1080 through Skype.
Oh, yeah.
It allows you to have tally support, because one of the challenges with the way broadcasters have been integrating Skype guests into shows is they're building a Frankenstein's beast computer that somehow they get in through scan converters and all these different black boxes.
That was me.
You've done it.
Many times.
And we've taken it into one elegant little device, and with tally. Because in the old way of doing it, some people would have like a webcam somewhere in the studio so they could at least see what's going on. Now in the talk show, you can take a program feed from your show and you're feeding that directly to your guests.
Right.
When you switch to them on your switcher through the tally support, their Skype interface has a red outline around it, so they know they're live. There's a talkback feature where you can plug a mic in and have a conversation with that Skype guest that's not live on the air and say, okay, here's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to go live in 5 minutes, and then through the video return.
And that's key. We've done on a variety of different online platforms. We've done about almost 800 integrations, in the past. And so this has been my hell for a long time. And
your pain has been taken away.
Well, it is.
And you just got a talk show recently?
I bought it the day it was released.
Nice.
No, there was actually, I was actually calling going, so is it shipping yet? No, it's
serial
not
number
yet.
0.
Yeah,
I'm serial number 1.
Yeah. Shipping yet? And so because it became, and we've already had a couple clients install them. The big thing is that it's not just for one of the obviously things is as Skype got upgraded, it really stopped integrating with a lot of the external devices.
Right.
They just didn't update that part of the library. And so you really didn't have any good way to get it in without a lot of rigmarole, and so being able to now have, and at first I complained about that, but now that you have, when you have a hardware device that you just kind of plug everything in, and someone you can set it up. I have mine set up because I'm mostly actually not the host. I'm actually guesting on other things, and but it allows me to tie all of my production equipment in. So multiple cameras and a lot of other devices that are
so
all
there's no
tied
excuse
in.
for you to ever look bad on camera.
Well, so what was funny was the first time I used it on an actual show was for MacBreak. And I know that Leo, Laporte, is the host, and he very he couldn't tell whether it was local or whether it was me.
Nice.
On the quality of the screen captures and everything else, the stuff I was showing, and that's the kind of quality. And Skype has always been very good at using up a lot of bandwidth, but it's very clear that when you hook a Skype TX block up, it's not just the same.
No, it's not.
It's like flipping a bit.
And another thing
I got a question for you around
sure.
that. Is that flipping, when it says it's going to use higher bandwidth because it's Skype, is that everybody in the conversation is increasing their bandwidth usage if it's available?
Not necessarily,
so it's
because when you're using the talk show product, it's really just a point-to-point stream. So it's coming in at 1080 or 720 or whatever. And I don't know if you noticed this, but if you can set in the talk show that I want everything to be 1080 or I want everything to be 720. So no matter what the resolution that they're sending, it'll either up convert or down convert to your desired resolution. So it's pretty cool.
So now does their bandwidth increases as well?
Oh yeah, they have to. If you're doing a 720 Skype feed, you're probably going to need about 1.5 up on their end.
And what if their end is a little lower than that?
It'll scale it down. Just like Skype will compress it more if it needs to.
Okay.
And what's cool is as your guests are live, I've noticed this on a few shows, it starts out at a lower resolution, and then after it's been on a little while and it's getting the bandwidth, it starts to get higher end.
Resolution.
And another thing that we added, or that's part of Skype TX, which is the software platform that our hardware works with, you have a lot of detailed data about what's coming in.
Right.
You can see how much CP usage the Skype client on the other end is using.
Nice.
So what's really cool is how many times have you had a guest and you're like, there's a problem, but you can look at their CPU usage and you can see what's their CPU usage, and then what amount of that is Skype. So you could say, quit playing Candy Crush in the background.
But does it
and
tell you that
tells
Candy Crush is taking
no,
up all of that?
it just says
Oh, okay.
Skype is using 32, but they're using 78% of their
Right.
CPU,
So
which
then
means
you
they're
know they
doing
have to
something in
stop
the
something.
background.
Yeah. Right.
You know, you can, and so you get all this detailed analytical information. So as a professional broadcaster, you can help them troubleshoot.
Now, what is distinct about your Skype TX box versus other? Because there's a couple other players, I believe, that are taking that platform and building hardware around it.
We're way better.
Of course.
Way cooler. But no, seriously, you know, New Tech has been doing live video since live video was started on a computer, since the early 90s, late 80s. And so we have a lot of years of what, you know, desktop video producers need and live producers and professional broadcasters. And so we've taken a lot of that knowledge from our TriCaster, work that we've done, and we integrated that as part of talk shows. So some of the things that make us different. We have analog audio inputs. The other, I know at least one of the other boxes is only HDSDI embedded. And so it's like, you've got an HDSDI camera, but I may want to plug a lavalier mic
I would have missed that immediately
directly into the back of the talk show.
And my whole audio pipeline is completely separate from my video pipeline, and I'm not really set up to merge that together.
You don't want
for that output. I really want to
yeah.
keep everything separate.
That's a big one. Another is tally support. I mean, tally's important if you're in live. I mean, how many times have you seen on a show where they're trying to get live and the guest doesn't know they're live?
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, okay, hey, good to have you. You know, so with tally, you know, the red line pops up around their screen. They know they're live.
And how is the tally support implemented? So
There's two ways. If you're not using a TriCaster, it's got a plug on the back where you would wire up your tally system from your
so it'd be a
switcher.
very standard GPIO.
GPI, yes.
Yeah. So,
but if you're using TriCaster, there's a benefit because we have that IVGA technology, which allows you to send video, full frame video and audio through Ethernet.
Right.
So if your talk show is connected to your network, which it will be if you're connecting to Skype, your TriCaster is connected to the network, I can send the Skype guest through Ethernet, which means if I have an 8-channel TriCaster, I'm not taking up any of those 8 live channels with the Skype guests.
Now, is there any latency at all over that Ethernet connection?
No, it's great. It's designed for real-time broadcast.
With the Skype guest that's coming in, do they have to be on Skype TS, or can they just
No,
use
it's any Skype client in the world.
Client?
And
But how do they know then when they're active? Does it still show the red?
There are features in the consumer version of Skype that actually have been added because of this project we've been doing with Microsoft.
Got it.
It's been really amazing. Some other things that we do that make us different is we have a full a set of video adjustment tools, because not all Skype feeds are created equal, and a lot of times it's bad color, bad lighting, bad webcams, and so we have an auto color correction, or you can adjust your proc amps. We have audio compression, so we have all these features that allow you to really take the quality of your Skype guests and bring it up.
And can you manually control some of the video features, the exposure and contrast and those
Yes,
types
no,
of things?
yeah, you can adjust the brightness, the hue, the saturation, or you can just say auto and it'll try to do it for you.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe there's some logo selectors as well as far as the Skype logo. Is it something that stays on or is put?
Yes,
or
you know what, I haven't really played around with that as much. I do know that you can adjust your Skype logo, but I don't
how
really.
it's set up and everything else. So there's a little bit of creative design there.
See, I
that's
just
available.
leave it default on that. So that's a feature I haven't played with. But one of the other things that's important about this product, like Vice.com is a client that's using Skype. They're using Talk Show with Skype. They have, I think, 7 talk shows. And so there's an interface that you can get for free, and it can control multiple boxes at one time. So if you can have one guest at a time for one box, I could have 5 guests lined up, but only one can be live at a time if you have one hardware unit. But if you have 2, now you can have 2 live guests, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and through one interface on your computer, you can see, I have this guest live on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can make some adjustments, and you can really manage your guests. So it really is a game changer for bringing in live remote guests for your show. And now I heard a rumor, and you kind of alluded to this later, but you're not bringing guests into your show. You're actually going out as a guest.
Right. So, this is
from your perspective, not to interview you, but I mean, why would you need a talk show for that?
Well, for a few reasons. One is I have a very complex system in my office. It's been nicknamed the Array.
You never do anything halfway, do you?
No. It's multiple video inputs with telestrators and stuff like that to teach classes and to participate in a variety of events that I work on. So I can actually run. I can join a convention or a conference from my office. It's actually better than me being there. But what I want to do is I want to be able to integrate all of that, and that's been very, very difficult. And that's a bunch of, if I'm doing it over Skype, it's almost impossible. There's virtual cameras, you got to fool it into thinking it's a webcam, or there's all this other stuff that I have to do. Or if I'm doing it through other things like WebRTC or Hangouts, the issue is it's still like another laptop with some interfaces and everything else. So for me, just having an SDI output just plows into it, and it increases my quality all the way across. And so one thing I notice is that every person that I've talked to, now I'm putting a professional camera on the other end of this. I think it's actually a great kind of guerrilla insert studio box.
Right.
Because we use a lot of insert studios, mostly via fiber, satellite, so on and so forth, and they're great. But I think that not everyone can have a fiber connection to the switch, and not everyone can have, and you might be in, like I'm looking at taking the Skype TX box to Africa. We have a school in Rwanda.
Wow. And
put that box there so that when news organizations want to contact someone, we've got a professional setup with professional camera lighting.
Wow.
And that replaces, that's the only way to get it out. I mean, I have plenty of bandwidth, I just don't have
the infrastructure of a traditional.
Right, but I have all the hardware, like of all the cameras and everything else.
That's awesome.
I just don't have a satellite uplink, and I wouldn't want one because the latency on a Skype TX is going to be about 1/6 to 1/8 of a satellite transmission. So unless you're on fiber, this is actually going to oftentimes be cleaner. And if you've got good bandwidth, you have this low latency connection. It's not quite as good as fiber, but a lot better than satellite.
Wow.
So I see it really as an option that is something we plan to use a lot. So we're testing it right now, but that's kind of where we're going.
And one of the things that really proves a point. In broadcast and in video, it's not always about how complicated and big and expensive your gear is. It's about the content.
Yep.
And everybody wants their content to look as good as it can, but really all that matters is that you're on screen.
Well, but and the one thing that we found with Skype is if you have a good internet connection and a good camera, and that can even be a good web camera, you're competitive with a lot of insert studios.
That's
a lot of
awesome.
Older insert studios, especially smaller. I don't mean to say it this way, but smaller markets. I think we'd be better off with a C910 sometimes. But definitely with a professional camera in front of this, I think that this is there's a whole market there where you're not just bringing people in, but interconnecting.
Right.
And so anyway, so that's what we're using it for. We do have other clients that we've installed talk show for, that are primarily using it traditionally, bringing people into the studio, and that's been very effective as well.
And I'm curious, with one talk show, how many guests can you have coming into that system?
You can have one at a time.
One at a time.
But like I could have, if I know my show is going to be guest one, guest two, guest three, I could have all their contact info in there and line them up. Guest one, call them. Once they're connected, cut them into the show. They get interviewed by the host. Thank you for joining us, John Smith, guest one. Hang up. Guest two, call.
Comes in.
All right, now up next we've got Philip Nelson from NewTek, and so you can actually create that workflow. But if you wanted more simultaneous guests, so if you wanted to be on camera
You'd have
with 3 people, you would have 3 talk shows, and those would be coming in, and you'd do like a double box or a triple box graphic so that you and all of your guests could be seen.
And the retail value of that?
It's right around $4,000.
$4,000. Okay.
So it's very affordable for what it is, and it's available now.
Where can people find you guys in the hall?
Well, we're actually in the South Hall, lower level. If you go down the main speed aisle, you'll see us. You can't miss us, and we'll be the most packed booth in the aisle.
And online?
Online, it's www.newtek.com.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you. And thank you for joining us here at NAB Show Live. We'll be right back.
I hear I'm coming back for. Oops. I'll take my mic off. I hear I'm coming back for another interview tomorrow. I don't know who's doing it, but talking about replay.
I don't know. Maybe me. I don't know.
And then they want me to be on a round table about television at 5 o'clock tomorrow. You
Or live television, I think, or live streaming. I'm doing that. I'm going to be on that one. Yeah. So we'll talk to you.
Be awesome.
Yeah, just be yourself.
Dude, give me a goal I can attain. Dude, I appreciate it, guys.
Hey, no problem. Thanks.
Thanks. Appreciate you. Nice
All
to
right,
meet
man.
you.
Nice to meet you too.
Let me give you one of my cards. I want to give you one of my cards. I know you have it, Alex. There you go. Hide that somewhere.
Thank you
If
very
need
much.
anything, let me know.
Awesome. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Appreciate it, guys.
Hello, sir. How you doing? Doing well.
Well, that looks shiny.
This looks like it's going to be fun.
Wood. Yeah.
Leslie Samuel.
How are you?
Doing well.
Alex Lindsay.
Yeah, I love those, huh?
So we always wait until people sit down to tell them that everything that lands on the table stays on the table.
Stays on the table.
Yeah, yeah,
There
yeah.
you go.
Yeah,
All
you'll
right.
notice that we're quiet about that until
All
you
right,
sit
fair
down
enough.
and set it down.
Oh, okay.
This looks exciting. I don't even know what it is. And I'm not even going to ask until we get online. Awesome.
Hey, how's it going? Good to meet you too. Hi. Hi. Good to meet you. Oh, thank you.
Doing very well. Thank you.
It's been busy today, huh?
Yeah.
Yes.
Every day.
Might want to bring that one over here.
There you go. Even has fancy lights. I like that. There you go. That's why they're around. Yes, we are.
Yep.
All right, we're getting ready.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to NAB Show Live 2015. I'm Alex Lindsay. Leslie Samuel
Yes,
here with
indeed.
me to grill the next victim.
Oh, yes.
Jeff Wood from HP.
HP.
You've got all kinds of cool things here.
We've got some really cool stuff.
All right, tell us about it.
That we've introduced this week. So we are the leaders in the workstation industry, been number one for many years now, and are looking at the folks here at the show, insatiable demand for performance.
Mm-hmm.
Every step of the way, they want to have everything that's gorgeous, something that's visually pleasing as well. So we've introduced a lot of new things today. With respect to our mobile computing, we've got a full and broad spectrum of ZBook mobile workstations, and those are highly tuned for creative professionals, engineers, working with NVIDIA on high-end graphics, Quadro class graphics, so can be fully certified with applications, that type of thing. We've introduced the new Omen Pro mobile workstation.
Wow, that's pretty.
That looks
Gorgeous
fancy.
piece of work. This is ultra sleek, ultra light, 15-inch display, touch display. And what we've done is we've leveraged this solution from our gaming group. So they came out with the Omen based on game playing with NVIDIA GeForce class graphics. What we did is we upgraded this for the professional and integrated the NVIDIA Quadro K1100M. Great 3D solution for video production, audio production, CAD, that type of thing. But as you can see, it still has some of the gaming accoutrements, right?
Yeah.
So you can type on the display here, on the keyboard, and it kind of tests your mood. It'll do a little mood ring type thing.
That's good.
So
That's
it's
good. Now,
really
what's the
cool.
resolution of the screen?
Resolution is FHD 1920 by 1080, so you get the full HD experience from that perspective. As you can see, Premiere Pro running here pretty flawlessly.
Yeah.
And that's what our users really demand, is the performance of this type of solution. This also includes our Z Turbo drive, and I'm just going to tease you with that for a minute because I want to introduce you to that here in a second. But our whole line of ZBook mobile workstations, all the way up through our 17-inch ZBook mobile workstation, has our Dream Color display technology. And if you're familiar with our Dream Color display, It is a color calibratable, color correct solution for the media and entertainment market. So for folks who want to do...
And when you talk about the calibration, how do people calibrate it?
Yeah, calibrate with the external gun.
Okay.
We support multiple, the Klein guns, everything that's industry standard out there. And from that perspective, we can support standard SGRGB, Adobe RGB, Rec 709, and it's all at a touch of a button to change these different color spaces.
Okay.
So when folks are out in the field using the mobile workstation, they can do cinema class visualization as you would in a movie theater.
And what chips are inside? What
So,
CPU?
yeah, great question. So it's the Intel Core i7 quad-core technology in this. So it's a very high-level solution. We only offer 2 SKUs because we know everybody wants a hot rod,
Right.
when they're buying an Omen Pro. So it's the high-end NVIDIA graphics card. We've got 2 different SKUs on the Intel Intel Core i7 side, and this starts at $2199.
That's
So
fantastic.
Great price point.
What's the I/O on as far as getting data in and out of the computer?
Yeah, so for us, it's all about using the standard USB solution here.
And where are the USB inputs?
Yeah, the USB inputs are on the back.
Oh, okay.
Right, so lots from that perspective. This also has
HDMI, I think I saw that.
HDMI as well from an output perspective. So what we're using also on our high-end ZBook mobile workstations, that we've added Thunderbolt capability.
Okay,
that's
so
great.
we do know that all the guys out there shooting film, they're bringing their Thunderbolt drives in, want to have fast speed ingest, and we have that across all of our desktop and mobile workstation
But
line.
this one doesn't have the Thunderbolt?
This one does not have Thunderbolt today. That's
Okay.
something we're looking at in the next generation.
And when do these ship?
These will be shipping next month.
Fantastic.
I'm still waiting to hear about these Z Turbo drives.
I'm going to hold you to that.
You're still going to hold me on that
hold
one.
you to that because I'm going to give you some exciting news
All right.
about our new Dreamcolor display. Okay. So several years ago, 2008, we introduced the first Dreamcolor display here at NAB. And it was really dedicated to production studios, graphic artists who really needed to have the full gamut of color space in an LCD monitor, right? We worked with several studios in an advisory council fashion, DreamWorks, Lucas, Pixar, Disney, Weta Digital, Animalogic. They all had the same problem. They were moving from the color calibrated CRTs, Sony Trinitrons, which went out of production.
Right.
And they needed to have a replacement. So we all developed what we ended up calling the Dreamcolor display. 24-inch gorgeous display, which over the past many years has just been the solution for production studios, whether it's 3D animation or CG work in a full-featured film production studio. They even take it out on site. We've had some guys take them out in the field as they're shooting video with a car battery to run this thing just so they could see exactly what it's going to look like in the theater, right? And that's the only display to do that. It was an industry breakthrough price of $2,000 at the time, okay? Most of these displays came out about 25 grand, 30 grand. We just, created this new market space, and it was the solution forever. This year, I'm proud to say that we won an Academy Award for technical achievement on our Dreamcolor display. We're the first PC vendor to receive an Academy Award. So
Now, the important question about that, this is a highly technical question. Who gets the statue? Where did it go? Where did you want it? It's got to be,
If you'd love to see it, it's in the Studio Experience down in the South Hall. We'll show it to you. It's in a glass case, but the engineer who was recognized for the achievement actually got the award. He got to go dress up in a tux, probably rented. I don't think engineers have tuxes, right? But he got up. 4 of them, one DreamWorks engineer, 2 of our engineers, and then another engineer for color calibration.
That's a great accomplishment.
It's fantastic.
Yeah,
We're so excited about that. So last year we introduced 2 new Dreamcolor displays, 24-inch and a 27-inch. The 24-inch starts at $599.
Okay.
So incredible price point, small premium to standard professional 24-inch displays. Now we're seeing graphics artists, digital photographers, they need the color calibration, the right color space, working in sRGB, very specific to them, and a fantastic price point.
That's a great price for that.
And a question, when you talk about calibrating the monitor, do you need to calibrate it with the computer, or is there a way to calibrate the monitor without a computer input?
Perfect question. So our Z24X, which is the 24-inch solution, requires either a laptop computer to do the calibration with the gun. Our 27-inch is self-calibratable. So it's,
and the reason that that's important to me,
I know where you're going to go.
We've got switchers, and we've got all kinds of other stuff that we want to be able to put, plug it into. We've got appliances that
Right.
are outputting, and what we want to be able to do is we need to be able to calibrate that monitor.
Right.
We're not going to have a computer connected to it, and so connecting to the computer doesn't help us a lot. Now,
Bingo.
Now, if so the 27-inch does do that.
Yeah, the Z27X does do that. In fact, you can put your own color space definition on a USB key, plug it into the side of the monitor, it'll calibrate to that color space.
And what's the price point of the 27?
That one, remember the first one is at $2,000, industry breakthrough. This is now $14.99.
Wow.
You guys should go buy some.
I'm going right now.
Well, and a lot of times, I mean, we have on a lot of our productions, we do a lot of live production.
Right.
We will have a lot of monitors, and we're always trying to make sure that every set of tables has one that's showing the real color. Like we don't usually have them all. Now with that price, we could have a lot more of them.
Exactly.
Because a lot of times that one is very, ours have been typically more expensive. So it's
our good friends at DreamWorks Animation, they have 2 on every animator's desk, right? Because they're not only doing that, but they're looking at 3D capability as well. So obviously all their frames coming out in 3D, they have to have a 3D calibrated display as well. So that's the biggest challenge for them. But it's like buying candy for them. They absolutely have to have the Dream Color display to get their job done.
That's great. Now what is this little?
I'm gonna save this.
We're running out of time.
Yeah,
so
I know.
If we save it too long, I'm going to be like,
hurry up.
thank you very much, and where can we find you?
And we're out.
So
really quick, we've also introduced some new narrow bezel displays. 24, 25, 27-inch form factor for those folks who want to tile up to 4 displays, right? Minimize the air gaps between the visual real estate.
Okay.
And those are coming out this next month.
now those
as well.
don't have the color.
That is not a Dream Color display,
Right.
but standard display for those folks who really want to have a bigger visual real estate. We've got folks on the financial trader floor, right?
They don't need color. They don't. It turns out
They
it
don't
doesn't
care
matter.
about that. It's all about Excel, right?
Exactly.
But they have lots of things going on at a time.
Now, what's the distance when they're together? What's the distance from the image to the edge?
It's less than 10 millimeters
Okay.
between the displays. So each bezel is just, it's about 6 millimeters each.
Okay.
That's fantastic.
So it's very
Awesome.
tight. So you ready to hear about this?
We are.
We're ready.
All right, this is the Z Turbo Drive.
All right.
Okay, last year at NAB we introduced this product. It's based on Samsung NAND technology.
And you might want to put it back down here so we can get it closer.
All right, let's check it out.
There we go.
So from here, what you do is you pick up a PCI Express slot, and this is now replacing your hard drive. Okay,
Right.
It's effectively a hard drive. Now you know SSD drives are the fastest thing in the industry. This is twice as fast as an SSD drive for the same price.
And what are the read-write speeds?
Yeah, so this week we introduced the 2nd generation, which is this one, based on Samsung's NVMe technology.
Right.
4 times the speed of an SSD drive, 256 gigabytes starting at $399.
And what does it go up to in terms of gigabytes?
512 gigabytes, so we have
512.
two different capacities.
Okay.
And you're going to get sequential read performance of over 2 gigabytes a second and 1.7 on the right side. So you're
Right.
talking 300,000 IOPS
Right.
on this hot rod. So what we're seeing is media entertainment, big data. It's all about big data, 4K. You guys are filming in 4K today probably,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So it's big data coming in off the drive. You want to minimize the bottlenecks to get it into the CPU, into the graphics card. This is what the Z Turbo Drive does, right?
That's fantastic.
This hits our desktop workstations, our mobile workstations, and our new Omen Pro Z Turbo Drive technology.
That's great.
Great stuff.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Jeff, where can people find you in the hall?
We are in Suite 212 in the back of the South Hall, but also in the studio experience at the front of the South Hall. And that's where our Academy Award is, so come take a look at that.
Awesome. And of course, online at hp.com.
hp.com/Z Workstations.
Z Workstation.
Fantastic.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, great to talk to you guys.
Thank you. And thank you for watching NAB Show Live. We'll be right back.
Fascinating.
Good?
Awesome.
All right,
Thank you so much. That looks
Appreciate
great.
it.
You're not leaving with these things, are you?
Yeah, I'll leave them. It's candy.
All right, see you later.
Who are we at next?
We've got Chris Kraft, Share Rocket.
Okay.
See, there's got to be some point where we say, is this the time in Sprocket where we dance? Oh, you're too young for that, aren't you?
This is the time when what?
Is this the time in Sprocket where we dance?
No, I'm sorry. I am too young for that, whatever it is.
There's a whole bunch of people out there somewhere that just started laughing. I'm just telling you. they were all over 40.
Laughing in the chat room.
Yeah.
How you doing, sir? Chris Kraft, Leslie Samuel.
Leslie, it's a pleasure.
Pleasure to meet
Hey,
you.
good to see you again. Yeah, absolutely.
Y'all having fun yet?
Oh yeah.
Are we ever not having fun?
It's all
that's a
fun.
good question to ask.
It's all busy, all fun. No, the answer is not to ask yourself. That's
Exactly.
That's how you stay happy. Is you don't ask whether you're happy or not. You just.
We're all good? Thank you so much for doing that.
Do we have any images?
I do. We've got, we're going to
On here?
Do you guys have those in the back? So we'll call them out.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, great.
We'll actually show you real time what these TV markets are doing.
Awesome.
Social media ratings.
Yep.
Okay.
Trying to resist the urge to go buy more GoPros.
So what's the coolest? Oh, they got me live here. I was going to ask.
You can ask.
You're fine, you can ask.
What's the coolest piece of tech that you guys have seen?
Oh man, that's a good question.
It's very hard.
For me, the most fascinating one is the huge, drone
Oh yeah.
right over here. It's so massive. It's fascinating.
My problem is that most of what I've been looking for is components. So I think things are very cool because, I can fit this into it. So I was looking at all these little Marshall cameras that are like tiny, and I have been, looking at the sound devices stuff that we saw is pretty cool. It definitely makes our job easier. I've been doing a lot of the Oculus stuff, so I'm paying a lot of attention to all the rigs. So, Heroes 3D, 360 over here, and there's a couple other folks doing some work on it.
Okay, we're getting ready.
Hi everyone, welcome back to NAB Show. I'm Alex Lindsay here with Leslie Samuel.
Yes, indeed.
We're back.
We are back.
And we're here with Chris Kraft from Share Rocket. And you're going to tell
Good afternoon.
How's it going?
It's going great.
Awesome.
So, Share Rocket.
Share Rocket, we are a social media ratings company for broadcasters.
Okay.
We're currently focusing on the local television markets.
Right.
Maybe getting to our first radio market opportunity soon, but we were born here a year ago at NAB. This is where we launched the company, and it's been a fun ride so
You're
far.
still here.
We're still here.
It's a good start. There's some statistic that it's like in the first year, 60% of the companies like, wow.
So far we're beating the odds, which
There
is
you
good.
go.
Yeah, that's good.
That's a good sign.
It is.
So now Share Rocket is a little like a Nielsen in some ways?
It's the methodology is very similar in that we're really measuring audience. And in this case, we're focused on the audience of these local media properties, primarily television broadcasters. So we feel like social gives a real accurate view of the conversation that's happening in and around local media, particularly local news.
Right.
And it's really, our insights really give broadcasters some interesting clues into what their audience cares about and what may ultimately be driving them into their website, their mobile properties, and what we believe is an effect called social tune-in, where people will actually go through that process and end up turning on their broadcasts, which is something most broadcasters would like people to do.
And you're looking at Twitter, Facebook,
primarily
other networks? Primarily.
Yes, so about 97% or so of the local conversation and the local DMA about local news and local topics are happening on those two platforms.
Okay.
And how are you measuring them?
So we're actually, our methodology is we literally go in and we create an index of the local media market. So we identify all the constituents, in this case TV broadcasters, and we'll actually laser lock on to their Facebook and Twitter handles. So we're really managing or monitoring their owned media properties. And then we go a step further and we actually lock on to their sub-brands. So a lot of TV stations have sub-brands that do social, like weather and sports, and
some cases, the traffic department will have their own social media handles.
And also some of the hosts.
And then that's the next level. We actually get into every single on-air talent that's engaging in social on behalf of the station. So we will typically, in a market like Las Vegas, we'll be tracking about 270 total assets to kind of make up our index. And we roll all that social equity that's happening at each of those levels to the parent station, and they get a real clear view of what they're doing in social at any given time.
And you're just basically looking at the number of tweets, the amount of shares and likes and so on.
Yeah.
In real time.
We are, and we also take into account how much audience, so some of the bigger brands are gaining and losing audience throughout the day, believe it or not, fans and followers. We measure that. We also measure their voice. So how loud are they as broadcasters? What is that voice returning in terms of engagement? So there's three core components, audience, voice, and engagement, but there's a lot of really neat interplay between seeing how those interact with each other. For instance, how engaging are they overall with their social audience?
Well, and I think that one of the things that's important there is that it's not just comparing you to everyone in the United States, it's really comparing you to your local market. Because every local market's going to have a different cross-section or a different flavor of how social's being used. It might be a lot heavier in Seattle than it is in Iowa.
We find every single market has its own personality when it comes to social. Different demographics, different times of day even. Smaller markets tend to have a smaller footprint in social, but a much higher engagement. So those local markets, they tend to have a tighter relationship with that on-air talent that they're watching every night on TV.
Now, can you also look at specific topics and see how different networks are performing on those topics?
You can. So we have a view in our dashboard that actually shows you what the most engaging piece of content is in the market. And so we kind of rank by engagement. We have a top 20 list, actually, that will show a broadcaster or whoever's managing social at the station what's really important to the viewers in that particular market in terms of the social side.
So and how does it become actionable now for the station? They're looking at these analytics, and do you also provide recommendations for how they can improve? How does that work?
So we do a base level of training when we onboard a new client. We show them how to get insights that are actionable out of the tool. It's very powerful. It seems very simple, but it's very powerful to just rank you in terms of performance. That's a great level setting exercise for most stations to say, okay, well, here I am, I'm either first or worst, and I can actually adjust my strategy and tactics from there. And then there are about a dozen different tactics that you can use that the software will give you some insights that you can navigate throughout the day.
And this feedback is really coming back to them in real time.
It is. So we do get content, the content feed in real time, but we do a scoring run every quarter hour. And so every quarter hour we go to every single asset in that market and we tell you what's your share of social and what their overall social equity index score, our proprietary score is every quarter hour. And then we roll that up to the parent brand and rank them, and we know who's winning in social pretty much up to the minute, every quarter hour.
Well, and what's important about that is, especially if you're trying out programs, a lot of times what happens is we're measuring it in the number of followers or the number of other things, and so what happens is you're doing all this work, but you're really not able to know how that's really affecting the conversation for a week or a month or whatever, and the iteration rate on anything that you're developing that's new is everything.
It is, and we've really seen an evolution. And different stations and different ownership groups that own these stations are at different phases of social. And what we're seeing is an increase in sort of the working smarter, not harder. I used to run a pretty large social media agency, and we ran fairly much in the early days of social blind, using our old marketing knowledge, right?
I think most people, I do a lot of work in social, I think most people are blind pretty blind.
Yeah.
I mean,
and so as that evolved...
It's kind of like witchcraft.
It is.
If
voodoo.
we rub this way, there will be followers.
Or voodoo.
Exactly, yeah.
And, so as that's evolved and strategies evolve, people starting to use data and analytics to inform their decisions. And even brands now are kind of taking more of a real-time, or I've heard the term agile social approach to managing their brands in social. And in news and in local media, it really is a real-time game. So as sophisticated strategies get more sophisticated, the tactics tend to get more sophisticated, and being able to see what your audience cares about in terms of likes and comments and shares and that raw engagement gives them a lot of insights, and we're actually finding it crossing over into the newscasts. news directors are actually looking at this data to decide how they actually stack their newscast that night.
Right, and it seems like beyond just the feedback to the TV stations, the overall data mining of understanding exactly how all of this works would be useful.
Yeah, there's that old saying, you cannot manage what you can't measure. And so as social strategies evolved and groups have understood that there is likely a very strong correlation between their social activity and their actual TV ratings, they're wanting to manage every aspect of it. And that's really where ShareRocket comes in, and we help them, we give them a view of their total social footprint, how much social equity they're creating in the marketplace at any given time, and then we let them tier it. How much is coming from the brand and how much is coming from your on-air talent.
And one of the things that seems like it's important with a lot of these things, especially as we move away from people even knowing what channel they're watching, is being able to make sure that you have access by building up that social network, because a lot of times, I'll argue that content is no longer king; it's community is king. And not having that community, and you see a lot of these broadcasters are still in this kind of one way. We broadcast out and that's it. And not being able to figure out a way to integrate that audience. And I think this is a great way to know that you're not. The first step's admitting you have a problem.
So I think what you said is exactly right, and the way that the currency of that community is engagement. That's really the best measurement.
Yeah.
So there's been a lot of debates to your earlier point of which metric do I grab onto to say what does winning look like. A lot of folks are still using metrics like reach, which really don't give you the complete picture. We believe, in our point of view, our view of the world anyway, is that engagement really is the determining factor of how tight that community is and what that interaction, measurable interaction really is.
And how do you determine engagement? Like what numbers are you looking at? What values are you looking at?
So we're looking at through the different APIs that they allow to see, or they allow us to see. On Facebook, that's likes, comments, and shares.
Okay.
On Twitter, that's mentions, replies, retweets, and favorites.
Now, is it likes, comments, and shares for the pages that you're looking at, or are you also looking at if I have a website where I am sharing articles and content and people are liking those pages?
Yeah, so if you are a station that's got sub-brands like we talked about earlier, we'll definitely measure those. So we're measuring sort of the complete footprint. A typical TV station, let's just say in a top 10 market, will have about 60 different assets out there every day doing social on behalf of their station. That includes the main brand and sub-pages, sub-brands like weather, sports, and traffic. And then, of course, the individual anchors and reporters. They're becoming more and more important every day when it comes to connecting with that audience.
Now, are you here on the floor?
We're not. We actually launched here last year at the Sprocket hub, and we have been conducting most of our meetings off-site, and most of the executives tend to stay in orbit of the trade show floor, and so we've tried to just set up out there.
So where can they find out more about you?
ShareRocket.com.
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 All right, great, Chris.
Awesome.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, take care. And thank you for watching NAB Live. We'll be right back with more.
You are. Yeah, don't just walk away.
That's how they get you.
There we go. You're welcome. All right, good to meet you.
All right, take care.
So next is, yes, merging technologies. 1, 2, 3, 4 more to go. Hello, how you doing?
Very well, very well.
Johan?
Yeah, that's me.
Leslie.
Hi, Alex.
Alex?
Yes.
Leslie.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you guys.
It's Wadston.
That's me, yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure.
I don't know where it's sticking, but there. If I can grab it and bring it back around, then I can move my Where's that going? There we go.
Yeah, there you go. You're good.
Settled.
Not a problem.
Yes.
Gold.
We're just going to start yelling questions.
We're just gonna start yelling.
It's the
Just come with answers.
the way we roll.
That's all you need to know. What's that? Johan?
Johan.
Johan?
Johan Watson.
Yeah. They're asking us in our ear.
We're live, but not officially live. Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Welcome back to NAB Live. I'm Alex Lindsay here with Leslie Samuel.
Yes, indeed.
And we are
having
we
a good
we have
time.
another victim. Another victim. After the last one, we didn't think anyone was going to come up here. Johan Watson from Merging Technologies.
He's a brave
Oh, yeah?
guy.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
What have you got in store for me? Right.
What are you showing off here?
Right. So, well, Merging Technologies, we're an audio producer or audio manufacturer for the pro audio world.
Okay.
That's kind of as general as it can possibly be with any sort of description, isn't it? We provide software and hardware tools that are all based around the idea of Ravenna and AES-67. So we were a really early proponent of the Ravenna networked audio protocol. And about sort of 3 or 4 years ago now made a huge shift of all our product range to encompass that as a kind of core value for the product range. So it's on the software end, there's Pyramix, which is a digital audio workstation, used heavily in post-production television, cinema, really heavily in classical music production, and on
now,
the
what sets
broadcast
it apart?
end.
How,
Sorry?
What sets that apart?
Well, acoustic music production is a special thing in that the way Pyramix is designed is to capture multi-channel recordings and treat them as kind of a single object. So for instance, in a Pro Tools or in a Window, you would record a vocal 18 times and then a bass guitar, and then you do overdubs and overdubs, where classical music production or acoustic music production is about the capture of a band or an orchestra in a single event. So because you've got maybe 64 or 128 or 256 channels of a recording, you then need very special tools to be able to kind of very easily deal with that and not lose tracks or offset tracks or lose sync. So that's Pyramix.
Okay.
We then, it's also used heavily in mastering, by the way, so that's the other thing I was getting to. So most of the Grammys that are won, the mastering side of it's usually Pyramix that ends up being the one used for it.
Okay.
Then on the broadcast end, we've got production tools with Ovation. So Ovation is a broadcast production playout tool. Think cart player on serious amounts of steroids.
I'm old enough to remember that. Know what he doesn't know what a cart is.
I don't.
Right.
A cart was basically an 8-track tape that you'd pull out and go clunk, clunk, and that would be your next commercial.
Exactly. But now in modern broadcast production, the idea of show control, needing MIDI, GPIOs, time codes, all these sorts of things to be run in conjunction with a scene sting or a music bump to go to commercial or come back is becoming an integral part of a production studio. So Ovation offers that.
And this is just audio, video.
So audio, this is audio and show control. So it's the GPIs, it's the reacting to opening a fader on a console, so you start your cues and things like this. So, so that's the software end. So and again, all of that is natively sending its audio output on Ravenna. So Ravenna being AOIP, developed by ALC Networks in Germany, and now 30.
And this is a I'm going to slow you down for our listeners a little bit.
And for me.
No worries.
So this is a network protocol?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So Ravenna is audio over IP.
Right. And how would this and how would you compare to something like Dante?
So Dante and Ravenna are incredibly similar, bar the one fact which has made it very different in terms of its adoption model. Ravenna is open source.
Okay.
So Ravenna is a described tool, it's a described protocol, it's everything you need to do what you do, but you're not precluded from getting inside it and changing it, amending it, bending it to your will. One of our main reasons for taking it is that we do much higher than normal sample rates for our operation. So we actually work up to 11.2 megahertz sample rates for recording audio. So normally it's 48.
No, I was like, that's a that's a lot outside of my range. Yeah.
256 times CD quality.
Right. Well, and what's important there is that I think a lot of people, when they're looking at that, a lot of our viewers will think of a CD quality as great, and it's fine, it's okay as a distribution format, but not as a contribution format.
Exactly.
So I mean, and people will argue whether it's fine for distribution on its own. It's, those samples are like aliases. Like when you look at an image, and what happens is that you, especially on really, really fine tones at the end of a song, you'll hear this, and that's your digitization of an analog signal. So the higher sampling rate is going to allow the recording to really capture with the minimum number of those little steps.
So there's dynamic range and there's frequency response, but there's also the ability to capture with a much larger Nyquist brick wall limiter. So the idea of Nyquist theory that you have to have your sampling rate be double the maximum frequency you capture so that you can capture a cycle properly.
Is this something that you're using strictly for recording, or is it also for live events?
So no, so this, it's a very interesting question because Ovation has another world as a front of house tool. So there's actually an inline mixing console integrated into the solution. So we have got an entire scene actually in parts of Europe where we're doing 384 kilohertz live event sonic reproduction. So the actual system, front of house system is being run there. So yeah, so that's, but again, all of it relates back to the Ravenna and AES-67 interconnectivity. That's the real.
Explain for our viewers a little AES-67.
So AES-67 is a definition created by the Audio Engineering Society for the transmission of real-time audio across networks.
Right.
What it doesn't describe is it doesn't describe how those bits of audio are meant to be picked up and used and actually connected between endpoints. This is the terminology which is called discovery. So Ravenna is the layer which describes the discovery. It'll tell the network, I'm a box that has 8 inputs and 8 outputs, and I work at 48 kilohertz, blah, 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 and can thus accept audio streams. Yeah? I mean, with MADI and AES, it was very simple. We took the plug and we plugged it into the device and it's done. But with a network, it becomes a bit more complex because once a packet of data exists on a network, it can kind of go anywhere. So you need to create rules around that.
Well, and most of my experiences with Dante, our whole studio is all Dante driven, and one of the big advantages, of course, with network audio is, of course, a lot of flexibility.
Of course.
We're moving a lot of channels around. We're able to, work with all of those pieces. Another advantage for folks at home watching is, right now we're talking about network, which is a whole class. A lot of people are just used to analog. We plug. These are all just kind of going to an analog mixer and everything else. That entire transport can be dirtied up, throughout a house. And so by getting it out of that, getting it into those bits, as long as we can get those bits back to the right place, we're able to get a much cleaner signal.
Exactly, and I think this is the sort of the important difference again when we're looking at the idea of Ravenna and AES-67 is one of the primary models of Ravenna is the broadcast infrastructure world.
Right.
So when we're talking about Dante and we're talking about other sort of proprietary protocols, they usually describe a part of a system. So you'll use it in a studio or use it in a theater. But what we're talking about with Ravenna and AES-67 is we're actually talking about the television station or the television station group, because we're not talking about a single network, but we're also talking about bridging between networks so that a Ravenna network could describe every Bell Media location across Canada, or these sorts of things. So it's the scope of what Ravenna
Is there
is
in
much
Ravenna?
bigger.
Is there a scale? Is there a limit to how many channels it's managing?
I mean, the limit is the network.
Right.
So like with anything, the pipe, as long as the pipe is big enough, you can transmit more and more and more and more data. So it's gigabit by default, like most of these protocols are. But no, I mean, this is, again, because it's an open source protocol, the vendor using it for their core products is able to do what they need to do. For instance, we would never be able to adopt Dante as a manufacturer because we go far above 192 kilohertz. And we need to tweak the hardware and the software to be able to handle that, which you're not allowed to do with Dante.
Right. No,
for obvious reasons, because they close it and they sell it. So instead, the Ravenna model is they're selling the support and they're selling the help to allow a vendor to use it and create and connect with everybody else in the ecosystem.
I'm sold.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back and tell my engineer, we got to tear everything out, put all those stuff back in.
But it's great. It's great to see vendor. There's the TELUS Alliance, and there's Lavo, and there's us, and there's Genelec, and there's a number of people have taken it, and the projects that have actually already come off. So, for instance, the FIFA World Cup was a Ravenna.
And do most of our standard boards are Yamahas, all of those things will actually have cards that support?
Eventually, yeah, exactly.
Eventually,
So we're at the coal phase. So Dante, I mean, they got started many years ago, so there's obviously an ecosystem behind them that is
still there.
That is much bigger than what the Ravenna is at the moment. But again, the people the crowd we're working with is, for better or for worse, it's a very broadcast-driven group of people like TELUS, Axia, the Livewire, all that stuff is all Ravenna capable now. And it's very much targeted at broadcast infrastructure, not really theaters and live. So
now it sounds like you can have a bunch of inputs coming in, but what about on the output end? Can you go to, is there limitations on the number of zones that it can go out to?
No, I mean, again, it's a network. So everything's bidirectional. Everything's just packets on the network. And in terms of output, that's where our hardware solutions come into play. So Merging Technology also designs AES-67 interfaces. So we have remote controllable mic preamps that are at a level that we're up in the upper echelons of what's capable with mic preamps, and AD and DA solutions, as well as digital I/O that again all aggregates onto a Ravenna and AES-67 network.
That's fascinating.
Awesome. Voila.
Where can people find you here in the show?
So we're C3239, just in the central hall, kind of diagonally back there, sort of heading into the main central area. And yeah, we've got all of this stuff on board, so come by and have a peek.
And online?
Online, merging.com.
Merging.com.
Yeah, that's the one.
Thank you so much.
Happy days.
Thank you so much.
No worries, fellas. Take care.
And thank you for watching. This is NAB Show Live 2015. We'll be back for more in just a couple minutes. That's fantastic. You watch out, you're tethered. We've only lost a couple guests that way.
So they have questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. They have questions that we have to ask them.
Oh, man. I'm going to put down at the bottom.
This is the time. Is this the time in Sprockets Valley dance?
He won't think it's funny at all. He won't think it's funny at all. No, I'm not going to ask him. No. He'll look at me like, oh, that's like the 100th time I've heard that. You know that's usually.
How you doing, sir?
You know.
No problem. How you doing?
Great. What's your name?
Leslie.
Hey, Leslie.
What's your
Hey,
name?
Alex.
Harry. Hey, Alex.
Harry. Nice to meet you. Hello.
Hey, I'm his wingman.
And
wingman.
it's
Awesome.
And photographer.
Oh,
and
there you go.
Harry Glazer, right?
Yeah, Harry Glazer.
Okay, perfect.
Give me 1 second here. Back on where I was.
So I really like this, Harry, to tell you too. We have 30 companies in this Rocket Hub.
Okay.
He doesn't know logistics about every single one.
That's fine.
We're going to go down the list. We're going to go, so there's
One
in the
company
middle.
at a
There's
time.
one in the middle.
The great ones, rattle them off, but of course we don't know logistics.
success stories
He
and.
knows the corporate members really well.
So you're saying ask about every single company.
That's what gorilla.
Grill him. All right.
Oh yeah.
All right.
You guys been to Sprocket yet?
No, we have not.
Been sitting here
I have not.
Okay, come by whenever you have a chance.
Yeah,
Sounds
absolutely.
good.
Voting going on too. Pretty exciting.
Yeah, there's a booth I've already been directed to go over and see, so I'm.
I've
Perfect.
So what I wanted to talk about, I guess, and then you guys.
And we're live, just so you know.
Oh, we are?
Yeah, it's kind of an open live.
Ah, there you go.
So yeah, so it's
So you tell me.
we're gonna ask you. We got a couple questions.
Yeah, we
but
got some
we
questions.
got
Yeah,
some.
we're gonna ask.
It'll be.
And lean it whatever direction.
We'll give you a
wanna
lot of speed. We'll give you a lot of room.
Kind of what I wanted to talk about was just kind of what is Sprocket?
Yep.
Yep.
Why does it exist?
Yep.
Who are your corporate members? Who are your startups?
Yep.
How'd you get them?
Those are the exact
Success
questions
We're
we
right.
have here.
We're right here. We're right here.
All right, sounds good.
I'm going to talk about a few companies, but I kind of don't want to do favorites because you know, all
Yep, I got you.
you know, you didn't mention them, and I want to talk about the voting aspect and your ceremony. So
Sounds good.
I'm ready to roll when you guys are.
Yep,
Okay.
we're just waiting for them to let us know, and we'll be going.
Where do I look?
Look at us.
Yeah, look at us.
We'll look at them, but you look at us. And we'll only look at them in the beginning.
I just spaced out the name again. So Alex and
I'm Alex.
Alex, Leslie.
Leslie. Okay, there you go. There's my brain. I've been slammed all day with it. You guys, you guys definitely come over. How long are you broadcasting here today till?
I'm on until a little after 3. I guess we're both on until a little
until
after 3.
3:30.
Private announcing the winners at 4:30. The chairman of the NAB, so it might be a good time to come over and all the other press there and all the stuff.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Sounds like a plan.
Free food and drink.
Well, that's,
Food and drink. There we go. Okay, we're about to go.
It's
live.
closed. It's not for everybody. You know.
yeah, if you're watching, it's just us. It's just us.
you
Yeah.
guys, man.
It's the,
Yes, we can. Yeah, we're good. Starting now.
Cool.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to NAB Show 2015.
2015.
Live. I'm Alex Lindsay here with Leslie Samuel.
Yes, indeed.
And we have yet another guest here.
Another victim.
Harry Glazer from Sprocket.
Hey guys.
How
How's
you
it
doing?
Good. What's making you smile today?
Everything.
Oh, it's everything. It's
Love
one thing after
it.
another. So tell us a little bit about Sprocket.
Sure. So Sprocket's an alliance of leading media entertainment executives and startups collaborate in a year-long program to bring new products, services, and revenue models to market. So they're partnering, making investments. We kick it off at the NAB show, but we have private meetings throughout the year. So this is kind of the big sizzle, but then we have 3 one-day meetings where it's 12 hours with the heads of digital, the CTOs for the companies, the head of corporate development. So
So each of these are small companies.
startups. We have 30 startups we curate. We go
Right.
through, hundreds and hundreds of them to curate down to 30 of the most powerful startups that affecting the industry.
And they are, and you're going to work with them for a year.
Correct.
And then after that, it's a whole nother set.
Become alumni. And
Right, right.
kind of like Facebook and LinkedIn on steroids because everybody's really helping each other. It's the network is really driven by our corporate members. And
Right.
so we have kind of 17 corporate members who kind of who's who. And some people that you may be interesting bedfellows because we have Comcast
Right.
with Google, with Disney, in the room. We also have NBC Universal. We also have Fox Networks groups. So you got people that are frenemies in the room, yet are collaborating to work with the
And
startups.
why are they collaborating?
They're collaborating because, they don't want to go the way of the music world, okay, or the way of BlackBerry, So, one of our corporate partners is Samsung. We have the global head of innovation from Samsung in there. And then we have the eight largest broadcasters in the Pearl Group. So it's Hearst, Cox, Gannett, then we have Univision. So it's kind of a who's who, and we're looking to expand it out to basically include brands and ad agencies.
And what happens with those companies beyond that first year when they become alumni?
They continue to collaborate and still partner with the guys.
Okay.
But with going back to your other question, what happens in the year, the program, and why the corporates are doing it? The corporates, innovation doesn't really happen in a big way inside big companies. They're too big, it's too hard to move that ship around. So they look for outside because technology is changing quickly and consumer habits are changing quickly. So the guys that are nimble are the startups. So what's interesting in these meetings that we have, like the first meeting we're having outside of NAB, is at Google's headquarters, okay? And we sit down and it's mano-y-mano because the corporate guys, while they're the decision makers and they're on equal footing with the startups because they're the CEOs that are transforming the industry. And they're doing things like, coming up with technology to transform the way content is created, the way it's delivered, the way it's monetized. Everything's totally different about it. And so it's a pretty interesting marketplace.
Now, how did you get into this? How did Sprocket get built?
Pretty interesting. I started something about 18 years ago, believe it or not, 19 years ago in the Washington metropolitan area, where we basically we didn't have the Silicon Valley infrastructure, so I started something, just a non-for-profit, just for fun, bringing in the 30 hottest startups in the Washington area. And NASDAQ backed it, we got together for a year, and I thought we were going to do it like one time. Here it is 19 years later. So it's kind of like, whoa, and it's like, I didn't plan on that, and I just did it for fun.
Right.
And so this model really came out. It was NAB and I started talking. They said, look, the industry's in transition. We need to, we know it. You can't build brick walls or dams because they're going to come down.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Things are changing. So what's interesting is now the industry has said, you know what? We know we're going to be cannibalized, so we might as well start growing a new arm, a new toe, a leg. One of our corporate guys said to us, when we started this a year ago, he said, on my balance sheet, I put zeros because I didn't think there'd be any revenue there. Now I have 7 zeros in front of a 1 or 8 zeros that I see that as a market where I had no revenue there before.
Yeah. Right.
So, it's things like, over the top, the delivery of content, broadband, so for all the cable cutters, and it's things like measurement of advertising, Nielsen, different challenges there. So we have companies that basically measure social media viewability as well as search.
So how do you go about selecting these companies?
Sure. We ask our corporate members, tell us what your pain points are. And we sit down with them, and then we work with our partners. So our partners are the National Venture Capital Association, the Global Angel Capital Association, and we also have Boston Consulting's Global Head of Media Entertainment, and their private equity practice. We have the Global Head of Ernst & Young. We have Kelly Dry, the head of their advertising and their media practice. So it's kind of a who's who out there. Mm-hmm. And so we go out to them, and we go out to members around the world, and we go through hundreds and hundreds of startups, and then we get it down to about 60, and then we show it to our corporate members a little bit of time. Mm-hmm. Do you like it? Yeah, and if they like it, we invite them in.
Yeah.
And so that's how we get to 30.
Right.
Got it.
And how long does that process last? Is that like all year the year before, or does it happen in a couple months?
No, we actually do it in a 6-month process, but most of it happens the last 45 days. There's a reason for that.
Because some of them aren't there anymore.
Exactly.
It looked like such a good idea.
And more importantly, you want to have the ones that are the freshest and newest, out there. So you don't want to have something that's 9 months old, and they were cool at the time, but now somebody jump-started them. So we want to show the freshest stuff to the NAB, and then we work with our corporate partners work with the startups throughout the year doing partnerships and making investments, and it's been pretty wild. So we have, I'm just trying to think, from our first year, this is our third year now. We've done it 2 years, and this is the kickoff for the third, but we've had a handful of companies have been sold, which is really incredible because usually it takes 8 to 10 years. We've had a company that sold to Twitter, one sold to Samsung, one sold to Graham Media. We've had companies that raised, one of our companies focused on sports for kids, raised $28 million and got all the major leagues, the NFL, the NBA, and the NHL involved. So it's been pretty wild for all the partnerships, watching them grow.
Now there's a lot of stuff going on the website as well, as far as there's stuff happening here, of course.
Yeah, right here. The website, this is a private community. I mean, Sprocket this is the sizzle, where the real deals are done and all the action, or is in private. So it's a syndicate of corporate partners that join in. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of either you're on the inside or you're on the outside looking in. Our corporate partners want to be on the inside to help forge the future for the industry.
Right. Very good. Now you have a Best of Sprocket award.
Oh yeah. Today the winner is going to be announced at 4:30. So at the NAB show, if you haven't voted yet, we have 30 amazing startups there. And you text, I sound like Ryan Seacrest here. It's, you text, what is it, 87057, 87057. And the Gordon Smith, the CEO of NAB, will be announcing the winner at our hub at 4:30. So it's pretty amazing, it's pretty exciting.
And and you're over in the North Hall?
I'm in North Hall. I'm in North 2530, and it's absolutely insane over there. And what we've had is companies make presentations, but we've also had panels. Google just put on a panel, and we just blew out the room. There was no room, and it's a huge show floor for us. And then we just had a panel with Disney, and over the next few days, we're going to have Fox Networks Groups has a panel, and all the other corporate guys. So it's it's pretty insane over there. It's exciting.
Sounds like it.
Where can people find more about this on the web?
Sure, it's sprocketglory.com.
All right.
Awesome.
Thanks so much for coming.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Really appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you. Enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
And thank you for watching NAB Live. We will be back in just a minute.
Take care of it. We'll take care of it.
Until I break it.
All right. Thanks for coming, man.
Yeah, you guys should come by there, seriously.
Yeah, we will.
Good.
You'll enjoy it.
4:30?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll stop by.
It'll be fun, man.
All right.
Thanks again.
All right. Take care, man.
Hey, thanks so much.
Yeah.
All right. Take care.
So we got GoPro.
GoPro. I like it.
See, that makes it hard. I'm already buying too many GoPros.
Well, now you're going to be buying some
I
more.
want more GoPros.
Oh, just two more.
So we're on a 310
Hello.
hard out?
How you doing? Jim, Leslie.
Alex.
How are you? Pizza Gore.
Yeah.
You remember my shake classes. Oh, poor shake. Did you point out the I'm sure. I got it. There you go. Now you can take that over. Looks good. Looks good.
This is the central.
Godalvik.
This is the central
Godalvik.
entrance, right? What's this place called?
Yeah, we're in the central. Ooh, can I see that for a second?
Which one you want?
There's something different on the front.
You're leaving them with us, right?
Well, the craziest thing is we're going to do this. I'm going to run over and do our giveaway.
Oh.
Because we might get loud. You might hear us.
Oh, we hear you all the time.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Well, I picked this location. I moved us, so we were right in front of the door.
There you go.
So that's just a lens protector for the front.
protector?
Yeah, you can just pop it off
I
like.
didn't know if it was a different lens or.
No, a lot of people think it's just there. You don't have to really deal with refraction back into the lens too much of it. So
Nice.
it matches up. So it's not changing the distortion.
I'll ask you that on the
Okay,
show.
we're getting
I'm
ready
very
now.
interested. I know it's a simple thing, but.
So many accessories. This is the big deal right here.
I know.
Started now.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to NAB Show Live. I'm Alex Lindsay here with Leslie Samuel.
Hey, good to be here again.
good to be here, too. And we're also here with Jim Godalvik. Godalvik.
Godalvik.
That's right, from GoPro.
There we go.
Which is, has a lot of my money. So that's all I got.
Probably getting a little more.
I got a call. I actually got a call from my CFO going, "Do you know that you have 20 GoPros?" I was like, "Yes."
You can
yes,
never
I know
have
that."
enough.
You can't have enough, because there's a new version, and then you have to buy a bunch more, and then
Of course.
so that's what I'm stuck in.
Because
So-
19 isn't enough.
and then of course you start doing 360, and then you're like everything's a set
you
of
grow
of 6 or a
exponentially.
set of 10.
Yeah, it's way past stereo.
Yes.
Back in the day. So.
Much more
Awesome. So what do you guys have going on?
Oh, we got a lot. So for NAB, I mean, last NAB we didn't have Hero 4, so now we have what everybody's been waiting for is true
I didn't
4K,
wait very long.
True 4K
Yeah.
at 30 and 24, which a lot of
Nice.
people have been asking for. And it's like you say, how can this little thing do 4K? Well,
It can.
It can.
It
Now
can.
it can.
Now, the one thing we were talking about right before the show that I still have to ask about. So I looked over at this and I was like, this does not look like a GoPro that I've seen before. So this is a cover for the
Yeah,
lens?
it's one of our accessories. It's basically a protective lens
Okay.
for the GoPro.
Because it's one of the biggest things that I worry about is I do a lot of 360 and is the fact that all these lenses it's no longer in its safety case.
Yeah.
So now that is not the most interesting part of what we have here. There's something with an antenna, and anytime I see an antenna, I know that
It looks exciting.
Goodness.
Hey, we're at NAB, so
Exactly.
we're going to see a lot of antennas. But yeah, so we launched this in partnership with our friends at Vislink. This is the new HeroCast transmitter.
So this is a professional wireless solution from GoPro and Vislink. Basically, what we have here is there's 2 units. This is the HeroCast unit. It's basically tethered with HDMI.
So it's a micro HDMI to micro HDMI.
Correct. So
Okay.
basically, you would mount how you're normally used to mounting GoPro, say for live events, sports, which we happen to be very well versed at. You would normally wear this head strap or your helmet mount, any of the accessories that you would normally use from your GoPro bag of tricks.
Right.
We happen to make a lot of accessories. Is that they are adaptable to the HeroCast. They use the 2-finger back door that we have. So all of your existing GoPro accessories, like the 3-way, a lot of third-party mounts are out there, tie right back into this. So this solution would be your normal wearable POV solution for live broadcasting. So this works in licensed spectrum. This is a professional solution. It's working in the 1.9 to 2.7 gigahertz band.
Right.
So what you would do is you would normally work with your RF provider. You would secure your frequencies for your event, day, weekend, or however long it is. And then working in the RF band and working within the license spectrum is a lot of the consumer frequencies that we use, cell phones, Wi-Fi routers, things like that, operate in the non-licensed spectrum. So you get a lot of signal creep and things like that. You know, everybody knows having to reboot your Apple router every now and again.
Well, yeah, and that's always the thing that you're worried about. We do a lot of wireless, and one of the things that we worry about all the time with wireless is am I going to get a good signal? How far is that signal going to go? What's the range nominally for this?
Oh, we kind of say it's infinite because it's basically on your RF infrastructure. Right. So we basically did the beta of these at Winter X Games with ESPN, and the RF provider is like, you know, I was up half the mountain with these things.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and we were doing follow cam with a lot of our athletes. So, you know, tried and true is in Aspen, anybody that's ever been to Aspen knows that you go into like a cell phone black hole, and you know, providing out that you have a tried and true solution for broadcasters. Now with the unique perspective, it kind of opens the doors for live events, sporting events, you name it.
And what's the latency there?
Latency is very low. We're roughly about 200 milliseconds.
Oh, wow.
And if it's been good for the NHL and good for ESPN, and we've
should be
tried
good
and
for
shown,
regular folks.
yeah, I mean, and it's environmental is going to have an impact on what your latency could be, how many repeaters you are, what your RF infrastructure is. So, you know, there will be variables in there if you're running into like a frame store and an EVS or a TriCaster or something like that in the back end. There could be all these variables that come up, but it's very low latency. It's very low power. What's awesome about this is it is powered off a GoPro battery backpack.
So it's really, I mean, other than the transmitter itself, it's using all the GoPro accessories around it. The batteries, it's using the attachments. So you're just really not making a big jump.
I mean, HeroCast is basically an accessory for a GoPro.
Now, what's the cost of something like this?
The transmitters are $7,500 US, which is I think $7,000 in other parts of the world. Our partners with Vislink, these are available now. You know. Best way to do it is to go to gopro.com/broadcast. There's kind of a contact form out there, a little bit of technical information about how to find out more about this.
Right.
You're being interrupted. Hey guys.
I think they're very excited about something over there.
Yeah, it might be our Go. We got GoPro
We're being
interrupted
by your own booth. So now, what's the receiver end is just standard receiving end that they create?
So yeah, it can be a Vislink receiver. It does work with other third-party existing broadcast infrastructure. There are a lot of people that have an existing infrastructure. So this is really seamless, where easy to use camera. Very easy to use system. You basically set up through Mac or PC. You set up your device and your transmitter. You set your band to what it needs to be. You program it. You set up your transmitters, however many channels you have for that event, you set up for that band. So if you have 6 different cameras and 6 different RF channels, you just remember that camera 1 is channel 1, and so on and so forth down the line.
No,
so
absolutely.
yeah, and these are tried and true. I mean, a lot of people that watched NHL All-Star Game and X Games this year got to see basically the first beta rollout of this working in a professional broadcast environment.
And these are really, and whether it's it's pretty rugged, so you probably couldn't put it on full contact, but you can get it pretty
I would say we had snowmobilers that were flipping 400-pound snowmobiles.
Oh, wow.
And these things, the signal did not break up.
Wow.
So, I mean, tried and true. I don't think between hockey and X Games, in the 9-degree weather,
Right.
I don't think you're going to get a better beta environment for these things.
Anytime you talk to someone at GoPro, it's like, so what kind of stress did it go under? Well, we dropped it off of 40.
Yeah,
you know,
we
it's
can do
like
our normal like assembly line, stress test of that. But I think you don't beat real world.
Just hand it off to a couple of the users, and they'll take it all the way down.
Oh
the
yeah,
path.
we give it to our athletes. We give it to a bunch of professional athletes, and they'll do a number. And that's a great way to test your products, is to give it to people that put it in harsh environments and really beat on it.
Well, and it's really interesting how I've had I've had all of the GoPros, all the it's like those guys just keep on escalating, and I get more of them each version, and it's interesting how it's really gone from being this thing that sports enthusiasts were using and everything else, and it's just really grown into, and this really points to a truly professional camera that's being used on almost every sporting event that out somewhere, someone's attached to
GoPro for professionals. I mean, it's a consumer device that professionals use.
Right.
It just happens to be that more and more professional features start coming into it. It's
Yeah.
this trickle-down effect of pros inspire the next generation.
Yeah.
You know that well from Pixel Corps.
Yeah.
Is like building that next generation of visual effects artists and production people. It's the same thing for GoPro. Is that this is an enabling device. This is an enabling device now for broadcasters and pro. People use these on feature films, TV shows. I don't think you can put on cable TV, see reality TV, commercials, any of that you don't say, oh, that's that ubiquitous GoPro shot. I know that shot well.
That's great. And people, of course, we know where we can find you.
You can hear
here.
us.
We can hear you from the central hall
I'm going to
there.
run. As soon as we're here, I'm going to run and give away some cameras.
Right. Very good. Yeah. And GoPro.com, of course.
Yeah, GoPro.com. Follow us, obviously, on social media. We're very vocal. We share a lot of content. We want people to share content with us. So Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all of that. It's pretty easy at GoPro.
Yeah.
And that's where you can find us, or come see us at the show floor right in front of the live show.
Come and chant, come and scream right over there.
Yes, I'm going to go chant right after we do this.
There you go.
All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you
Thanks
guys.
a lot, man.
Right. And thank you for watching NAB Show 2015 live. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
I don't think we're going to hear you specifically.
Yeah, please
All
do.
right, take it. You can chill.
It's our last one, I think.
Last one. All right, he's here. And this is Maxwell. How you doing, sir?
Hi, good and you?
Doing very well, thanks.
Oh, yeah. See, now the best thing is that we don't tell people until they get here is that whatever goes on the table,
Okay.
we keep. Thank you very much.
Well, that's like an engineer's sample, so it doesn't do much. No, exactly.
That's what everybody says. Yeah, exactly. I know.
Whatever you have to say
that
to
one's,
make that not happen.
That one's empty. There's nothing even in there. Bobot, right?
No, that's true. It's different. I'll give you my business card.
Oh, yeah.
Another complex name.
They know that it's a different person behind there? You have your name coming up there.
It's not a big deal though, but you know, my thing is,
he has a different name than what we have on the list. It's Pascal
Gaudreau.
Goudreau,
That's it.
Goudreau.
Pascal. Yes, you can get the card if you want. Do you have time? Run. Can we get another one for the guy that's coming?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Is my mic falling down here? Because
Oh, it is.
yeah.
There you go.
Okay, I think my glasses are too thick there.
Oh, it's fine.
Okay. So you're wondering what the hell this thing do?
I know what it does.
What it does, yeah.
I know exactly what that does.
Don't tell me you have like 5 of these too.
Huh? I do not have 5 of those, but I need them.
You need them.
Well, we'll talk about 2 products. We have the same version with Cat5 and the version with fiber optic.
Okay.
They both have the same feature,
Okay.
just longer distance in fiber.
Yeah, okay.
And you're doing it on Cat 5 as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the distance that you're getting with it?
500 feet with
Oh,
Cat
wow.
5, 1,300 feet with the fiber.
Oh, well, there we go. All right, we're getting ready to start.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to NAB Show Live 2015. I'm Alex Lindsay here with Leslie Samuel.
Yes, indeed.
We're back.
We are back, and we have some more cool gadgets
We have
to share with you.
Pascal Goudreau from MuxLab.
Exactly.
And so what is MuxLab?
Well, MuxLab is a 30-year-old.
Lay out for our viewers what Mux is.
Put Mux come from multiplexer.
Right. Okay.
Lab, obviously, laboratory. We design, build product, extension product.
Okay.
They're actually design, built in North America. We're based in Montreal. So anything that relates to extension, whatever it says, SDI, over Cat5, fiber optic, HDMI, DVI, USB.
Okay.
So we have a wide range of extension solution.
Oh, so you're extending like HDMI over Cat5 would be a very popular one, or over fiber or USB. So you want to have your keyboard a long way away.
KVM extension, exactly. So you have the remote computers in another room, so you don't have to hear all the noise.
Yeah.
And you're working around. Yeah.
So in this case, we've got a little bit of SDI, a little bit of fiber.
Yeah. Well, we're actually showcasing here this year at NAB. This is a 6 GSDI extender. This is the over fiber option, but we offer the over Cat5 option.
Okay.
Main difference is the distance. Cat5 will achieve 500 feet. Fiber will achieve 1,300 feet.
And 1,300 feet, is that multi-mode or single mode?
Multi-mode.
1,300 feet over multi-mode. That's impressive.
It's 6 GSDI, so you'll be able to do 4K. You can actually do 2 3G SDI signal or 4 HD SDI signal over one single Cat5 or one single fiber link.
And for okay, that's actually really interesting. I didn't expect that. So this is I was thinking about it as a 4K solution, but if I've got 4 individual signals, so and specifically for those watching, if I have 4 cameras, so let's say I have 4 cameras in a little studio and my master control is way off somewhere else, I plug those 4 cameras into here.
Exactly.
And then I have one fiber connection. This is an LC connection here.
This is a dual LC,
Dual
exactly.
LC. So the dual LC.
Yeah. And same thing with Cat5, so you'll be able to achieve the 4 signal of
one Cat5?
Yeah, one single Cat5, 500 feet. So yeah.
And in full quality, not compressed?
Uncompressed. It's like basically having like a 1 foot cable.
Wow. And that is, and so I would have the send and receive. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm a little
That's
excited
okay.
here.
Getting a little excited.
So I got send and receive, 4 cameras over a Cat 5, 500 feet. Come out the other end. There's another one of those.
Yeah,
and
there's
it
just a
comes out the other
transmitter
end.
and you have a receiver on the other end.
Yeah.
You just keep talking. I'll just wander off with that. So
I'll distract
you. You distract
so
him.
you can go with that.
Yeah.
And this can be actually attached to the camera.
Right.
The other advantage, but difference between the Cat 5 version is that it's PoE, so you don't require to have a power supply on the camera side.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now I'm seeing USB
Well,
power here.
USB could power the device, though.
Okay.
Yeah, USB can actually power the device.
And it's taking the full SDI signal with all 16 channels of audio.
It actually keeps the integrity of the signal, so it will keep all the LPCM audio track exactly embedded into the SDI. Yeah.
Right, and then on the receive end,
yep.
What is and the fiber is it's typically point to point. You're not expecting to go into an infrastructure with this.
No, exactly. It's point to point. Same thing for the Cat 5 version.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And
the UTP version is point to point from sender to receiver.
Right, and then the receiver looks much like this.
Well, we have a receiver that's basically more of like a black box that can actually fit on a rack if you want. Exactly.
Yep.
But we also offer this version.
Right now, and do you have a couple different? You have other flavors of this version of this box? So more or less.
We do have point to point only one 3G SDI over Cat 5 or over fiber.
And it's the same range for that.
Same range, exactly, but what we're really showcasing this year is that product.
It's a great product.
Yeah.
Now, what's the price?
List price for the UTP version, Cat 5 version, is $2,300 US. List, it's already shipping. Awesome. This will be shipping later this year. Price point, still don't have it. Around 3,000,
Right.
Like I said, between $50 and $50,000.
So the price that you listed just now was for which version?
For the UTP, the Cat 5 version, yeah.
Got it.
And that's
So
for
that's
each end or the
yeah,
pair?
It's the kit.
The whole kit?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
2,300, yeah.
And
That's great.
the one channel version? With the one
One channel version is about $600.
$600.
Yeah.
Right. And that's for those watching, that's a very aggressive price. To be able to.
It is
to
for
move a lot of
solution that
cameras.
right now in the market, I think we're alone doing this.
Yeah.
And I think the 4 HD SDI over one single Cat 5, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
It's very
We're
impressive.
having actually a great response right now.
And that's shipping right now.
It is shipping right now. Yeah.
It is very good.
Yeah.
Now, where can people find you on the floor here?
We're actually we're booth number 11148. So it's Central Hall.
Central Hall, and it's down over there.
Yeah, down.
And online, if they want to find out more about it?
It's muxlab.com.
Muxlab.com.
Yep.
MUXLAB.
MUXLAB, absolutely.
Awesome.
Pascal, thanks so much for coming.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for watching NAB Show Live. We'll be right back. Yeah, that's
I
fantastic.
thought this was trying to come off.
All the time it was distracting because I was thinking.
Yeah. I was telling myself, okay, don't touch it, don't touch it. So we're done for now.
For the moment.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
you're
It's
welcome.
great. That looks great.
We're really having a good response.
No, we do a lot of multi-camera work, and being able to
Hey guys, welcome to our 2015 NAB show, continuing live coverage here in Las Vegas. I'm John P.
I'm Scott Ellis.
We've
It just
got-
keeps getting better.
It does. It gets way better. Everybody's going to like this one for lots of reasons. But we have been showcasing the service called Tagboard here. You probably didn't even know what we were doing, but Dave's been pulling things up on the monitor. We've also got, there you go, just like that.
Good look.
We've also got it embedded in the website at geekbeat.tv/Tagboard. We've got it on monitors here on the show floor, and now we also have Jenny and Brianna joining us from Tagboard. It's just, you guys are getting like, they didn't even pay for this. It's ridiculous, you know, so.
Thanks for having us. This is so exciting to be here.
Welcome. Good to have you guys.
Well, whenever you guys submitted, to come on the show, and I saw it, I thought, this looks interesting.
Yeah.
And then I went to the website and I checked it. I was like, this could be pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then we conversed a little bit via email. I said,
Let's try it out.
yeah, why not? What do we got to lose, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So you hooked us up with this cool account, and so I want to talk about all this. First of all, let's start with what is Tagboard and what's the concept here?
Sure. Tagboard brings together the social media conversation out on all the social platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Vine, Google+, and Flickr. And it brings it together for broadcast companies, sporting teams, or brands that want to monitor the conversation out there. And then they can select the top conversation and then display it to their audience within seconds.
Yeah.
So it's exactly like what you guys are doing. People are using the hashtag NAB show. So you're bringing it all together here. And then you can select the best content you want to share. As soon as you approve it, it goes up onto the displays that you're using as well.
Cool. Now, one of the things, so I know it's easy to use because I had absolutely no training whatsoever, and I just started clicking on things and they started
Voila.
appearing, and so that was good. But I'm sure it can do a lot more than that. So maybe let's turn the computer and we'll let them see a little bit of the interface. We got the camera right there, though.
There you go.
I don't know if you could. It's an awkward view there. So first of all, to get started, what we did was we created an account by just linking it up with Twitter.
Yep.
Like logged into Twitter and bang, we had an account or something.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Now the
Can
other
I
thing
go?
is, are the accounts free? You have free versions, paid versions. What's the deal? A test drive? How does it work first?
So anyone can go to tagboard.com right now. You can go on your phone or anywhere that you get the website, and you can search for something you're interested in. So let's say I'm interested in the NAB show. If I can type this while I'm talking. And oops, I pressed shift. There we go. And so what happens once you search that is that it will pull together everyone talking on these 6 social media platforms that you see on the top right-hand side. And you can see all the content out there. So for example, a Portland TV station, there was a missing mother, and everyone used the hashtag to talk about this. The producers utilized Tagboard to bring together the social conversation. They saw a Facebook post from one of the relatives of the missing mother, and they managed to track them down and have them on the show within 2 minutes.
Wow.
If they went to Facebook, they wouldn't know this
Forget
relative's
it.
name, right? They
Forget it.
wouldn't know where to find it. So it's a great to search and discover things as well. You can see how many posts are being posted about this.
Trends.
So for elections, you can see, oh, this person is getting posted 30 times a minute, this is 10 times a minute. So they're obviously more popular on social engagement. And another big thing
Let me ask you a question about that, because we have all broadcasters here, all people who want to share content. This is incredibly useful for them. Just a licensing kind of question for you, which is, if somebody doesn't have a paid account and they just go to the website and do a search, does your licensing allow them to maybe take a screen capture or share what the results were at that moment, or do they need to have a...
We are partners with all of our social media platforms
Yeah.
for broadcast. So working with us and our display platforms, you are doing their broadcast specific roles. And so when you display, you do have to rely and do their guidelines so you're in compliance with them. If you just take a screenshot, then that is just taking it off the web. If you utilize our platform, we know exactly what you have to do. There's things where you can't put different posts next to other posts. They change the rules all the time. So we constantly keep updated with these social platforms. When you use us, you know what you're displaying is in compliance.
So
with all the
theoretically,
social
since
places.
we're using you to do all this stuff, we shouldn't be getting like a cease and desist or anything.
No, you are totally fine. We're very friendly with them. Not only that, we have pretty much weekly conversations, and we hear things that are happening, and we know what's going to be happening in summer. We get our clients ready for this. For example, the 49ers use us in their stadium, Levi Stadium, and Flickr is a really big sponsor of the stadium. So they're doing calls to action for people to do photos when they're at the stadium. So we said, okay, we know this is going to happen. We know 49ers are going to get a lot of Flickr content. And so we added Flickr to the platform for them to get them ahead of the game when their season started. And then we noticed Fresno, California, there was a fire there. The Flickr content that our TV station got to do because we added that for our other client, they had the best photos of the fire within minutes of it happening before they could get crews out there. So we're constantly talking to the social platforms so we can keep you guys ahead of the game as well.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but that was important. So
Of
yeah.
course. Yes, and I'm talking so much, I'm sorry.
No,
so
go
Brianna's
for
our
it.
client success manager, and she's usually the one that gets to put everyone through here. But this is the free search. Once you're one of our enterprise clients, and when I say enterprise, that is our local TV stations. We're in big with the Fox owned group, ABC, we have Meredith as well, a bunch of clients around the nation. Then you can create a tag board. You can see it right here. So I just press this button. It's supposed to be as easy as 1, 2, 3, like John said, the easiness. So we're going to create NAB show, just there, and I hit create.
Now, I have a quick question for you.
Yeah.
Can I monitor multiple tags within a single board?
Yes, yep.
So if somebody says NAB show, I want to catch it, but if somebody else does hashtag NAB 2015, I might also want to see that in my stream.
Exactly, and sometimes you'll do something funny and the community out there will start a hashtag around what you're doing. And so you'll want to add that in and grab that as well. Or ABC7 Eyewitness, they use one hashtag and then they put the breaking news stories as the secondary. So they're training their viewers, if you want to talk to us, use ABC7 Eyewitness, but they will have Ferguson or whatever is the breaking news coming into that hashtag as well.
Okay.
So the first step is you've created your tag board. The second step is producing it. So you see everything coming in on these 6 platforms. If you want to produce it, you just check the checkbox here. Now I'm not reading them, so I'm hoping there's nothing that you don't want to go on there. And then change the order. The third step is display my story. So I have these options here. So let's say I'm ready to display it in presentation mode. I didn't pick too many, so there's not many on there, but imagine it all filled up, and that'll rotate around. So it's really 3 steps. Once you're ready, you just press a button and take it to air or take it to your display.
Does the presentation update in real time? So if I'm behind the scenes adding more things, does it keep adding that to the stream?
Yes, it does. Absolutely. So second that you feature new content that you want to show your viewers, it's going to go on the display.
So we've actually got this running back in our equipment on like a Mac Mini or something, and it's just constantly pulling. And what we've also got are 2 or 3 guys that are logged in watching the stream and clicking approve. So one of the other features, I believe you could have multiple people.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I could actually be right here on my phone. Jenny can be here on the laptop. You can have your producers in the back producing as well. And if I feature a post, it's going to go live. If Jenny features a post, it's going to go live. And that is our protection to make sure that we're choosing content that actually we want to show our viewers. So we strongly believe in safe content, safe social. So that's why we make it so that you actually have to feature the content before it shows your viewers or goes on air, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's good. There were a few that when we first set up the NAB show stream, there were a couple that were, it's Vegas,
Exactly.
So,
enough said.
One other thing too I've noticed is you can have multiple boards. Like you go in and I figured that out real quick because we had created 2 for some reason, and so you can have multiple ones and you can switch back and forth between them. The bottom one I think is the one that we have with all the stuff in it.
Yep.
And that's the one that we're showing off on the screen. So you can see on the back end here, this is what we're looking at, and then I don't know, maybe, that's what comes up.
Exactly.
Yeah, so we have clients use us with multiple boards. So for example, the ABC7 Eyewitness example, they may have one where they write the description. This is our lower thirds board. So whoever's producing on this, it's going to come across at the bottom on lower thirds. We may have a board for bump outs. So then this one's for the Halloween photos that everyone's sending in for bump outs, but it's still the same title is ABC7 Eyewitness. So the viewers know one call to action, how I can get my content on your TV station within seconds.
Now, I see we're seeing that right there is a different
there you
version.
go.
So one of the questions, the way we had ours laid out, and I'm assuming that we have it like this just because we're doing a 1080p feed or whatever, we had like 8 different blocks on the screen, but if we had, let's say, a big TV wall,
Yeah.
could we fill the whole like thing or what?
Absolutely, yeah. You could have, say this whole wall is your screen.
Yeah.
You could have posts across the entire wall. And we have lots of stations that do that. So exactly, it just kind of depends on what your monitor is or how you want to display it. And we can have as few as 1 post, or we can have 50 posts up at once.
So we don't just give you the technology, we also give you our client success program. We want to be partners and help